All right, welcome back to day three, I believe we're at for the major, and welcome to Zep. Good to finally work with you. How you doing?
Doing fantastic, mate. Nice to be working with you as well, and super excited to get our games underway today. I mean, what a fantastic weekend it has been for Call of Duty. We've seen some fantastic games throughout the entirety of this weekend. This major is not disappointed whatsoever, and we're reaching the real crunch time of the whole event now. These teams, they've made it this far, but can they make it until the very end? We find out right here today.
Yeah, and those final six teams that we've got in, it's going to be a very, very good run, especially down in that losers side. So the two Element teams going to be battling it up in winners finals, and we've got Sudor Gaming and LO6 going up in the losers quarterfinals. Destro going up against LO6 White down in the bottom as well. So got an interesting matchup between those two teams, and I believe we're kicking it off with Sudor Gaming and Legends of LO6 Gold, and we've got a little intro to play for you guys of both of those teams, so we'll swing it over to there.
Yo, can I get a snow cone?
Yeah, sure thing, man. Give me 1 sec. Alrighty, here you go.
Tom. Yo, Austin, I got you your snow cone. Thanks, man.
Uber for Dylan?
Yes, sir.
Who the f is this guy? No. What the f was that?
I gotta say, those were some truly beautiful intro videos that we've just seen there. And as we take a look at both of these teams getting ready to line up against each other in a vital match, you know, you can take a look at statistics all you want, but, you know, you get towards that crunch time, I feel, at any point of the tournament. And, you know, I think previous form can kind of go out the window. I mean, yes, it's nice to come in carrying some momentum, but at the end of the day, you're at that time where if there's any moment you could switch it on, it's now. So even players who may not have been happy with how they've played throughout the whole tournament, they could all of a sudden switch it on and therefore switch how the series looks completely up in the air. So you definitely can't count any of these teams out going into this one.
Yeah, and definitely with a new series at the start of a new day, that's always going to be a factor when it plays into things as well. And you can't count on, as you said, previous statistics in days where you've had a little bit better of a run or you've got some reps in. That's definitely going to play a part into it. But we look now to our map pool, and we're going to start on 6-star hardpoint for map number 1. There's obviously a nice little variety there in the pool with Invasion, Karachi, Subbase, and Rio if we do go that distance. But yeah, starting off on 6-star with those new rotations, gonna see how these guys are gonna play it out, and you know, see how that new 4 hill factor plays into the swing of things, because those new rotations and those new holds, teams have to work on the fly to figure those out nice and early, and there's not going to be a big margin of error for these guys to let that map 1 go as easy. So either one of these teams, they're going to want to set the form nice and early on 6-star for map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you just alluded to, that kind of 4-point sort of system that they've got going for 6-star, something that we're not used to seeing. It means, you know, going into these points, you don't have as many to rely on, in the sense of if you know that you're not feeling as comfortable on certain points that you can regain in the next one or next two. If you find yourself having lost 2 points, next thing you know, you're going on to P3 or P4 to potentially try and break even before you're resetting on the points back to P1. So it's one of those maps that has proven itself as a rather unique one because of that, and the way teams have to rotate onto it. So yeah, I think both of these teams are going to be going into this one just trying to dominate each other when it comes to kills, trying to make sure they have that map control, getting rotations nailed down and setting themselves off on the right foot, because if we go all the way in this series, we have a real mishmash of maps and modes.
Yeah, and you got a bit of a pace difference on some of these maps as well. And, you know, Search and Destroy, you're going to expect that change of pace regardless. But a sort of map like Sub-Base comparing to Six Star, it's probably not as high engagement, and definitely you're taking different sorts of gunfights. So just that ability to be able to adapt and change between each map, regardless of the mode, is going to be super important for both of these teams here. And that adaptation, it's going to show very, very early for either one of these teams, and who's going to be able to take advantage of that nice and early.
Yeah, absolutely. It's who's going to be able to take advantage, who's going to be able to adapt. I think especially for an invasion, search and destroy, you know, again, such a tactical affair. And we seen this in yesterday's showing where we had a number of teams go on, win a couple of rounds, and all of a sudden have a couple of rounds taken off them. And then from there, that really shows whether or not you're adaptable. You know, one team has proven that it has the answers to how you've been playing. So can you change your play style and keep getting a few rounds before it gets too late? I think adaptability really is the key word when it comes down to how this series could play out. And I think there is going to be some adaptability needed in this hardpoint as well. Both of these teams are going to be trying to see how they fare out against each other on this map. And you know, just because one series of rotations maybe goes perfectly towards one team, or maybe one whole set of rotations, doesn't mean that when you go back to that P1 in the next set, that's guaranteed for them either.
Absolutely, and let's kick it off and see how this P1 goes. And it's going to be Sudar Gaming who are going to start inside of the point. And obviously we're going to see these teams try and battle it out over towards P2 nice and early, but straight off the rip, we've got a lot of kills here coming from Sudar Gaming, trying to find control of P1 nice and early. But you can see the bodies starting to fly through and just find a safe spot on the contest. But so far, not able to manage LO6 Gold, struggling to find some kills around this point. But you know, Sudar Gaming, they're going to get a little bit of time here, and you can see their prioritization towards P2 already as Cheeseburger trying to lock down the vent here before P2 pops.
Yeah, Sudar have done a great job on that P1 and making sure to rotate over to have the spawns for P2, but you do see LO6 Gold are pushed up nicely to maybe get a break, but they haven't checked behind them, and Choco has made them pay. That is a fantastic two-piece. And Sudar Gaming are getting this hill closed out. They have the spawn set. They are set on the point. They've got their angles. It's going to be up to some big gun skill now to get breaking through this hill.
And Choco already starting out 6-0, so he's already got a streak secured, which is a great start for Sudar Gaming. Exactly the sort of pace you want to set nice and early, so they are finding kills absolutely everywhere around the point. And Choco happy to just sit off the edge of the point, try and bait some of these players from LO6 Gold into the hill, and now finally they do. But the pitch coming in through the back, Conmar only able to find one before the trade from Buddha comes through. And now some time, much needed time here for LO6 Gold. They're going to try and accrue these last 10 seconds. And P3 getting ready to pop. There's some players on that rotation, and it's nice to see the kill feed line up a little bit more gold now. But there's Conmar popping too on that rotation, making sure he locks down all the front of pool. And this will be on LO6 to try and find the break through the side here.
Yeah, LO6 have done a great job getting that scrap on P2, showing that they have the ability to break a hill and then go up for a good set of rotations themselves. But Splody has gotten around the back now and will potentially have spawns for his team and have that pinch angle, but Cheeseburger is making sure to keep it watched. But all in all, it is LO6 Gold still on the time, on the point, taking up the time, and it's been a fantastic turnaround from them, who maybe just started a little bit slower but now are already beginning to warm up as Sudar Gaming are trying to get in and break through. And the gunfights are very back and forth, and it is going to be Sudar now getting the scrap, but we're sort of having the polar opposite of what we've seen in that P number 2, where it's this time it's Sudar breaking in late to get the scrap, and because of that they're keeping themselves in the lead.
Yeah, and Sudar did a good job breaking at the last second there just to flip those spawns of LO6 Gold to spawn towards that old P2 spawn. And now you've got a bit of a 3-on-3 on the side here. One player down in the garden, but it's going to be Austin just taking his time at the front here, trying to get the support of his teammate from behind. But Danny Mac is doing a good job staying down, and now they're starting to find some kills. Just Austin left. There's the 3 down. Now they have control of the point. They're going to be able to hold on to this, hopefully, for a good amount of time. But you can see players now starting to spread off. The streak's going to come through for Choco. Does only find just the one player, but you still got Danny Mac close by, waiting for the players to come through. And such a tough angle to take gunfights from Splody. Able to find one up in the window, but they're making it really, really messy here. LO6 Gold now starting to find a little bit of scrap time towards the end of this P4.
Yeah, they're making it so that Sudar Gaming are really having to work for every bit of time that they get, and the kill feeds, you know, they're far more back and forth than what they were at the beginning, where Sudar Gaming were picking up a couple of 2 pieces and looking strong. LO6 Gold really have pulled it back when it comes to these kills and having a bit of map presence and just making things awkward. I would say Sudar Gaming may be still controlling a little bit of this map, but not nearly as easily as they were. And now actually as we're back onto this P1, and LO6 are completely set up on the point. Would argue maybe now it's this set of rotations we might start seeing them pull ahead, because they have grown into this game super quickly since that P3.
Yeah, we talk about adjustments nice and early before the start of this map, and one of those things we take into a play is the spawns that you get from that last hill to the current one here. It's really, really tough for Sudar Gaming to find the proper side they want to play, but you know, here they are inside of the point now. A couple of lead changes have come through for both sides, and Cheeseburger just trying to run amok through this connector area here, but you still got one player just tucked away, hiding, playing his life. He's got Austin right around the corner as well, and you know, a bit of a passive break here for LO6 Gold. Don't want to give him too much scrap time here. Drew does find one there, but you know, out of position for the rotation. Again, it's going to be numbers battle on new for P2. And Sudar finding the initial time here through Choco.
Well, Buddha had picked up a great position there for the spawns on P2, but eventually is found out as the spawns don't end up going in his favour. Sudar Gaming managing the spawn through the back, with Choco, who's been sitting up around that P2 for a while, just actually got taken out there. Sudar Gaming have been chasing these rotations a little bit more. They got a bit fortunate with that spawn on P2, but in terms of who's been proactive on the map, making sure that they're rotated around and trying to set up for the next point, I feel like LO6 Gold again are exuding a little bit more control here and sort of playing how they want to play a bit more and having it work. However, Sudar Gaming, they're still making life difficult, getting onto point, having fantastic 2 pieces such as that, and ultimately keeping themselves in the lead, which is what counts. And as we reach towards the end of this time, it's 108 to 143, and it looks like Sudar Gaming could be set up for some nice rotations as well, as Splody will have to go big in the back.
Yeah, and Sudar did good on the rotation the last time around, so hopefully they can improve just a little bit from the last time, and we'll see what they decide to do. But we're seeing a lot of waves of aggression here from both sides. There's not really one pace being maintained, and here we go. A contest comes in, a lot of kills coming through, but Conmar walks away with 2. He's going to have to try and play his life here and get some cover. He's got the help of Splody. They're going to work through the back here. A slow pinch from the side. There they go. They find a few, but Conmar finds himself on a 4 spree. Picked himself up a couple of kills. He's got a few more coming off of spawn as well. Can he get the final one for Streaks? It's right there for him, but Cheeseburger laying him down. Choco, luckily, right there to trade and grab the rest of that time, and they're going to extend on the lead before P4 pops, but maybe a big improvement from the last time round for Sudar Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. They improved on that point way more. Again, maybe the rotations didn't suit for them in the end. They ended up losing the back, but they were able to hold strong from the front. And the difference maker, I think, for Sudar Gaming has just been the amount of kills they're able to pick up in situations. They hold from the front, get 2 pieces, have players going on little runs here and there. LO6 Gold always seem to be able to answer back, though, which is what's making this game really close. But at the end of the day, Sudar Gaming, even if they only have a 20-30 point lead, even if it was only a 5-point lead, you get to that point where 5 points is all you need once you reach that 250 mark. So LO6 Gold are going to need to find some momentum in terms of actually being able to chain a hill or 2 together, because that's what it's going to take to get back into this one at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're not afraid to stack a lot of bodies in this point as well and just take one-on-ones from inside of the point. Instead of pushing out the sides, they're happy to coop up. They're happy to make it nice and scrappy for Sudar Gaming to make the break, and now their rotation over to P1 looking a bit better this time around. They've got some numbers. It's going to be a bit of a battle between both, and now the trades are starting to come through for both sides. Drew finds himself on a 5. He's very, very close to obtaining a streak. Cheeseburger's going to get this contest down. He knows he's in trouble, so he's just going to slide out, maybe try and play for a few more kills here. Probably a wise decision. And Conmar, he's been big throughout part of this map. He's had some moments. He's trying to light it up for his team and take the momentum and shift it back in their favour. Every time LO6 Gold get close to this lead change, Sudar come out swinging and they pull it right out from underneath them.
They absolutely do. That was a massive wave of kills that Conwell was involved with. Now sitting on the point, LO6 realize they need to try and get broken back in, and they nearly do, but they can't quite manage it, and Sudar Gaming are going to get over that 200 point mark, and they are also pretty set up, but massive kills on the rotations. It is Cheeseburger who picks that up and should pick up the spawns. So LO6 Gold doing everything that they can in their power to give themselves the lifeline of having the spawns for the point, but they are getting pushed out. Choco did go around the back, take out Cheeseburger, and Sudar Gaming have set themselves up into a great position now to potentially take at least enough of this time to see them through. I think P3 is going to come into play in this one, but no more than that, as Sudar Gaming will be looking to close it up right here.
Yeah, I think we might get a P3 here. It just depends on how well LO6 Gold can keep this contested, even if they don't get time, if they can leave some of it vacant. There's still 2.5 minutes on the time as well. They can use that in their favor. What a spot from Cheeseburger to get that kill. Now LO6 trying to grab back some of that lost time from a few of those hills. They've done a decent job to keep themselves alive in this game. They're giving themselves a very good shot to take this map 1. It's really down to Sudar Gaming and their rotation here, and it looks like Drew's going to grab the rest of this time, as well as being 2 away from a streak. He could possibly be the difference at the end here, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do as they work through the middle of the map and send 4 bodies through this statue area.
Well, Sudar Gaming have been notoriously bad at holding this hill from the back throughout this entire game. Whether that changes here, we'll soon see. It looks like they're going to be able to hold on. Austin with a big 2 defending that push, but straight away realizes he has to turn forward, and Legends of 6 Gold will only have 1 or 2 pushes left at the very maximum, so they do need to make it count. And Conwell still managing to stay alive in that point. Drew taking off streaks as well, as we seen him close earlier. That has been massive.
Oh.
And on a knife edge now this game, with Sudar Gaming looking like they're going to be able to hold out.
Yeah, we've got 10 seconds left here for Sudar Gaming to get it done. They've got the front spawns for LO6. They're just going to have to jump and get a contest in. There's no way around it. Drew's able to find one. He's got to throw his body straight back in again. I think that's going to do it for Sudar for map number 1. They're going to get it done here on 6-star hardpoint. And they get it done not comfortably, but they get it done enough to secure the win.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't comfortable at all, but look, you have to give them so much credit that no matter how close LO6 Gold got, they always managed to lock it in, get a couple of vital kills, and keep enough time to keep themselves constantly 20, 30, 40 points ahead. And they just never let LO6 Gold get any real momentum to be able to start charging forward and overtake them. They always just about stopped them exactly when they needed to do so. But, I mean, going into the rest of this series, it really throws it up in the air as to how it could play, because at the end of the day, Sudar did a great job of holding them off, but it came from just a couple of 2 pieces here and there, some massive moments, and you're not going to keep getting those throughout the entire series. Eventually, things are going to even out a little more for everyone on the side of Sudar Gaming, and that's when LO6 Gold will be able to capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a lot of different players throughout parts of that map from both teams that had their moments, but it was good to see Sudar Gaming sort of on their back foot on that one particular hill on P3. They were able to string something together towards the end to secure themselves that map, and that is absolutely what they want. You never want to drop the first map going into a loser's quarterfinal match, and now they can take a bit of a breath. They've still got a series ahead of them, but just taking that little edge should help them. Now going into the evasion, search and destroy, this is where the pace is going to extremely drop right back down. The communication has to go flowing. They have to be able to work out their structure, and it's got to be on both sides, on that offense and that defense.
Yeah, and I think it's really hard to tell between both of these teams what they can take from that map 1 going into this map 2. I think, to be honest, I would slightly favour Sudar Gaming purely from the point that we both kind of seen these teams kill well against each other, but not really utilise any pace other than maybe rotations. Like, tactics were quite even, the pace was quite even from how teams were pushing the points. I think it's all going to come down to the 1v1 gunfights. And I think Sudar Gaming just showed a little bit more prowess to have those moments where they were picking up 2 pieces or kills where they shouldn't necessarily be picking them up. The only difference maker I could really see being made in this map is perhaps the trades, how well these teams actually play together and hold angles for each other. So I think when things get a little mixy on the slightly more aggressive pushes and we see a tit for tat in terms of kills, I think that's where we might see a difference maker as to who stays alive, who gets that 3 and makes it like a 2v1 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to start here with Conmar dropping the bomb. First blood already down that B lane. So that is not what you want to see if you're Sudar Gaming fans. Losing that life nice and early. Definitely not ideal, but it's not impossible to still win the round when you're down a life. We'll see how they're able to work this now, as Drew is going to be that mid-tank player. Obviously has to lay down, make sure he does not drop. And you can see Austin slowly trying to work the front here as well. So maybe the offensive play might be to try and take Diner Cafe here and see what they can work with the A-bomb. Because right now, they're just trying to find a pick, and LO6 Gold are giving them absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's really difficult to win an offense in this map in a 3v4, especially when you have the opposition not even peeking any angles, just Buddha getting ready to take one to the grave with them, maybe on the bomb, but he might still get out with his life. He picks up one and gets the second while he's at it. I mean, what a play. The round is seen through, and Legends of 6 Gold orchestrated that defense to perfection. They were patient, waited for their opportunity, got the picks and saw it through.
And sometimes that's all a defense needs to be. You don't always need a risk taker to try and get up the map and try and find a sneaky route and hit that flank. Sometimes structure just works absolutely fine as it is, and they don't drop a life in that round. So that is a perfect start for LO6 Gold for round number 1. But now they have to replicate that here on offense. What is their decision going to be at the start of this round? Are they going to try and steer it B? Are they going to try and late play it? That's going to be their decision here, and it's going to be Buddha with the bomb in his hands. And there we go, first blood again, this time on Danny Mac. So one player down early on the offensive side, just like last time. Can they fight the adversity? It's going to be Conmar playing the mid-tank this time. Some players still on the B Street trying to find something to give here. But Sudar obviously learning from their mistakes in that last round, just playing nice and slow as some shots come down on that digger over on that B bomb site.
Yeah, Sudar Gaming pretty set up at where they're holding at the moment. It is up to Legends of 6 Gold just to make that push and decide how they want to hit this. Conwell will have called the cross, and Drew with a fantastic kill there. Now maybe with the opportunity to flood it into B, but that flanker is going to be an issue. Austin's coming around the back, but it does look like Cheeseburger is going to have a hold on that site. But Splody really going to be struggling there over in that tank. He needs a bit of help, but he does manage to pick up one. Excuse me, he needs no help as he defends that site well.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Needs no help at all.
Yeah, now 2v2, clock's running down. They have to get towards this bomb site. Ooh. I mean, Sudar Gaming, they look like they managed to hold out here. That bomb's not going to go down, nearly getting through, but Sudar Gaming making sure to get that one closed out. But man, that was way, way closer than Sudar Gaming would be comfortable with. LO6 Gold done a great job of getting pushed in there, but just didn't have enough time to work with.
Yeah, and I think it's something both teams are going to have to think about, is how they're willing to give up that first blood. I know a couple of times now that B Street has been that position where they've found that kill. So I'm not sure if it's just the B hit necessarily giving up the first blood, maybe just the way they're playing it. I don't mind aggressive offensive rounds, but you definitely don't want to lose your bomb carrier, and you don't want to lose a player on that street, especially when you've got outnumbered positions like they usually do in a 3 versus 1 when one player's sitting there. But here we go, a couple of shots just raining down the middle of the map. Still nothing really giving just yet, and it's going to be important here that Cheeseburger gathers as much information as he can and stays alive. So he'll lay a couple of shots, dive over to cover, just try and make sure that that player at the mid-cut does not get pushed as well. And well, here's Austin trying to find his way up on a nice little cheeky spot, but can't find position on it. Conwar wasting no time, running through the smoke. He knows Cheeseburger's behind. He finds the kill, but 3 have gone down very quickly. And Splody finds himself in a 1v3 position, pinned on the B bomb site with bomb down. Probably not winnable in this position here with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it doesn't look winnable at all. I mean, picking up a nice kill, but eventually getting traded out. And yeah, that was just a bit of a stagger push onto B. They definitely had an opening, but didn't fully utilize it. I mean, look, to get onto that B point on the offensive side, everything has to really go your way, and you have to be working so in tandem down to the microsecond to get the timings going your way, to pick up the right lanes at the right times, and ultimately win your gunfights. And Unfortunately for Sudar Gaming, it just didn't quite work out for them there, but LO6 Gold, credit to them, are holding a good defense. And I think that's the ultimate story of Invasion. The number one thing on any mode on an Invasion map that you tell yourself as a team is just to make sure to win your defensive rounds. It's sort of that offensive round that ends up being the difference maker to set a team apart. And I think between these two teams, that's what's going to be the difference maker. Who takes that first offense is going to be the team that takes the confidence in this map.
Absolutely. And just even little small talk as well. Like, knowing you've got one defensive player on the B site and one trophy, it's only going to protect 2 projectiles now since the new update. So if everyone coordinates their equipment to get that trophy off of wherever it may be hiding, or at least destroy the trophy, you can utilize your utility a little bit better. And you can see the offensive sides really trying to prioritize, like in that last side where they used the smoke to get through. Will LO6 use that to their advantage here as a couple of shots land through on Spodey? He's just going to have to lay down. He's going to give the call. He knows they're trying to work up the B street, and Danny Mac getting a couple of checks on this dark area here. He's going to spot one. Great shots onto Austin, and Buddha finds himself a kill as well on that B site player. So they're going to be able to get the bomb down now in a 1v3 situation for Choco. He's got to figure this out. He's going to spot one, but that is not a good position to take a gunfight from, and he'll get traded out very, very quickly.
Yeah, LO6 Gold just seem like a team that has a bit more confidence when it comes to the search and destroy and how they play it. We've seen that throughout the tournament this weekend, and I think here taking a vital offensive round to go 2 rounds clear, I think is going to be pretty damning for Sudar Gaming, unless they've got something in the back pocket which they could bring in now to switch up the strategy big time. Because of LO6 Gold, if they get this round, they go 4-1 up, and all of a sudden you see this one running away from Sudar Gaming, and you just got to say fantastic performance from LO6 Gold so far, doing everything they can in their power to even this all up and give us at least a map 4 in this series.
Yeah, and it's a big momentum swing as well when you go from a close map 1 to then a blowout, or a possibility of a blowout. I wouldn't say that's the situation just yet, but definitely some improvement here for Sudar Gaming if they are to get back into this to stop the deficit. But have a look at this. A-bomb going down very quickly. They've caught him off the bomb. It was a millisecond away from being planted, so they've already caught on to that. Great work. Drew finds another one here, and Choco trying to slide out, and he picks up the second one. Now trying to play his life on this mid tank. He's got a player dancing around with him here. He's just going to buy some time and get the call to his teammate. Great work out of Drew there, and great round out of LO6 Gold to now go up 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, they really are just tightening their grip around this game now, starting to take these rounds with confidence. They've figured out how they want to play. They've figured out what works, and sort of realized, hey, they're actually getting the picks, like they always seem to be getting the first picks. They're looking incredibly strong in all of these rounds, nearly always getting that first blood. And I think Sudar Gaming are really struggling here. They have to change something. We already said that last round was a big moment where they had to change it up quick, and that didn't happen. So unless they've got something maybe that in the back pocket now to start turning it around, I think you would say it's game, set and match, because LO6 Gold are playing with a lot of confidence now in this S&D.
Yeah, and that confidence has taken them a long way right now. 4-1 lead is absolutely prime, but they can't give it up from here. It is very possible to choke a lead from this position. I've seen it many times before, but Buddha grabbing first blood. He does lose his life, but it may be a valuable one here as Drew spots the second player through the smoke. Danny Mac going to work with Drew. They find another 2, and Choco once again finding himself in a very bad position. 1v3. He's now going to get spotted, and I don't know if it's clutchable from here, Zep. I don't think it is.
Yeah, absolutely not. Legends of 6 Gold playing spectacularly, and combining how this map has been playing so far alongside that map number 1, I think you gotta say that LO6 Gold, they play far better tactically from what we've seen so far. The way that they're just moving around the maps in both sides, and on that map number 1 as well, they were rotating a lot as well, being very proactive on those map rotations. It just wasn't quite working out for them, and I think Sudar Gaming will start to panic now as they try to maybe make some sort of a comeback in the search and destroy. But given and seeing how they've played so far going into that control after this, I would be worried, because they really don't have it going for them on the tactics at the moment.
Yeah, and Karachi can be a very mixy control map, but here's Drew. on a 4 spree. I think Danny Mack's got himself a streak as well. There's Drew for 5. So just like that, Sudar Gaming are going to lose more lives early in the round. The bomb's gone down in one of the worst spots you could drop it. I don't know if they've got eyes on it, but I don't think it matters. Austin's going to have to work with Splody here somehow to find this bomb and find the kills, because Drew is laying right on top of it. And at any moment, Danny might just call this streak in and just call the round as soon as possible. But 40 seconds left. Drew just got to play his life as long as possible. Danny Mac locking down one side here on the A Street. And this is going to make it very difficult for Austin to try and make a play.
Yeah, Austin, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. I mean, credit to Splody managing to pick up that kill. The pick was exactly what they needed, as Danny Mac is looking like he's going to try and close in. Are they going to be able to get this bomb down in time? It is not the case. And just like that, LO6 gold taking that search and destroy and taking it in fashion.
Yeah, I mean, a 6-1 to go from what we saw in map 1, you know, at stages it looked like one team may be dominant, then the other one comes back, but this was just one-sided as they come. I mean, the one round, yeah, it's good to get on the board. It's better than getting 6-0'd, but it just did not look as competitive as the first map, and that might be a worrying sign as we move into that control, as you sort of pointed out, going into Karachi as well. I mean, you need to have very clear-cut communication and control, because in a matter of seconds, you could be stuck running out of your spawn and you could go in a blender very early on either side, offense or defense, and that's definitely not what you want now that you're leveled up in the Series 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only going into this Karachi control, but going into that sub-base hard point as well, where it's really going to rely on the tactical prowess of being able to rotate, get the strong angles, and pick up long-range kills. It only gets mixy again around that map number 5 in Rio if we get that far. And, you know, for Sudar Gaming and the way that they played, I think they really utilised their kind of more faster-paced sub-players to get through. When it comes to these, you know, AR and tactical-based maps, they didn't seem to be doing as strong of a job on that map, and now going into the rest of them as well. I think it's going to be a long day. Karachi, yes, they'll be able to pull out the subs, but again, it's all about the setup, and a setup can be broken at any moment, so it's a risky map for them. And then that sub base is going to be an incredibly tough one for them as well. I think sub base will be the one that they'd be the most scared of. So all of a sudden, maybe some doubts creeping into Sudar Gaming's heads, but hey, it's 1-1 in the series, plenty of time left to change things up. Maybe it was just an off map for them. They just hit the regain and go right back at it.
Yeah, that might be the case. And look, still plenty of time to turn the series back to either side. But before we get into our next map, we're just going to take a quick short break. So stick around and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Afraid this moves control, caught up in this world. I've wasted time, I've wasted breath. I think I've thought myself to death. I was born without this fear, now only this seems clear. I need to move, I need to fight, I need to lose myself tonight.
All right, and here we go. We are back, ready to go for Karachi control for map number 3. Tied up in the series 1-1. And as you saw in that last search and destroy, not really a as even game as compared to that first map on 6-star. 6-1 deficit, but not too late here for Sudar Gaming to get this back under their control as we kick it off here for map number 3. And yeah, LO6, they're going to start on the defensive side, so pressure will be on them to try and limit the amount of ticks that this offensive side can get. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting map, and if it plays out how the first respawn did, I'm expecting this one to be a lot closer than that search and destroy was. But it's going to be a mixy little battle over towards the B site, as now they're going to send 2 players in nice and early to start the progression, and Splody going to get tagged up in the cross, and you can see the numbers starting to push through now for LO6 Gold, but the kills coming through for Sudar Gaming. That's going to be a late 4 down, but the close spawns still right there for LO6 Gold.
Yeah, LO6 Gold getting a bit lucky with those spawns to be able to come right back onto that B point with some great work by Sudar Gaming on there. But Danny Mac picking up a 2. Splody looks like he's about to say looked like he's going to get taken out, but he still managed to stay up. But and again, LO6 Gold looking like they're going to be able to do just about enough to clear that point. But Sudar Gaming, they really are giving up on this B, surprisingly. I mean, usually you see teams at least go towards that A from time to time to try and drag them off, but this has been a really strong commitment. But I think LO6 Gold are beginning to get a bit more set up for that push down. It does seem to be rotating over towards A, so definitely an interesting strategy for Sudar Gaming. And hey, it did get them a tick and a half, but ultimately I think they would have liked a little bit more to come out of that initial B push.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point there. It's not usually a sort of thing where you see teams burn through a majority of their resources gone for one site, and that might bite them in the backside here, as they're left with 25 seconds left and 11 lives, Sudar Gaming. So they might get the minute extension here on B, which I think they're going to get, but at what cost? A minute 30, 11 lives. I guess it is pretty level, 11 to 12, but you can see the numbers for LO6 Gold. They've got some good position here. They're going to find a couple of kills. They'll try and find this one over towards Diner, but they want to try and maintain that pressure through the middle of the map and try and limit the amount of angles that these guys can go through. And here we go, Danny Mac through the top of fire, able to find one. A couple of tags will come through, and Austin trying to get through to wherever he can to become impactful on the map. But they got a player up on 3rd, and they're just trying to lock down the top of the map here as best as they can. Cheeseburger, super important he stays alive here.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to stay up on top of that point as Sudar Gaming are on that A. They have a tick and a half gone now, 6v7. Cheeseburger can't afford to give it up. LO6 Gold have lost a lot of that top control, and Cheeseburger goes to that flank onto the point, and that's a massive kill coming in now, and they're getting that tick down as well. 4v6, dare I say LO6 Gold has done just about enough.
I think they have a 3v5 now. Choco trying to work through the back. Austin loses a big one up top. That might have swung the thing of this round. It might have gone their favour here, but Conwa never too late to make a play. If he's able to get lucky here on Drew, I don't think he spotted him in time, and Choco made the smart decision to back up and play streaks. Only 2 kills away, so you can chalk this round up. It's going to go to LO6, and Choco, well, obviously, he's just going to play his life in the back here. So, yeah, it was interesting to see the resources burn nice and early, but it's going to go LO6's way for round number 1. And maybe that sets the tone here for this map number 3.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, look, Legends of 6 Gold having a great defensive round. All things considered, it was incredibly close. But, you know, looking at the side of Sudar Gaming, you could argue, yes, they got 4 ticks, but I also would say doing all the hard work and making that B play to only then get 1 tick a day isn't exactly how you want it to work out. I mean, they could have gotten that A way earlier at the beginning of the round, had time to focus on B, and maybe at least gotten 1 or 2 ticks with it. So, Legends of Gold, I think we'll be able to smell blood a little bit here when it comes to the tick count, but again, it is all about this offensive. LO6 Gold can get themselves a few more ticks here. They'll be in a very, very good spot to come away with this map, as they are sitting on this A point and getting it capped quick. Sudar Gaming seem to have started off a little slow, it seems, but Austin eventually actually managing to get in there for the 2. It's a great job, and now we're going to have a gunfight over at B as well, which could be a big one, and I think that is won by Conwa. So overall, it was maybe a slow start in the defense by Sudar, but doing a good job.
Yeah, it was a little bit slow. They went to the sides pretty heavily, but it does work out in the end, so can't write them off completely. And, well, that streak never came to be here for Choco as well. He just fell short, so playing his life early did not pay dividends, and you've got a 5 spree on the other side for Drew, so maybe some streak potential here, and Choco just opting to play up in this little cubby here. Knows he's very well protected, and he's going to try and play the kills on Ol, but there's Danny Mac finding that kill there, and they'll try and work their way through to get this spawn trap in on Sudar. Are they going to be able to get it is the other question. There's Drew for number 6. He's going to get that streak secured. Now they're going to try and move on forward. Can't find the kill on Austin. He's dancing around trying to stay alive. Loses his gunfight. Conwa are able to find one, but they're going to slowly work their way onto this point. Any second now, they're just waiting and buying some time. Choco trying to work the bottom of red here, and Drew, no idea where these players are. And you can tell the communication from both sides is very heavy right now, trying to direct their troops.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much in a stagnant setup at the moment, just waiting for those picks to try and break through, and Sudar Gaming get the first one, the second and the third. I think it's a great picks to hold off on the defense, be a far easier site to defend, but all in all, if you lose that site once, it could be game, set and match for the round for you. As it is now, Austin sitting and getting this tick down as Legends of 6 Gold will have, at least you would think, 2 more chances at pushing this so long as they're quick, but only 40 seconds left and they are ticked down. They do need to try and get themselves pushed in here, and they need to do it with a bit of pace, but Sudar Gaming, credit to them, they're holding back well.
Yeah, they are doing a great job, and it has not taken them as many lives as the last round, so you can see the difference here in between the 2 offensive sides and how the pace of the round plays out, but it's not too late. They can still try and get some progression, but you can tell they're just slowly waiting to group up together. Now they're going to make the play to go through. 3 players fly. They can pause the time on 8 seconds, and if you get a lot of bodies in, the tick goes very fast. So now that's going to force these defensive players to make the decision to go really quick, and that's going to play right into the hands of Danny Mac. He finds himself a few kills. Buddha's going to come through from the front, try and get a 3rd body in, but it might be too late. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this from being captured. You can see Austin trying to clear his corners. Good shots onto Danny, spinning around, almost took out his teammate. 3 seconds left. Contest comes in for Conwa. Knows there's 1 player in the point. He's going to spot him. He can't waste too much time jumping out. That might do it. They're going to hold on. No, they're not. Contest comes through again. There's bodies flying through. And Sudar, they hang on. And it was close, but they hang on and they tie it up 1-1. And man, that was mixy towards the end.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. All credit to LO6 Gold, who made that very competitive right at the death. I think it was all part of the game plan, should I say, right until that very end, and then go for that really heavy stack push that worked for them. And it was such a back and forth with Sudar Gaming, who eventually managed to just about hold out. But what worked in LO6 Gold's favor, they got 5 ticks, I believe, as opposed to Sudar Gaming's 4. So they have a 1 tick advantage going into this one now, which could see them get another defense. But mind you, I don't even know if you'd want another defense on this map the way it plays out. Playing defense is slightly easier, but it also feels just as risky at times.
Yeah, especially that back diner jump ball spawn. It is, we call it Death Alley over in APAC. It is just a nightmare to try and jump over the wall. But we'll see. Offense and defense, it can always play either way. But how's that? A off the board nice and early, 2 minutes on the time, and you've still got a massive amount of lives to work B. That is absolutely ideal for the offensive side here. And now you can see the players slowly trying to work through the middle of the map and from up top yellow, but it does not work out. They get caught. A couple of kills in the kill feed now for Legends of Gold. And here we go. Conwa finding himself 1, just going to jump in the point, try and pause this time, and they know exactly where these players are spawning, but number 8 has worked out, and he might be a problem. Oh, no, maybe not.
Yeah, Legends of 6 Gold have kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit here with their positioning, but they managed to get on and get that point cleared just about in time before the cavalry arrives directly to the point. A bit of unfortunate timing there as Choco gets taken out, but Splody could potentially do something here. But LO6 Gold have managed to hold on with this defense for now. 1.5 minutes left, 20v21. Very evenly contested affair here, as that A did go super quick and Sudar Gaming bought themselves plenty of time. But this really could go either way from this point, as Sudar Gaming are trying to work their way around the back to hit a different type of offense. But they haven't seen Danny Mac 112 in the back. He is watching it, so he has it covered.
Yeah, and this is a good play to try and work through the back, but you could see a couple of players then steer back and go the other way, maybe think that they know that they're going to all be caught going one way, and there's 3 down in the feed for LO6. So just like that, they deal with the offensive push, and there's very minimal time left, 45 seconds. I guess there's still enough for them to work with it, and we'll see if they can manage to find something here, but it's just kills on both sides. No real control of red just yet for the offensive team. You've got Danny Mac dropping bombs on top of the bus. There's Austin getting 2 of his own, now flying in to get some pause on the time. A couple of wild melees don't connect on anyone. And now you've got the defense spawning up on the jump wall, trying to throw some bodies in aggressively and get these players off. But a 10 versus 13 going right down to the wire in terms of lives. Can they hold on? Conway going to work inside of Diner.
And dare I say it, I think Sudar Gaming might have done enough on this point. They've got them pushed back. They're picking up the kills, and it looks like they're going to take this B to go 2-1 up. Sudar Gaming take that round, winning a vital offensive round. And my God, what a round to win. I mean, as you said, 10v13, it looked like the lives weren't in their favor. They weren't fully stacked on hill, but they went big with a couple of kills, coming in with the sass meow as they just decimated everyone on the point and managed to take an offense that, as we know, is incredibly hard to get, especially when the lives are dwindling at that late stage.
Yeah, and look, if there's one thing that's probably really annoying about that B site as a defense is when you spawn so close to that wall and you have no choice but to jump over it, and you have 30 players, 30 sets of what feels like 30 aiming you, jumping over that wall, and it just makes it impossible to try and do anything. But here we go. Starting off round number 4, we've got the A site being the target, and already 2 ticks going the way of Buddha's capture here. So he's done a good job just locking this down. And he's going to get the second player in now just to accelerate that tick, and they should get this pretty well uncontested. So I'm not sure if Sudar's game plan was to give that up so easily. They have not invested any lives towards defending that at all. So we'll see if that plays into a factor here, as Drew picking up a nice kill up top fire. And they still do have a streak to work with if they want, LO6.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have something in the back pocket and giving themselves a lot of time to work with, as Sudar Gaming did in the round previous. So for them to be hoping to have enough time to kind of go in and get a few pushes at this, try a few different strategies, as Con was trying to push out but gets taken out. And LO6 Gold in looking like it would have been a good position there to maybe get a push forward, but it's what we've seen all series. As soon as a team gets like a 2 or 3 piece and you think they're about to push forward, the other team just gets 2 or 3 of their own, seems to answer back with such a similar play that really just sets everything back to exactly the way it was. It just stagnates the push, and we've seen that so much on the map number 1. It seems to be the way the respawns tend to go between these two.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to tell, and especially where that team is spawning after the 3 down as well. Sometimes you think they're spawning out so far, but they end up spawning 15 meters away from you, and all that work you've gone to put in just goes straight down the bin. So it can be very mixy in control. You never know. Sometimes if you don't have that right positioning, you can end up in a really bad position. So, but we'll see. LO6, not too bad in terms of lives. 16 versus 19, still very doable in this position to take this round, and we haven't seen them opt to use the streak just yet. I'm not sure if they're waiting for the perfect moment, maybe to get some bodies in the point and find a couple of kills before they decide to use it, but now they're going to put some bodies in. You've got Conwa holding the flank, I'm sure, for a spawner here, and they're loading a lot of bodies inside of red. I don't know why they're not going at this hill at all. all. They must have underestimated the amount of players that were inside. And the round's gone to LO6 completely uncontested. I'm not sure what's just happened there.
Yeah, that was incredibly bizarre. I think it's exactly what you said. They must have just thought one or two people were on the hill and were kind of waiting for everyone else to converge. I think they must have thought that if they jumped out, there would have been players sitting at other angles just to completely mow them down. So we're kind of waiting to strategize a push, but everyone was just in the hill, ready to go. That was incredibly bizarre to say the least. And I was thinking to myself, you know, they had 3 in hell, so LO6 gold, why did you not use your streak to guarantee the round? You could have stopped that push, but Sudar Gaming never pushed, so that worked perfectly in their favor. They're going into a round now where they've got a defense, and beyond that, they have a streak to work with on that defense, so a get out of jail free card perhaps at any point. Sudar Gaming may have really shot themselves in the foot for this map.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall in their Discord call, to hear the communication in the end of that round, and we're getting a streak early at the start of the round. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know. My brain's not computing right now what I'm witnessing, but interesting
We have befallen
decision.
to anarchy. We have befallen to anarchy here. Everything is just going outside of timings we're normally used to. We don't know what to make of it.
Maybe they know something we don't. I'm not too sure. We're just casters. We're not the players in this position, so I guess we can't judge too heavily here. But it looked like they were planning on a dual attack between A or B. That has not gone their way just yet. And it's going to be down to Austin here to see if he can find some kills. But they've got eyes watching him jumping out of fire, and Cheeseburger's going to go on the hunt to try and get through to the spawn here. And Drew trying to get that tick down, and 35 seconds left on the time. Are they going to be able to get this done? Sudar Gaming, we'll see what they can manage here.
Yeah, Sudar Gaming trying to get these points captured, but to no avail, and are already down 10 lives with 28 seconds left before a point is even gone. And look, you can get the A captured from here, but the more lives you drop, the more you think about what's going to happen at this B. And gosh, Sudar Gaming, I think you perfectly said it with the wanting to be a fly on the wall in that Discord chat. I want to hear what these guys are saying to each other, because that must be such a momentum killer as well. When you thought you're pulling yourself back into this in a nice control, then all of a sudden you're in a position where you could go 2-1 down in a series. And Legends of Six Gold really doing everything they can in their power to see this one through, and credit to them playing good COD, but I think they're benefiting off Sudar Gaming just, I think, fumbling the bag at certain points.
Oh, that's going to do it as well. I don't think they're going to get there even with the close market spawn. So just like that, LO6, they're going to get it done in map number 3. And there was some really, really interesting decisions there, which I'm not sure when a good time is to bring those up, considering that the series is going to continue on. But hopefully, for the sake of Sudar Gaming, they don't let that get to their head then, because that one little decision there may have cost them that map and could be the deciding factor in this series.
Yeah, potentially, but I think, look, they just got to look at it as maybe perhaps a miscommunication, an error that happens, or maybe they just had something in their head that they were thinking of that was ultimately the wrong thing. At the end of the day, you could chalk it down to one mistake. Yes, it's cost a map, but, you know, you can't be thinking too much about that going into the rest of the series. You still can't see it through. You can take it to a map 5, which I think would suit Sudar Gaming. I think they just have to try and get through the sub-base hard point, which, you know, all the signs are telling me that Legends of Six Gold are going to find themselves a little more comfortable on this map in terms of how active they were on rotating on that map number 1, how they play in a hard point, how I think this sub-base will negate some of the submachine gun strengths that Sudar Gaming brought to that map number 1. And, you know, we've seen on a long lane of sight map and Invasion, LO6 Gold managing to do incredibly well. I mean, Cheeseburger in particular was able to pick up a lot of long distance kills with that AR. He was completely beaming. So I think if you're Sudar Gaming now, you're realizing that this is an incredibly difficult task ahead of you. But if you can get through this, then you certainly can do a job on that map 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, subs do tend to get nullified a little bit on this map just because of those head glitch positions you can find all around the map, and certain long angles, definitely not the sort of position you want to take a rival gunfight with going up against an MCW. So you're definitely more than likely going to see 3, maybe 4 ARs out for some of these hills, but it's going to be up to the adaptation of both of these teams and how that flex player can manage themselves going into this map number 4, especially for Sudar Gaming now that they are facing the brink of elimination going into this last map. And not a bad start off the rip there. They find 3, but Danny Mac, we've said his name quite a few times. He's been finding some moments in this series. He's definitely been finding a couple of doubles and triple kills, and he's definitely going to be the sort of man we're going to look to and the player for LO6 Gold that might just step up and be the difference maker in this series.
Yeah, Danny Mac has been incredibly strong throughout the entirety of this series. I think everyone really on the side of Legends of 6 Gold has. I mean, one thing you can't take away from either of these teams is that maybe except for that map number 2, we've had an incredibly competitive series of both of these teams having moments. I mean, especially in that map number 1, how many times did we see the likes of Austin and Conway get 2 pieces? Legends of 6 Gold answering back with 2 pieces of their own. An incredibly competitive affair, I think, regardless, but now as we're on this map, LO6 Gold got the majority of that time on P1 and are now set up for the P2. We talk about rotations being incredibly important for both these teams on this map and how LO6 Gold potentially had the advantage in that regard. And so far that seems to be ringing true as they get a 4 down on the point.
Yeah, this P2 is super important to grab a good chunk of time on, but it's not really a great spawn for Sudar Gaming. They might get trapped in here, depending if they can get someone to slip out nice and early, or if someone from LO6 gets out of position. But it's a nice little battle here on P2. Danny Mac's going to find that last kill. He might jump these last 10 seconds here, but Sudar Gaming only able to find just the 2 points so far between 120 available to start the game. So not too great as we start sub-base. Still plenty of time to be able to turn that around here, and Choco is going to make sure they start to accrue those points now as he's going to find the initial time on P3 and LO6 Gold. Well, they're going to try and work through top and tunnel, and the players from up top, they're going to have to go through Austin, and they do find one. Buddha takes care of him, and well, there you go. Conwa and Choco finding themselves a couple as well, and Danny Mac, he's just going to have to sit and wait as the players in the back are going to spawn right on top of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about the importance of spawns on this map, and LO6 Gold rotated really well for that P2 and got the payoff for that with the majority of the time. It left Sudar Gaming set up for P3, and now they're holding the time well. It is incredibly difficult to get yourself rotated between those 2 points, and if LO6 Gold had managed to break in at that point, then you really would have had to raise some question marks of how Sudar Gaming were going to play throughout the rest of this series. But Sudar Gaming have pulled themselves back into it, have to focus on the rotation. But let's see how LO6 Gold are setting up for this defense as we go for a listen in.
One secret. Alright, I'm telling it.
Bottom tunnel, one shot. Bottom tunnel, Austin. Bottom tunnel, Austin. Whoever Snow looked at.
Secret a bullet.
Top secret is
We're
spawning on water. We're spawning on water.
Austin, Maze dead.
Nice, we're spawning on water.
Water dead. Top
Nice, top.
Come on, top secret. Come on, top secret.
I'm pitching secret. I'm pitching.
One shot behind you. He's laying down on the box and then telling you the point. Water. I spawned in the back.
Floaty mid.
Dead on
Did we
turn.
kill Spotty? Spotty's still in the back.
Water. Maze. He could go third.
They did on point, and then water side. Top third, water, and then on point.
Top third, Choco.
I spun out. Just go left.
Third dead.
Top third. Dead. Shit on.
Come on.
Push up P2. Someone needs to push up. I'll push out.
Look for comma stuff.
Oh, third.
Get out left.
Top third and top snow. Top third and top comms.
They pushed out.
I don't see third.
We gotta play time.
I got it.
P2 plat, right?
Top snow.
P2 plat. One top warehouse.
Top warehouse, Choco, weak.
The comms are most certainly locked in with LO6 Gold as they are trying to keep this lead in this game, but credit to Sudar Gaming, they have been pulling it back on the time, 85 to 90 now, and set up on this point, spawning LO6 Gold down that ramp. A decent spawn trap to have here. Sudar Gaming have really needed to take this moment to get back into it, as they couldn't let this map run away from them. It would have been detrimental to their chances in this series. And so far, as we're getting ready to set back up for this P1, it's been an incredibly back and forth map.
Yeah, and full credit to Sudar Gaming to fight in this matchup. I mean, you know, that difference at the start of the game did not look great, but they have brought this right back. In fact, they're going to take the lead at the end of this hill, so that is a great improvement to see out of these guys here. Now it's going to go back to P1 and the importance of maintaining a good chunk of time on P1 and then getting ready for P2 nice and early. Could not highlight and stress that more enough here for Sudar Gaming, and the contest comes in from Buddha. He's going to find 2 inside of the hill, going to work with that rival. And we said at the start of this match, those rivals are going to try as hard as they can to battle it out against the ARs, and Buddha is finding his way on this P1 hill. He's done a great job up until that point there before he gets taken out, but Alo6 1 point lead here with 20 seconds left. It's going to go back into the favor of Sudar Gaming, but Alo6 just cannot find much of this time since that P3 rotation to P4. They have just been getting locked out in every single aspect. So full credit to Sudar Gaming. They have pulled themselves right back into this game, and they're winning the kills on rotation with the spawn at the back of P2. Talk about a great string of events for Sudar Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Now that they're guaranteeing themselves some of the spawns, that really could be the difference maker. But on top of that, are just picking up the kills, which is vital, as Conwell now chasing down Danny Mac. And 130 to 117, locking down the spawns. A pretty strong hold, it looks like. Elo6 Gold are going to have to completely rely on that P3 now, and it's insane that that's going to be the case, given they were in a position where they looked so strong up until arguably P3 or 4 on the first set of rotations. Sudar Gaming have been playing it to perfection coming back, but credit to Drew, he picked up a nice 2 and is going to be trying to maybe pick up the 3rd. Elo6 Gold, credit to them there. They needed to break into hold from the front, and they have. They've disrupted a little bit of that time. Now the difference isn't so drastic, and they could very easily pull this back in the P3. This map screams of going right down to the wire.
Absolutely, and I would love to hear the communication going on with Sudar Gaming since that P3, so we might see if we could jump into a listen in with Sudar Gaming.
I've read Austin. You can get a maze, you can get a tunnel, you can get a tunnel.
Nothing maze. Oh fuck, I shouldn't have shot. Drew's
I'm out
through,
bunker,
Drew's through.
bunker.
I'm gonna reroute. Yeah, Drew.
I'm pinching Sky bunker.
Deep right, another deep right, another deep right.
Yeah, they're going right, guys.
Alright,
I have
I'm
maze,
in
I have
through
maze.
middle.
With you,
I'm on
deep right.
P2. I have maze.
Alright, I'm up P1.
Throughout me P2.
I'm going maze.
He's literally just holding this.
I'm going warehouse. I'm going warehouse.
2 maze.
Jim trying to help you. Drew's dead. D-Mac dead. Another one. Top, he's close.
Right there.
On you,
One
P2.
shot.
Jump down maze.
Nice, last guy's
Let's
out.
go hold on me. Let's go
I'm on
literally
up
hold on me. Fucking doing
Are you
nothing.
blocking, Connor?
Yeah, I should be.
Okay, then they're gonna spawn hold. I'm gonna come help this.
Low, right on you. Yeah, 3 gold.
Are
they going lab? Are they going lab?
Idiots. One left, one left.
Put it in.
One left.
One
One bunker at least. I'm getting on.
Bunker then.
I'm gonna stay lab, guys. I'm one off a cruise.
Here. I'm going deep.
I'm just holding
Top
lab.
comms on me.
They can go
Got me.
bunker and left. They have to go
Yo,
bunker
get up,
and left.
Boston. You can get up, Boston.
Bunker.
Just
Top comms in the bunker.
Play water for a sec.
I got one.
Hold on.
Top comms got me. He's
They're gonna get alright, they're gonna get alright.
I still have my cruise.
Can I get secret,
Top
Austin?
comms on P1
Can I get secret, Austin?
Maybe. I spawned in the back.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Stay down.
There's one in maze window. Drop you 2.
He's dead.
Nice.
One more. He's going ramp.
Look your front.
Alright.
That's one of
He's
the
going ramp. He might go.
Some
Camera.
water.
I'm getting rinsed from water. And yeah, I'm getting
I
rinsed
kinda
from
have
both
the
angles.
chop waters.
Maze then.
I'm all shot. I got it. You're good.
No, my bad.
You're good.
One's ramp right now. Still Buddha.
About to chow it quick. Yeah, he's on the left side of it. One shot. And then Cheeseburger's here too.
I
They're
sent
both
out,
weak.
so
They're
I
both
Spawned
weak.
out. I spawned out.
Yeah, they're gonna parallel with you.
And there's your listen in for Sudar Gaming. And I tell you what, there's a little bit of a difference between the communication between both those teams, at least from what we heard. It sounds like a much calmer Sudar Gaming compared to Alo6 Gold, who sounded a little bit more frantic. And you could hear the passion from both teams at least, so they both want to win this map. But Sudar have absolutely dominated the back end of this game from the midpoint towards the back end. It has been nothing but Sudar Gaming just running amok on this sub base.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really locked this down. Been super surprising to see, but they've just adjusted so well to how Elo6 Gold wanted to play. And as you said, the confidence has been ramped up. The comms are clear and concise, cool, calm, and collected. But it is Elo6 Gold now trying to hold on to this point, but they're not really set up in the best positions to do it, but they're still picking up the kills regardless. They have to play pretty perfect hardpoint from here. I think it might be a bit too little too late for the time that they are getting as Sudar Gaming also looking to get themselves ready for that P1. Of course, they have the map within the palm of their hand. They are so close to taking us to a map 5. But LO6 Gold, of course, going to try and come in and stop that, but Buddha would have to go massive here. The setup looking strong from Sudar. This could be it.
Yeah, this might do it here. This contest is going to be everything here for LO6 Gold, and it's going to be Austin inside of the point, working with Conmar. Cheeseburger, last guy alive to stand in the way of them, but he goes down as Conmar picks up the kill. We're going to get a P1 here. It's going to be a battle for the hill. You can see Splody trying to play out and try and help his teammate find the kills. That should do it. And what a map out of Sudar Gaming. What a turnaround from that last map. And they have got themselves to map number 5. What a great effort. And what an incredible map to witness there for map number 4.
Yeah, that has just been a terrific map to watch and sort of a testament to how entertaining that this series has been as a whole. Back and forth, Legend of 6 Gold looking incredibly strong to begin with Sudar Gaming. Growing and growing into this one till eventually they looked like the dominant side. Terrific performance from every single player on that team. It was such a team performance. Honestly, I think from both teams, both really pulling out of the bag for each other, playing the right ways. And now as we go on to a Rio Search and Destroy, I do think a Rio could suit Sudar Gaming. I mean, look, I did say that they might feel a little more confident on this map, but it is up in the air, right? That Search and Destroy, the original one, did not go well for Sudar whatsoever, but I do think the map suits how they play more, and they're coming into this one with the confidence. So all of a sudden we were in a position where we were saying Legends of 6 Gold should be going into this map 4 feeling confident. Now we're going into this map 5 thinking Sudar Gaming are set up to make this reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's very possible in this position, and even just the sub factor and the submachine gun pressure you can get on Rio in Search and Destroy is super vital and important, and we know both sides have some very good submachine guns, so it's going to be a question of whether or not they want to use maybe even up to 3 in certain rounds and on certain sides. We don't know what we're going to witness here, but that momentum they're going to carry out of that sub-base hardpoint Sudar Gaming, it's going to be incredible to see what they're going to be able to rally up, especially compared to that invasion from what we saw. A much different map. It's going to be more chaotic, smaller lanes. There's just a lot of benefits here for Sudar Gaming, but we can't rule out Legends of 6 Gold either. I mean, they could very well do what they did in that map 2 and take control as well. So we'll find out very shortly. We're going to go to one final break before we go into that map 5. So we'll see you in just a few moments. And here we go for Rio Search and Destroy Map 5. Sudar Gaming, Legends of 6 Gold. We go the distance in this losers quarterfinal match. One of these teams will be eliminated. The other one will move through and try and continue their losers bracket run. No idea which one of these teams is going to be the favourite going into this map, because we've seen some strengths from both sides indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Sudar Gaming managing to nail down the hard points. Legends of 6 Gold looking like they could be the stronger team when it comes to a Search and Destroy, but how this map could play out in comparison to the previous gives signs that maybe this is a little more up Sudar Gaming's alley when it comes to a Search and Destroy mode. So be very interesting to see how it pans out, as both of these teams setting incredibly passive to begin with. Neither side want to give an edge.
Yeah, I kind of did expect a little bit of passiveness here. Judging from what we saw in the invasion, there was no real aggressive offensive rounds at all. So both teams just trying to play picks nice and early. Now the tags come through on Drew. He's going to be forced to back up. Choco was there to help. Buddha found one before being traded. All of a sudden it goes down to a 2v3 for LO6 Gold. Now they've got to try and figure out where these last few players are. It's going to be Drew playing information. Conwar's going to try get the defuse off. He gets caught. Austin slips through the back to find one. And now Choco trying to hide behind the bomb. 1v1 situation. 12 seconds left. Cheeseburger should have this under wrap here. He's going to get the timing on this last player, surely. Or maybe not. He's going to slip away. But either way, it's going to be a round for Sudar. No, Sudar? I forgot what side played it. No, LO6 Gold. Of course.
It's Legends of 6 who take that first round.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, a great play from them. They got the couple of kills. They made sure to run down the clock. Sudar Gaming really struggled. And it's always nice to see an offensive round go your way, especially when you play it patiently, right? Because the offensive rounds can always be slightly harder to take. And sometimes playing patiently, it leaves a lot of tension up in the air. And you know, it could be a real momentum drainer if you're the side of Sudar Gaming. You know, you stay alive for so long, you think playing passive is going to work around the point, and you still find yourself just dropping one by one and losing it. But granted, it was pretty close, only first round down. I doubt they're going to be letting that get into their heads too much, as the setup looking almost exactly the same as it did in round 1, but this time the other way around, as it's Sudar Gaming trying to get forward with that bomb. Conwa just kind of edging his way up through mid, and it looks like they're going to make for the push slightly quicker and get this bomb down, but Buddha's got the information, and now it's all about the retake.
Yeah, and it just took that call from Bridge to come through, and they've been able to work out stopping the plant from going down, so they've done a good job here. Splody was the one who found the first blood, and it's a 3v3 situation now, as Splody is just going to try and get this bomb down ASAP. And you can see the 3 players from LO6 Gold all inside the mid building, and it looks like they might try and take the retake through top mid. As you can see, the very spread out defensive setup here from Sudar Gaming, and they're going to make the move now as they go over towards the bomb. They're going to spot the first on the bridge. Danny Mac will get that first kill on Austin. Cheeseburger taking out his own teammate, then loses his own life. So all of a sudden, Danny Mac finds himself in a 1v2 situation with 17 seconds, and he's going to lose that gunfight to Splody as well. A bit of a unfortunate situation there for Cheeseburger.
Yeah, incredibly, because looking at the way that round was setting up for the retake, I think if you'd managed to keep your teammates alive at that point, I honestly think you would have come away with the round win. I think that was a complete killer in terms of how that round was going to play out, but ultimately Sudar Gaming will not be complaining. They had a questionable moment in that control. Now LO6 have had a questionable moment of their own. It's all evened out in terms of moments where we're scratching our heads a little bit, and now both of these teams can go forward with the rest of this map, knowing that they're in an even playing field for the stranger players.
And I wonder if the passive rounds will continue for both sides here, but it looks like initially the defense only holds one player middle, so that might be the offensive's gate to walk through and get this bomb down B more often. And you can see the offensive side now trying to take control of top middle, but the call will come through and the defense starts to collapse in. The smoke's going to be used nice and early. Austin trying to battle through the smoke. He loses his life, but the trades are coming through for both sides. Cheeseburger, all of a sudden, as quick as that, lost every one of his teammates, now in a 1v2, and the bomb is down top middle. So we'll see what Cheeseburger might be able to conjure up here in a 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, Cheeseburger either way is probably going to be spotted on this cross, and he absolutely is by Splody, and then taking out a bit of a body shot there. Just doing a bit of teasing, it seems, as we're going later on into this series. Tensions are high. You can't blame anyone for releasing a little bit of energy, maybe. Or maybe a little bit of lag. Maybe just a couple extra bullets, you know. That's the excuse we always hear, right? They never meant to do it, like, of course.
Yeah, sometimes that Packer Burst icon comes up and just a few bullets come out extra that were unintended. May have been completely unintentional, we don't know. But hopefully that body shot does not bite them in the arse. That, you know, sometimes might fire up a team, and you definitely don't want that happening if you're laying off some body shots and then dropping the map. But we don't want to cast a curse anyone, so we'll see how this plays out. But have a look at the offense now, switching it up, going to the A site instead. The smoke's going to be used to get those players into position. Now they have Garage, they've got boxes, but it's going to be Danny Mac sitting here trying to aim over the bomb. Have a look at the position from Conwa. Great trigger discipline out of him not to shoot and give away his position, but you could see Drew sitting right here outside of Garage trying to get a nice little angle to find a pick here, but they're going to get this bomb down nice and free, and they're going to spot Drew, but Splody has to be careful not to lose his life, and Conwa might be in a dangerous position here as he goes down. Now they lose one. What can they do from this position? Choco finding himself one, almost two in the back, and just like that, they all go down.
My god, Sudar Gaming, a little bit of a dismantling there towards the end, picking up the kills quickly as Splody popping off, helps get one, finishes off the second, and takes that round for his side to go 3-1 up. And damn, it's a really good performance from Sudar Gaming here at the moment. They're kind of, in a way, doing exactly what Legends of Six Gold did to them. Legends of Six Gold, or should I say Sudar Gaming, sorry, in the last Search and Destroy managed to pick up a round there. I think Legends of Six Gold to start to run away with things, and it seems to be like this polar opposite that we're seeing where Sudar Gaming, they're looking really strong. I think they're really feeling themselves after the momentum they got from that map 4.
Yeah, definitely, but they don't want to let that take them all the way through. Sometimes momentum can drag out a little bit, so they just need to keep doing what they're doing, and right now they're getting two off the rip, so the offensive side already on the back foot. The streak's going to be used from Splody, so that information's going to be in that both players are within the middle of the map, and you can see all the arrows now staring those exits, and the only way out for them is to force one side out. So they're going to elect to go top middle, straight into Conwa. A couple of shots will land, but they find the first kill. A doable situation, but 40 seconds left might force their hand a little bit. So Sudar have to keep this structure up and see if Legends of Gold can throw away their lives here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're definitely giving themselves a lifeline as Cheeseburger picks up another now 2v2, but only 25 seconds left on the clock to go for a plant, and they are nowhere near a bomb site. It looks like it's all gonna maybe come to a head towards this B site as they go to look up bridge. 1v2 now, Buddha in a very tough spot.
Yeah, and getting that bomb down with both players knowing exactly where you're going to be is rough. And look at that. He jumps off. He takes the gunfight. And it doesn't matter anyway. He goes down. And Sudar Gaming, they are really stretching this lead out. Now at a 4-1 position. So LO6 are not doing themselves any favours here. I mean, they gave themselves a good chance in that round. But just going down early and giving away first bloods, it just hurts a lot. And we saw that in that invasion. Most of the time, those first bloods were winning rounds for the side that were getting them. So, you know, they might need to refine that late into this game. And they go back onto a defensive side, and we'll see if they can hold on and try and steal this round back and work their way back into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have to work their way back into it now, or else they're really out of options. But they have given themselves a good chance, 4v3, getting that first blood, which will prove incredibly important, and getting another Danny Mac. We said his name so many times, picking up a big kill alongside Drew. Now 4v1. Make that 3v1 now, as Austin's going to try and do something here, but an incredibly tall task ahead. Overall, good round from Legends of Six Gold, it seems, and they'll be trying to work the comeback, but they'll need to play some perfect S&D.
Yeah, these positions are not great to be in, and I think LO6 won't give away their lives the way that Sudar did in that last round. They're just going to sit nice and tight. I don't know if they know bombs down. I'm assuming the player up top mid probably knows, and now Austin's just going to be forced to make a move, and he's going to get caught in the back. So that is the round that LO6 Gold needed. That's the one they need to ride through the rest of this map with, and just keep in the back of their mind that if they play like that throughout the rest of this search and destroy, they could pull this back and win it quite easily. They just need to be able to figure out their offenses a little bit better than they have so far. And yeah, obviously a few players on LO6 Gold now starting to step up, which is exactly what we want to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, they have to step up at this point. They're running out of options. If there's any time you're going to do it, you have to do it now, as they do have an offensive round. And if they take an offensive round here, then, you know, I would be a little more confident of their chances to come back into this one, as it seems to be an aggressive push towards A, but Sudar Gaming looking pretty set up for it. First blood will be huge, and it does go the way of Sudar. Massive moment.
Yeah, that's a big first blood to get here, and you've got one player inside of the garage just waiting, seeing if that player on the bomb will give away his life, but those toes are sticking out, Buddha. You need that cover urgently, but it doesn't matter. They're going to work the pick anyway, and it's going to be down to Danny Mac and Drew. They're positioned up top. Danny Mac goes down, and Drew finds himself in a 1v4. He's smoked out. They're getting the defuse off. He's just going to slide across. Splodey's going to catch him in the back. A couple of little body punches as well will come through, and it's going to be a 5-2 lead now for Sudar Gaming on match series point. They could get it done in this next round, Zep, and well, now it's an absolute mountain to climb if you're LO6 Gold.
Yeah, Splody, I think, once again suffering from those lag spikes we were talking about, accidentally meleeing a dead body. You hate to see that happening, but I think Sudar Gaming, look, they're reaping the rewards for their hard work. They've really grown into this series after just about winning that first hard point to, you know, really suffering with that map 2 and 3 to all of a sudden work their way back into this one and be leading as confidently as they are, as a testament to their character, as Legends of Six Gold are trying their very best to make something out of this map. But it'll be so much to do here as we're in this final round and they're already a man down.
Oh, and Danny Mac straight away getting right back into the action, finding that player, but he loses his life just over Challing. Probably didn't need to. Splody finding one in the back, and now Drew, you've got a 1v3 to keep your team in the competition. What can you conjure up? Can you be the man to step up, or is this going to be the end of your run? We're about to find out. He's going to get spotted. Watch the players collapse, and they're going to get it done, and watch them stand up and wave them all off. They are done. LO6 Gold out, and Sudar Gaming will progress through. And what a search and destroy we've just witnessed from them after that sub-base hardpoint. What an incredible turnaround for these boys.
Yeah, an incredible turnaround. Massive congratulations to them, and commiserations to Legends of Six Gold, who put on a great performance. But you can even just see there at the end when Sudar Gaming, they also stood up. They were loving how they were playing towards the end of that, and it felt like they were just driving themselves off confidence, off momentum, really got into a groove. And, you know, I really just love how they managed to come back from adversity in a 6-star that was so back and forth to really just not having it go their way at all in the Search and Destroy or Karachi at times. To be able to come back in the fashion that they did is just, it's fantastic to see. And I think they're the deserved winners in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot take away any credit from them whatsoever. That was great to see them bounce back from a 1-2 deficit and then take that sub-base the way they did, and then go into that map 5 and leave no doubts at all that they were the better team there, even after refining some mistakes from that map 3. Quite possibly they'll learn from that and they'll take all that going into their next series. But we're going to get, I believe we're going to get Austin in very shortly, and we'll have a chat to him about that. But yeah, that was just an incredible series to watch.
Yeah, fantastic series to watch from beginning to end, right? Like, I think that was the real kicker of it, that 6-star hard point. From there, you really couldn't see which way it was going to go. And then after map number 2, we really thought we were seeing a picture being painted in regards to LO6 Gold maybe being able to take this series through onto a map 4. And then after what seemed to be a calamitous error by Sudar Gaming on that control, where we didn't really know what happened, it looked like it was all written in the cards for LO6 Gold to get it done and dusted in that sub-base. But Sudar Gaming, after a couple of hills, really found their groove and momentum on that sub base, pulled it back, won in style, and then went into that search and destroy just full of confidence, to where they were just able to completely tear the opposition apart and win in style.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just so many different points throughout that series where both teams look to be the better team, and you know, sometimes those little mistakes in certain modes do cost, and unfortunately the search and destroy was just so polar opposite between both sides. We saw one dominating on one, and towards the end in that map 5, we saw Sudar taking control. So maybe it's the map pool, maybe it's the momentum. It could have been some mistakes. We're not going to know. But either way, Sudar Gaming, hats off to you for the way they performed. And obviously, Legends of Six Gold, we're not going to take credit away from them either. They had an incredible run throughout the bracket. And from what I witnessed earlier as well, throughout earlier stage in the brackets, they had some fantastic matches and moments as well. So they should not be too disappointed in themselves. Obviously, a lot to learn as a team as they go forward, but, you know, full credit to those guys as well.
Yeah, absolutely full credit to them. And speaking of all the guys over at Sudar Gaming, we finally do have Austin ready for an interview. Austin, welcome in, my friend. First of all, just want to say a massive congratulations in that game. It was a fantastic series to watch from the neutral perspective, going right down till the end. It seems like you won with a fair bit of confidence towards the end there. It looked like you were really enjoying it there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are breakers, dude. We had them. We knew when we got to map 5 that it was over. They got a freebie on the control, so we just knew that if we got to map 5, it was over.
Yeah, I love to hear it. And that's actually leading on perfect to what I was going to ask, because it did look like on the control there were a few moments where maybe you could have had the game in the bag, and it almost, I suppose, kind of half answers the question I was going to ask. So you knew going into a map 5 you could have won it. You were never worried at any point then during the mid part of that series?
No, that sub base was ours, and we've been good on Rio. We've been pretty money. Now we just lost one player, and it that's all it needs in control. You lose one player, it's over. So we got it back. Those guys suck. Mav up. Shout out UTA COD. And my mom and my dad. I love y'all.
Love to hear it. Bezo, you got anything to add?
Yeah, look, Austin, obviously, congratulations to you guys and how well you guys all played collectively as a team. Just want to ask I've got a few questions, sort of one more in particular, going back to that control in round 4. When they captured the cafe point, just want to get inside the minds of you guys and sort of what happened when they captured the cafe point. You guys were sort of all cooped around in red. What was going on there in the gameplay?
The sense of urgency was kind of off. We didn't realize how many got through because we had a player in junk, and they only calmed one person. So, and he lost that one, but like at that point we were like, it's probably 1 on and 3 junk. And it was actually flipped. There was 3 on and 1 junk. So it was just miscommunication.
And look, like that can happen in Call of Duty. But you know, did you guys sort of what was the mood like in the communications? You know, obviously after dropping that map, I mean, it was incredibly close, and you guys had control of that hard point, and the search and destroy was, you know, not great on invasion. So when you went down 1-2. You know, what were you guys saying to each other going into that sub base?
I don't know if you know the story behind it, but I had to drive 10 hours to get Connor and Chaco here. And we just told ourselves this morning, no matter what, we're not leaving with 1 loss and going home. So regardless of the score, regardless of the situation, we were about to come out and fry. There's always 5 maps, you know.
No, that's awesome to hear, man. And, you know, good effort from you to be able to drive, 10 hours and get those guys to the event. That is an absolute mission. And if you couldn't tell, I'm from Australia, so I know all about long drives. But,
absolutely.
Yeah, look, unless Zep has any other questions, I mean, that's pretty much it from me. And just want to wish you guys luck moving forward throughout the rest of the losers bracket, and hopefully we can see you guys in the grand final up against whatever team you guys might see there.
All right, we're going for it, man. You'll see us again.
Love to hear it, man. Well, yeah, best of luck in the rest of it. Wishing well for you guys. Have a good one.
Awesome. Thank you. Mav up.
Well, I mean,
that's great.
What can you say about that? Yeah, exactly. What can you say? I mean, full of confidence. They knew they had it in the bag. Never worried after that map 3. I think, you know, talking about that mistake that we heard about in the control, it's sort of exactly what we predicted. They just underestimated the amount of people that were on the point. And, you know, with control, especially towards that cafe point, it is a case of what he said as well. You just lose one player and that can be it. Just one moment is all it takes for you to be stuck in a spawn trap, struggling to get over that half wall while that B point is going down. So, you know, again, you can look at that control as a game of moments. They realized that it was just a moment and overall felt confident in their ability to go through the rest of the series and pull it back. So massive testament again to their mentality.
Yeah, and for teams to be able to bounce back in situations like that, and as you heard Austin say before, you know, they're going to lengths of driving 10 hours to get their teammates to the event, and they're rallying each other up in the mornings, making sure that they are playing at their absolute best. And you know you're going to get a good team if they can be in a deficit like they were and lose a map like they did in sort of map 2 and 3, but bounce back in map 4 and 5 the way they did. I mean, that is just incredible to see from them, and that's going to maybe steer me a little bit more towards them as a favorite potentially throughout the later end of this bracket, but there's still plenty of work for them to go from here. So we'll see what they're able to do. I think they've got maybe 2 matches or 3 matches left before they do get to that grand final. So still plenty of COD for them to play and a lot of mistakes still possibly there for them to learn from, but we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of COD left to play and plenty of COD for you all watching at home to see. So make sure not to go anywhere as we will be right back with the next game.
Welcome back. We are now at our losers semi-finals, where we've got Sudar Gaming and Destro Gaming going at it to try and get their spot in the losers finals match, going up against one of the element teams between orange or blue. However, that one decides, but focused on this series here, Destro and Sudar, it's going to be a very good matchup considering what we saw before. And just having a quick look at our bracket, that is how it has played out so far. Destro getting the better of Legends of 6 White.
Yeah, I mean, Sudar Gaming looking really good as well, really hot after how we just seen them play, and we get to go right back in to see them again. They're going in warm and fresh and ready to get into this one, trying to make their way to that losers final. It's all to play for here, really getting down into these final few games, the massive crunch time for all of the teams left in it. It's going to make for an incredibly exciting watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good. I get to see Destro play now, so I haven't been able to see the way that they have made their run through the bracket, but we know what we're going to expect out of Sudar Gaming. So I think the expectation is going to be on those guys, at least from my end, but without throwing too much bias towards them. I'm expecting them to come out with a lot of passion in this series, considering what we heard from one of their players before in Austin. So yeah, this should be a very competitive matchup, and I hope we see it go the distance again.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether or not it does go the distance. And I believe, as far as I'm aware, if I'm not mistaken, we do have intro videos to play for both of these teams. So let's get those rolling.
Yo, can I get a snow cone?
Yeah, sure thing, man. Give me 1 sec. Alrighty, here you go.
Tom. Yo, Austin, I got you your snow cone. Thanks, man.
Absolutely love to see those videos, the pure passion behind them, as we take a look now at Sudar Gaming versus Destro Gaming, how they line up to take on each other. I mean, look, we said it in the previous series, we'll say it again, the stats almost at this point can sort of go out of the window. Maybe you can take a look to maybe see who your MVP could be, who you could rely on, but ultimately you're in that pressure point now where both teams are just really trying to play their best card, and if anyone hasn't been feeling it up until this moment, this is the moment where they'll be trying to turn it on, play their best and help out their team and potentially be a difference maker in where they've been perhaps a sleeping giant throughout the tournament before. So you can have you can glean a little bit from the stats, but I think you'd be a fool to read too much into them going into this series.
Yeah, and just having a look at the map pool that we've got coming up as well, it should be a little bit of a change up from what we saw before, but nothing too extreme here. We do have a triple Karachi on the cards here, which is an interesting choice to see. We saw a little bit of Karachi control from Sudar Gaming earlier, but we've got a Karachi search and destroy and a hard point in that. And then obviously if we go the distance, we see an invasion. So if Sudar are to get to that distance, hopefully they've refined some of those mistakes and some of those strategies that we saw from that last series. But yep, I am keen to see how Destro go, at least going into this map 1 on Vista Hardpoint. So they definitely want to set the tone nice and early in this losers semi-final and get themselves ready if they are to go through to the losers final matchup against one of those element teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the master of this series is going to be the one who can master the Karachi triple potentially. And, you know, Sudar Gaming did play that Karachi control, did make mistakes, but we also did hear that they felt like that they did have that map and weren't too worried when they lost it the last time. And to be fair, that was pretty true. They did have the map within their grasp. So we've definitely seen that they can play a strong Karachi on a control. It's whether or not they can do that on a search and destroy and potentially a hard point. We will wait and see. But of course, it will be that map number 1 on Vista Hardpoint that both of these teams will be looking towards to begin with. And really interesting matchup that we've got here between these two sides going on to this map. I feel like this map is the outlier. You know, obviously we have a triple Karachi, so it's going to play relatively similar. But just in terms of the pacing of this map as well, I think Karachi is a far more tactical affair in comparison to Avista, that I feel is a bit smaller, a bit more reliant on high engagements. But it's, as I say a million times on this map, it's about holding the spawns as well. If you get around to the good spawn side on P2, it can favor you for P3 and P4. So both of these teams will be keeping that in mind as we load into the beginning of this map.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to kick it off here, going on to a P1 to start the map, and it's going to be Sudar Gaming trying to get the early control of the point. And I think it's very, very key for these guys to make sure that they can maintain pace against Destro Gaming, because we saw, especially in those search and destroys, they did slow down a little bit, but these hard points, they dominated in both in that last series, so they were very comfortable in terms of hard point, and Austin is going to be that one responsible, playing cover, but he's going to lose a lot of teammates very quickly, and the collapse will come in for Destro Gaming. The pistols come out. They're going to get that little break here with 10 seconds left, and it looks like they got some players over towards New as well. And Choco happy to try and fight back through with his teammates here and maybe try and work back through P1, see if they can flip the spawns through the back. And is Austin going to work, finds himself one, and then Conwa trading that player out straight away as well.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Sudar Gaming getting the majority of the time, but Destro Gaming doing a great job on that rotation and getting some scrap time off the old as well. Sudar Gaming playing very together, very compact when they try to rotate through, and ultimately have gotten the spawns from that 33 to 23 now with that lead extending. They do seem to be outstaying a little bit more, maybe having the advantage of being a touch warmer in this map, as we did just see them before in the previous series. And Conwa already 7-3. What a fantastic start from him. Be looking to keep these numbers up with 20 seconds left now on the clock. These teams will be thinking of a P3, and you take a look on your map, B-Man already rotating through with his teammates not too far behind him.
Absolutely, and Conwa has been that pace setter for Sudar Gaming, so it's good to see. He already has streaks by the end of P2, and Choco's just going to sponge up the rest of that time and try and make some sort of lead here as they go into P3. And Austin trying to hit that out of map route, little bit too far off to the side. He'll lose his life, and with Zadam Savage locking down the back spawns, he's going to spawn up the front, so they'll have to work this break. And it looks like Conwa wasting no time, already investing the streak. It's going to go absolutely nowhere, but Austin flying into the point here. He's going to pick up one with Conwa, and Stu will have to battle it out, try stay alive, let his teammates get off spawn. They find themselves 3. And there's the 4th, so they'll collapse back in and try get this scrap time. And they do have spawns over towards New as well, so it's going to be up to Sudar to try and work and try and force out the front once again. Can they work it out, or will they just have to go through the left side of the map?
Destro Gaming doing a great job at holding here so far, and Sudar Gaming were trying to implement what I was talking about yesterday, sort of a blitzkrieg tactic. They were popping that streak early, trying to get in, get aggressive when they lost the point, and not let Destro Gaming have any room to breathe. But credit to Destro, they held on well. Some immaculate defensive plays, allowing themselves to get the majority of the time, and also because of holding that spawn, they were able to rotate nicely onto this P4 to where they continue to hold the time and continue to grow closer and closer to catching up to Sudar, who had the good start. But it is Destro Gaming now who are just beginning to be able to hold around the point as Austin tries to break in. No luck for him as of yet, but now Sudar on the time, but for how long?
Yeah, Destro have done a very good job on their rotations. I don't think they've lost one just yet. Maybe the P2 was in question, but they've done a good job. And it's Stu finding a kill on Conwa, who's going to help to try and extend this lead out. Savage maybe 2 away from streaks as well, quite possibly. Bit of a slow start out of Splody as well, so hopefully he can pick back up. But Bridge is about to pop for P4, and P1 control will be held by Sudar. What are they going to be able to do here against Destro? Are they going to fight through the front? Are they going to go through the middle of the map? Well, the contest comes in down the bottom. Stu able to find just the 1 kill before losing his life. You got one slipping out the back, but Conwa, he's been big so far, 15-8, managing to stay alive inside of P1, and he'll try and help out his team as one goes to work in the back, falls short of streaks. And Stu, well, he can only find 1 here, and Savage forced to just back up, and the time going the way of Sudar Gaming, maybe looking to take a lead change here.
Yeah, Sudar Gaming trying to take that lead back, and as Destro Gaming fail to lock down the spawns, let's see if they can lock in the comms with the listening.
One time already. One
They're going left. They're going left. They're going left.
One
I'm holding my cheese pinch.
Just look at that. Just look at that.
They have
Look at Rails. I'm trying to look at Rails.
He's fucking.
Come on, bridge. Come on, bridge. Keep holding that, Dilla.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm seeing
Already on new.
I'm playing the mid.
On the heady. On the heady.
On the heady. Austin.
You're good.
Let me know your mid. Let me know your mid.
I'm in.
They might wrap right. And they can pinch left.
I'm holding pinch. Pinch that.
Oh,
Yeah, mid.
Rails. I'm one shot. Enemy. Come on, boy.
Two of them.
Alright, still cat. Come on.
He's sending it
He
up.
got it. He's our cheese.
Cheese. Come on, secret right now.
Okay.
He's in secret. Wrap secret.
Spawn out.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Where's she on?
I got the P3. I got the P3.
She's still.
Cheese.
Bring down.
She's dead. I'm
Nice,
going
good,
to
Has to be on the bar. Has to be on the bar.
On the bar, I don't see him on the roar.
On the bar. Don't worry. Dunning.
Looking for combo spawn.
He's out new, for sure.
He's still in iron. No one there. They're gonna keep running.
Yo, Choco's here. Yo, Choco's putting cheese. Choco's cheese.
One of them might be up.
I'm looking mid.
I'm going left.
Yo, I'm popping DP once, too.
I'm going bottom right now. One shot rails.
On
the P2 steps. One shot on the P2 steps. Con.
I'm just looking top right.
I'm missing
Choco.
P1.
He pushed out our side. Yo, he pushed out our side.
And the comms are frantic from Destro Gaming, perhaps smelling blood here, realizing they could find a way back in, but you look to the side of Sudar Gaming, it really has been Conwa holding down the fort with those kills, but he can only keep that up for so long, and as he slows down, Destro Gaming should have a way back into it, as they've had a far more even team performance.
Oh yeah, Conmar is a one-man army right now, and he's going to invest in that streak again straight away, wasting no time to hold on to it. This time it's going to find his teammate Austin, which is tragic because now Conmar last alive in the back. He's not going to get his teammates to spawn on him either, so his life is going to be in trouble here as the players fly out the back to find him. But yeah, as we said, he's been a one-man show, and the rest of his teammates, they haven't really gotten much going just yet. Maybe late towards the end of this hill, they could start to pick it up, but they're going to lose the rotation again. And they have been pretty one-dimensional, I'd sort of say, especially on some of these hills, just flooding through the front, not really taking the time to go round the back as a team, and that might hurt them on some of these hills because Destro have out-rotated them almost every single hill, and they've got a good chunk of their points being able to hold on just like this. So they are doing a fantastic job so far here, and they are still looking to take this lead change right now as they'll cross over the line to take the lead with 30 seconds left. And Conmar, well, he's done a lot so far. What can he do here? He's going to go down just like the rest of his team. And man, this is not looking good for Sudar Gaming on this rotation.
No, Destro were really poised to take the lead in that hill, and boy have they done it in style. And you look at the numbers as well, B-Man 25 and 13 now. Destro having a player even really pull up the numbers on their side, and then Adam Savage and Della West with over 1 minute 20 in hill. They're the ones holding the time. B-Man's the one holding down the kills, and so far their system seems to be working. But credit to Sudar, they rotated well, and they could still sneak this. They are still in it, but Destro Gaming just 1 point away from that 200 point mark, and we'll see, and we'll think, should I say, giving the form that they've shown that the end is in sight as B-Man uses that streak, a good use, getting 1 kill, but Destro Gaming still need to get in and break through.
And we talk about Conmar's effort. I mean, B-Man on the opposite side has now taken the lead in terms of kills in the lobby, which is great to see for the side of Destro Gaming. He's trying to set the pace for his team, and he's doing a fantastic job of that. And now the kills through the middle of the map will come through, but it's still going to spawn those players in the back, so all the pressure around P1 will start to come through, but they're winning their gunfights now, and the contest in on Old will be Stu, winning his gunfight on Conmar, so they are getting themselves right within winning distance for this bridge hill. If they can find the break on Sudar Gaming, they might be able to win it here, but Sudar definitely not out of the map just yet. Their P1 control is going to be huge. It's going to start through. This player here is just going to be forced to lay down. He's going to get pressed. Conmar now alive on the bar, manages to stay alive, tries to get out with his life. Luckily, Choco spawns up in the back, and Austin gets taken off the hill. So that might be a window here for Destro to take the map here on map number 1.
Yeah, Destro just looking for any road in, one more solid wave of kills, and that should be it for them. Even a low amount of time, and this means they can get into that P1 and get that cleaned. But 193 to 233. Delo West sitting on the point, holding it down, racking it up. A nice hold here from Destro Gaming, who, credit to them, retook that point incredibly well. Now only needing 10 seconds. Sudar Gaming have to get onto the point. They have to do it now. But the hold is looking good. The contest is in. Big kills coming in, but you have to go back to that P1 and play near perfect hard point. Sudar Gaming, they really do have a mountain to climb here from this point.
Yeah, they do, and just 2 points needed. You'd think from here they should be able to get it done. It's going to be Zadam Savage playing that late little pinch. He's going to get the first one. Now the eyes are going to turn, and that gives an opportunity maybe for the player mid to collapse in. He's going to find a kill, but smart to just play his life. He knows he's got teammates spawning towards the back door, so he's done the right thing. He's going to play the spawn kills. He's going to get one. Now the collapse will come through. The team nade does not help Destro, but it's going to give them the win anyway. Outnumbered on the point. What a great map from Destro to start this series off on Vista. 250 to 200 and something, I believe, at the end. Either way, they get it done very, very well here.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Destro Gaming. They won it and won it well. But you look at the side of Sudar, you had Codmo pulling 33 and 24 with the rest of his team is not able to help out. And you can't help but think, if they managed to pull back the numbers, that could have been a different story. Massive credit to them to hold out the way that they did, giving the kills disadvantage that they had. But ultimately, it wasn't enough to see them through. Destro Gaming locking it in as a team with B-Man shooting up the numbers as well. And it was a very close affair with Sudar Gaming nearly pulling it back at the end. Credit to them. They put up a fight when they looked to be down and out, but ultimately leaving themselves too much to do and leaving themselves a map down already. 1-0 down.
Yeah, and you do look back at some of those hills and some of those situations that Sudar put themselves in, and I mean, questionable for some, but I think overall not too bad of an effort out of them. They're only losing by about 30 points, so they could look back at that and say, yeah, there was a few moments there and a few kills we probably should have won, and we might have had that map, but you got to give the credit there to Destro. They were absolutely pristine on majority of those rotations and holds, and that's what wins you hard points. So as we load into Karachi now for our trifecta of maps, and what may be a trifecta if this does manage to go the distance, we find ourselves in Search and Destroy. And from what we saw Sudar play, they were a very passive side on both offense and defense, and it will be interesting to see how Destro play their Search and Destroy and whether or not they're going to be the aggressive team. But so far to start the round, it's going to be an A push. More than likely, you've got one player lurking all the way in the back of B, just trying to make sure no one flanks through. But very stagnant so far. No shots. Not much noise given. Maybe a few bits of utility, and Stu's position is very, very good right now.
Yeah, Stu in a great spot. Will he be able to catch his bomb going down? He will, and that's a big first blood. Destro Gaming getting that kill and sitting right back in again now, knowing where that bomb is as well. Incredible timing to get a check on that point as well. And now Sudar and not knowing what to do here. They're quite spread across the map as well. It's stagnating. One more pick is needed if Sudar want to make any moves. With this clock running down, it looks like this round could be in the hands of Destro.
Yeah, and you can see two players still up the other end of the map. I would have liked to have seen Choco try to get across to help his team, but he's still trying to find a pick on the other end of the map. That might be the window for them to get the bomb down. And I say that, and Choco's found a kill over towards B. Savage finds himself a kill. They're going to take the bomb planner out, and they know roughly where Choco is now in a 1v1. So maybe in a position where he thought he might have been out of the play, he's been able to find two, make it three. He gets it done for Sudar. And what a spot for him to be that whole round. He put all the faith in the world in his teammates to stay alive, and he said, I'm going to make the play. And he does just that, finding three for the round, Zep.
Well, I have a caster's notebook right beside me, and I'm currently writing in on my notes in capital letters, never question Suitor Gaming again. My God, they done amazingly to pull that one out of the bag. Look, maybe a little bit of luck going their way with who was checking where at what time in that 1v1 at the end, but that's the nature of 1v1s, and, you know, if you can put yourself into that situation, you're giving yourself the opportunity for things like that to go your way. So Suitor with a fantastic retake of that offensive round from the clutches of defeat and go 1-0 up in this map.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those risky situations to play in. You know, you're sort of banking on the fact you can be that guy to work some picks on the other end of the map, and it works out well. But here we go. Austin picking up first blood on Delawest, and Savage straight away taking out Splody. So you've got an immediate 3v3 bomb in the hands of Stu, and it looks like they're going to favour this B site. Very cautious about pushing out. They don't want to lose their life, and here we go. Getting the bomb down on B. How are Sudor going to play their retake here? Surely would have had eyes on Stu Cross, so they'll have at least a little bit of information. But I like this position from B-Man, but he gets caught out by Conwa. So right now, they have the numbers advantage. Savage playing a close corner underneath the scaff. It's good, but a lot of players do tend to check it, so his position is key, and Stu just has to try and give him any bit of information he can, and there we go. Savage picking up one.
Massive moment here. Adam Savage getting another as well, and now Stu and Savage to hold it down. This has been a great defense. Suitor maybe a little slow on the push, and it hasn't quite worked out in their favor because of that, as this clock will run down, that bomb will blow up, and Destro Gaming answering back with an offensive round of their own. Doing a great job there getting in early and getting that bomb down early, because I feel like if they were a bit more hesitant in getting it down and tried to play for bridge control, they could have very easily gotten picked off.
Yeah, 100%. And Conmar was already working through that spawn, so if you gave him 10 more seconds, that would have really, really stuffed up the offense. They would not have, more than likely, they would not have put that bomb down, and they would have been playing a really risky situation to play out the clock and kills. So very good work out of them to get that bomb plant down through Stu. But now we swap sides. It was an A round last time for Sudor Gaming. It looks like they're going to switch up the offense, which is good to see, nice and early. But you've got Delawest standing on third. It looks like he might have a bit of a gap to get through. He could be a problem here. Very, very likely. And here we go. They're going to move out through. Delawest is going to get the first kill here. And you've got Conwar just lurking over towards fire, seeing if he can find anything on this end of the map. It worked out well for Choco last time. Will it work for Conwar?
Suitor Gaming are a man down here on the offense, but, you know, didn't seem to phase them last time. They are going to be looking to go up and do some damage. And I do think Conwa is on a flank that could prove very beneficial. It doesn't look like he's going to be picked up as of yet. It might be up to B-Man to get the pick. But you look at this map setup, a triangular setup here from Destro around the B point, having it locked. The time very quickly running out. Conwa trying to make something happen mid. Ultimately, they're getting this bomb down. I'm surprised no one's actually checked the site. Maybe a little bit of luck on the timing. But Stu chasing, picking up that kill. 2v3 now and still going. Stu's going to try and make this chow.
Yeah, and it was up to Stu there to get bomb checks, but he ends up catching the player post-plant, and Conmar in a great position to get eyes on bomb, but he's getting pushed. Savage is going to get the kill. He's going to go 5 in a row, lay a few shots into the body, if you don't mind. He now sits one away from streaks, and well-orchestrated retake from Destro Gaming.
Yeah, the body shots there at the end, and rightly so. Look, I think it was a hotly contested gunfight. That I don't think Conwa had the right to even make him weak. We had seen a POV. He hadn't checked there at all. He turned and hit some great shots, but ultimately wasn't enough to stop Adam Savage from going on that 5 streak. And once again, a little bit of lag, maybe shooting a couple extra bullets with that Renetti. But a great round from Destro Gaming to take that back. They had a little bit of unfortunate timing with Stu on that bomb check, but he got up quickly to the bottom bridge and picked up that kill, which was incredibly necessary for taking that round. 2-1 up.
Oh, absolutely, and we'll see how this offense fares this time. It's going to be an even split between B and A, so they're going to send the bomb carrier over with Zadam Savage, see if he can find this final kill to secure that cruise missile. I think his life is going to be the most important here in Delawest. Just slowly waiting to see if anyone's going to make that risky play to slip through. I think it was Conmar last time who made the decision, and he got through for free. So now they've got eyes on that. They're sitting there patiently waiting, but nothing giving them anything just yet. Very passive round out of Pseudo. I think Austin gets spotted up top. Splody tries to make the play, goes straight into Delawest's trap, and that is perfect for Destro Gaming as they now get the advantage, and the feet sticking out for Savage. Oh, it caught him on the way back, and there's going to be no streaks now, and a quick kill there. And Delawest, he's going to secure the round, and it doesn't matter. Destro will get it done anyway to go up 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1, and a couple of more body shots, I believe, in the process here. Of course, I'd like to say that I'm mistaken, but yeah, it looks like here. Oh, I hate when my trigger gets stuck like that, man. It just makes me look like I'm not shooting your body. I swear I'm trying to be nice, but. Look, Destro Gaming, they have every reason to be feeling a little bit confident now. They've chained together some good rounds. I mean, they haven't been lucky rounds by any means. They've played incredibly well, those rounds. And, you know, going back to that first round that Suitor Gaming took as well, they really clutched that one from the jaws of defeat. The overall control, I would like to argue, of the search and destroy so far, in terms of looking like who's going to win these rounds, has always been towards the side of Destro Gaming. So I think Suitor Gaming need to shake things up a little bit if they want to try and pull back this one.
Oh, and Stu, always in a good spot on the A side. He finds another kill through Splody. It wasn't the first blood nonetheless. They've got the numbers advantage. At least now Conwa has been able to work the flank over towards P3, and he's just going to play his life. Knows they're outnumbered 2-3 here, so smart not to get too aggressive and go chasing, but they might have a rough idea that there's a few more players over towards red, and you can see them slowly trying to recoup, find a pick here, but the timing could not be worse for Choco if he tried. He's going to get picked in the back by B-Man, and B-Man's position, well, he's just going to relocate and make Conwa go and chase.
Yeah, Conwa in a very tough position now, who has performed incredibly well for Sudar Gaming so far in the series, especially in that map number 1, absolutely popping off, trying to carry his team. But now he's going to have to do a lot of carrying if he wants to take this round. I don't think it's going to be possible. Not able to get the 1, and Destro Gaming with another round in the bag and reaching ever so closer now. Potentially going 2-0 up in this series and performing really well, you have to say. Playing out of their skin as a 4.
Oh, they absolutely are. And I think Stu's 4 kills had to have been over at the A site. I mean, he's just absolutely owning it. He's got his name written all over it. So if you're going to keep pushing A, you're going to have to gun Stu. And so far, not many people have been able to do it. So Sudar Gaming, very similar to the last series, going down in a big deficit in map 2. I mean, they can't rely on this to get them through this series, but Destro Gaming are just running away with this. Conwa's going to get a little bit of sound information here on these players. Splody's going to drop as well. Zadam Savage, DeloST, Conwa trying to go to work on the A site. There's B-Man picking up the kill. Choco finds himself in a 1v3 as this bomb's going to get put down A. And, well, Choco, I wish you the best of luck, but this is probably not winnable, especially when you don't have dead silence.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll hear you stomping around up there already. I'm sure the comms may have come in. They're surrounding the point. You can see they're getting ready, even if they have to play for time a little bit here. It's a good setup. It's only a matter of time for Choco. Really, 20 seconds would have to go huge, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're just dancing around him. He spotted a player, but is he going to get taken out by the trade? And he is. The little bait and switch there working for Destro Gaming. Now just 1 round away. Well, I have to say I've really stepped it up in this search to destroy. It was a very competitive map 1 where they've played well, but they've really taking it to Sudar Gaming this map.
Yeah, and I think it's a few rounds now that Sudar Gaming have tried to play a little bit aggressive, maybe to find some gaps in the setup of Destro, but Destro have given him absolutely nothing to get through, bar that 1 round that Conwa was able to slip through, and nothing's been working for him just yet. None of their strategies have worked. Their offense and their defense has just looked like a struggle, and now they're going to send a Hail Mary through the middle of the map. It's going to be a battle, and Savage is just going to pack up, play cover, send Dello over to play the gunfight, and he's going to get first blood on Splody. So once again, outnumbered, And in a rough spot with Bomb, Conwa stuck inside of P1. Deloest, prime position. He's going to get information, take out the bomb carrier. Choco at least gets one, but Austin not in a great spot himself. And welcome to your second 1v3 in a row, Choco. This might be the end of map 2 right here.
Yeah, it looks all about over for this map. Suitor Gaming, they've tried switching it up, but it hasn't really worked. Destro Gaming have been super switched on, incredibly cracked throughout this entire map, really nailing it down. All like what, a 3, 2, and a 5 streak for the side of Destro Gaming. They really have ran away with it, especially in these last few rounds where Suitor Gaming really have seemed to run out of options. Gonna try and get this bomb towards B, but that's not meant to be, as Destro Gaming take the second map and go 2-0 up in this series with another 2 Karachis potentially on the cards. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I even see ourselves going past the next Karachi.
Yeah, I mean, we know they've learned from maybe a few mistakes from the last series, but that S&D just really could have set the tone for this series. And now Suitor Gaming, I mean, we know they're going to have that pep talk together now at the end of this map, but have they left it too late? I mean, that is not the map 2 you really expect out of them. And Destro Gaming, I mean, they are looking as strong as anything right now. And they're going to go into this Karachi control. They're probably going to keep shooting bodies. They're going to get in the heads of Suitor Gaming. And they might just run away with this in a 3-0 fashion very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, because you look at the side of Suitor Gaming as well. They were shooting bodies, getting amped up in that previous series, and rightfully so, playing some great COD. But you know, ultimately, when you're getting yourself that amped up, it also means that if that happens to you on the other end, it can also rile you up a little bit in the wrong way. If you're emotional enough to outlay those emotions when it's going well for you, then maybe in certain moments where it isn't going the best, it can kind of eat away at you a little more than it should and perhaps affect your gameplay. So that is on the cards for Suitor Gaming. They're getting currently outgunned. They're getting their bodies shot, but we've seen that they can play reasonably well in an invasion or Karachi control, should I say. I mean, they did play quite well the last time we seen them on that map, but they just weren't able to get it over the line due to errors. But I mean, Destro Gaming, they're looking so strong at the moment. I don't think it's about what Suitor Gaming can do on that map. I think it's more about what Destro Gaming can do, because we've seen so far they can do a whole lot.
Yeah, and right now it's their series to lose, isn't it? I mean, when you're up 2-0, you've got all this momentum. You've just played an incredible search and destroy. You looked pretty damn good in the first respawn, and now you go into a map where Destro have the momentum. Suitor didn't look great on this particular map and mode in the last series. So, I mean, it's really Destro Gaming series to lose, isn't it? So, I guess we'll see. We'll get into this map very shortly. We're going to swing it to a quick break before we get stuck into map 3. So stick around and we'll get to that very shortly.
Afraid to lose control, caught up in this world. I've wasted time, I've wasted breath. I think I've brought myself to death. I was born without this fear. Now only this seems clear. I need to move, I need to fight. I need to lose myself tonight.
All right, and welcome back. We're going to kick off map number 3 in just a few seconds. And as we said before the break, Sudar Gaming got a lot to work on and get their way back into this series. Not too late at this point, but a 2-0 deficit is definitely not where they expected themselves to be at, especially going into this Karachi control.
Yeah, absolutely. Not where they would want to be, especially after the fact they lost the last Karachi control they played. But as we said before, and I reiterate again, they could have won that Karachi control. There were some mistakes in there, but the game was there for them to take. So this is definitely not their worst map and mode by any means. So they will fancy orchestrating a little bit of a reverse sweep. But so far, Destro Gaming surely feeling confident for how they've been playing so far. And that's already showing with 3 early kills. Make that 4, I believe. No, 3. I was right the first time. And that is a good initial start for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how they decide to approach their attack and whether or not they're going to spend too many resources going towards B, which looks to be their favor right now as they're going to try and work top red, but they're being shut down at every opportunity. Everything going the way of Destro early on so far. They're finding all the kills. It's 9-2 right now with a 28-21 life deficit and 40 seconds left on the time. You can see them trying to work up B Street and maybe find some gaps through the back, but they need to get a body on the time and pause this ASAP because they are running short of resources in terms of time, and it's not looking good early round 1.
Yeah, so far this has been an annihilation. Destro Gaming lighting up that feed blue. Only died twice, 28-17. Have had complete control of all the power points, top areas of the map. As Sudar Gaming desperately tried to chase these kills to at least give themselves some sort of an opening, but it could be in vain. They have a player on point on A just to try and stop that clock a little bit, but the best you can hope for now is a couple of ticks in the bag, is with only 10 seconds left. Even if you give yourself a minute, you don't have the lives, you don't have the time, and it doesn't look like you're going to even be able to get more than 1 tick, as that's a 4 down, and that is a decimation by Destro Gaming, who take this round number 1.
My God, this is just not a great start for Sudar Gaming at all. Destro coming out firing straight off the rip. They are going to put their foot down in this map 3, and they do not want another Karachi to appear in this map pool. So that is an incredible start on their defense. I believe they were just able to get 1 tick, if there's any positive to take out of that, but I'm not too sure it's much of a positive at all. And have a look at that. You've already got 2 players well within streaking range here, so if this round starts the way of Destro again, just like it did, this could get out of control and ugly very, very quickly. We'll see what B-Man can do for his side and maybe get some streaks, and straight away pressure over out towards Cafe. 2 players inside of the point.
Yeah, already a double on B. Things are looking dire. They're getting a look on that half wall as well. Kill still lighting up blue in the feed. Not a single person down yet. 2 ticks gone at B already, and only 2 deaths in the entire of this control so far. Make that 3, make that 4 as they finally pick up a couple of kills, but it's going to be in vain as this B is gone. And Destro Gaming will already be looking to make their way towards the A on the point. Sudar Gaming desperately trying to get set up, but surely the heads must be rattled from this point. This is not pretty.
Oh, it is not, and you can look at the kill scorecard, I should say, on the side of Sudar Gaming. 3 players with 1 kill to their name. I mean, nothing is going their way right now. Splodey's trying to do what he can to stay alive, but Destro have the numbers inside of the point. The break now comes through for Conwa. He's looking to find another one, and he does, but he's going to be pushed straight away. I mean, straight off of spawn, wasting no time. Austin has to put his foot on the gas straight away. He's got no time to waste because they are in dire straits right now. And Stu, straight away, back on the pinch, back into the point. Conwar's going to be forced to push this straight away. He's going to go down. This is a quick and efficient round from Destro Gaming. And they are 1 round away from taking the series.
Yeah, that is just not looking good for Destro Gaming. Dire straits indeed for Sudar, as they literally just cannot find a road in. And, like, it's just so surprising given how they played in the previous control, given how they have played so far in the series. I mean, look, we knew it wasn't going their way, but it definitely wasn't this bad. And, You know, I genuinely wonder how much of it is just a testament to the ability of Destro, who really have seemed to lock it in. You know, sometimes you could be a really good team, but just get humbled by a team who's really found their footing and form in a particular map mode. Maybe Destro completely playing out of their skin at the moment. I mean, that's what it seems, because B-Man 10-3, Delawest 10-4, and then Stu 9-2, immaculate performances.
Oh, yeah, there's just nothing going wrong for the side of Destro Gaming, and maybe a little bit of progression there on the A point nice and early, but it's only a few ticks, and we're going to see a streak invested nice and early, so the call will come through. They know where all the players are going, where they're at. Conwar at least is able to pick up one, but he's not out of the woodwork just yet as Stu collapses in, gets his 5th in a row, moves forward towards the spawn. He's going to get his streak as well, and he's just going to use it straight away. They're going to eat away at this time. They're just going to strangle Suda Gaming, give them no choice about it. They're saying, you guys are going home this map, this round right now, and there's nothing you can do about it. And, yeah, I mean, Suda Gaming, it's just not looking good, Zep. It's really not.
No, it definitely isn't. And look, Suda Gaming have had moments where they've all popped off. Conway nearly carried that map number 1. Splody trying his best here, and seeing them in other games as well. Other players that really have had their moments throughout this tournament, but no player really finding enough of a moment here. And at the end of the day, you can individually have your moments, but together as a team, you need to have one. And Suda Gaming have just never really been able to lock that down, especially in this series. And they do get that A point captured. Massive credit to them. They're putting up a fight, getting a 3 down here. Might be able to get themselves over to B and secure a round, but they have such a massive fight ahead of them here. Things still aren't looking that good.
They really do, but what they need to understand is one wave of kills. They can guarantee themselves this round and 2 kills. What last player at the jump wall, they're going to be able to get this and stack. It's 3 bodies in, so Savage has to just go. He's going to get teammate support here. They collapse in. There's Conwar picking up the first. He goes down. Austin finds one. Choco last up. He's got a big task ahead. The tick was so close, but they don't get it. Now they're going to put the bodies in, deplete this tick. And a 10 versus 10 with a minute left on the clock. Suda Gaming can get this done, but they just need to figure out how they're going to play this break. You've got Conwar nice and close, tucked at the front, waiting for the opening. They get the first 2 kills through Choco. There we go. They're going to collapse in. Stu's got a lot of work to do as he's last up and goes down. The stack should come in. Conwar cleaning up at the end of the round, and there we go. That is the round we needed to see out of Suda Gaming to keep themselves in this series.
Yeah, that was a huge round from Suda Gaming, really locking down the kills towards the end. They finally flicked that switch. Maybe just starting off a little bit slow, not getting in the groove, but really found some momentum there with a couple of players picking up some incredibly important kills. And they've given themselves a lifeline. So much work left to do, but you have to start somewhere, and Suda Gaming look like they've done enough to keep them in it for the moment. But again, now they arguably are on the easier side with a defense, but again, can't afford to make even one mistake over towards that B side, because if they do, it could be game, set, and match, and all that effort could have been in vain.
Yeah, and they need to work out this slaying, because 7 kills between 3 players is not good enough. You can't rely on Splody to get every single kill and win your rounds, and you can see him playing his life there. He's going to get pushed straight away, and they're already going to work on this A point, but the first tick captured nice and early. They're going to have just 1 person on it because they know they've got the slaying power down right now. They're running away with it in the kill department, so they're happy to just leave Delawest in the point, which means these players have to start getting some kills, otherwise it's going to be game, set, and match, as you said. And it looks like the A point is right amongst being captured, and I believe it's about to in about a few seconds, and they'll push straight over to Cafe, wasting no time.
Yeah, a little bit of COD timing there, favouring Adam Savage, as Choco looks to get moved up into red and get a bit of control. But do they realise that Adam Savage has made his way over towards B? Austin potentially going to check, but he could be the danger man here, as Austin looking to sneak up. Adam Savage on the point. Gonna try and at least get 1 tick here and give his teammates room to come in, as Choco will make the push. And Choco going to get taken out. Adam Savage has played so well here, getting a tick practically on his own. The kills rolling in. Suda Gaming have to go big.
Yeah, they do, and the scoreboard glitch got me again. Of course, these players definitely not 210, 28, 310, but either way, they've got the bodies in the point. These guys have to go. Choco, you're not close enough. Austin's not going to get there in time. That's your series done. Destro, get it done, and have a look at them staring over the table with all the confidence in the world. I don't even think they broke a sweat in that series by the way they look.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was comfortable for them in the end. You know, massive congratulations to them and commiserations to Suda Gaming, who put on a great performance, I think, throughout the tournament. And, you know, in that last series gave us a really entertaining one, but I think ultimately met their match and more with Destro Gaming, who really found some form there. It was a close one in that first map, but then as it rolled on through this series, they seemed to get more and more confident to the point where that control was very close to being a complete dismantlement and decimation. But, you know, Suda Gaming, they rescued a round with some good kills, but couldn't do any more than that.
Yeah, and that's just not the way you want to see Suda Gaming go out of the event the way that they have. And you know what? Full credit again to Destro Gaming. They are looking to go into this losers final match locked and loaded against whichever team they may see there. So, you know what? You got to give it to Destro. These guys are putting themselves right in the mix for a potential winner of this tournament. And with performances like that, you cannot have any doubt in your mind about the way they just played and their potential at winning it. So full credit to those guys. And again, congratulations to them, and very, very good effort out of Suda Gaming as well throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had the opportunity to speak to a player from Suda Gaming just before getting into this series. And one thing that was absolutely clear was the passion that they were bringing to the table and the ability that they clearly have. I mean, as I just said, we've seen an incredibly entertaining series beforehand, but, you know, Destro Gaming, I just think we're on another level coming into the end there. And as you said, I don't think they broke a sweat. I think they were feeling confident after that map 2, and then could very early tell into that map number 3 that they were really in the driver's seat. Suda Gaming did not have the answers, and they made light work of them. Suda Gaming, they put up a good fight taking that round, but the best that they could mount within that entire map was just a good fight and making things not look as bad as they could have been, because there was a moment where we could have been seeing one of the quickest controls that we'd ever seen. And I don't mean that in any disrespect to Suda Gaming. I think it's just credit to the way that Destro Gaming have been managing to play today.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, that would be up in there in terms of time from what I've seen in my time casting in this game for time played on Karachi control. That was right up there. But yeah, look, at least they got around. I know it's not the result they want, but you know, you're not losing in a 6-0 or a 3-0 in either one of those objective modes. And that first map was, you know, theirs for the taking as well. So maybe that could have played into the influence as well. But we're going to have one of the Destro Gaming guys jump in. I believe we're going to have Stu jumping on board with us. And Stu, how are you feeling after that series?
We're feeling pretty good. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, yeah, we're feeling good. You know, it's kind of expected to play like that against those guys. I mean, all respect to those guys, but you know, we hold ourselves to pretty high standards. Obviously, it's Sunday, so anything can happen. We got to take everything pretty serious. But yeah, we're here to win the event, so that's expected. You know, we're feeling good. Obviously, just trying to perfect everything out, go into grand finals and stuff. Losers finals first, I guess. But yeah, we're feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a fantastic performance across the board. I mean, massive congratulations to you guys. It was one of those games where it seemed like throughout the series you were just getting stronger and stronger to the point where that control, again, with all respect to your opponents, like could have looked embarrassing at a certain point. You just really locked it in at that point. I suppose you kind of half answered the question that I wanted to ask, but like after that map 1, did you think maybe you would have a series on your hands that could go beyond more than 3 maps, or were you always confident from that point that you were going to lock in and lock it down?
I think we were always confident. You know, like I said, it's Sunday, so like any given team can kind of just do their thing. You know, last year's before that we played a close map 1 and ended up 3-0 and 2. So I don't know. The map 1s just get kind of close sometimes. We definitely got to iron out some mistakes. But yeah, we were confident the whole way that it was going to be a 3-0. 3-0s all day today.
love to hear it, man. Love to hear it.
You guys definitely look strong, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. You got anything to add to that, Bez? You got any more questions?
I was going to say, Stu, obviously, all four of you guys, outstanding performance across the board. I mean, you guys all had your moments where you just looked like you could not die and you were doing everything right. What sort of mode are you guys sort of banking on being the best at? And what's the sort of mode you guys are going into knowing you're probably going to be the best team on?
Right now we're feeling pretty comfortable in our respawns. We kind of know that there's really no team here that can like slay with us. Like I think this team has some of the best slaying power I've ever seen. So as long as we're playing the maps right and respawn, the fundamentals, we're not gonna get outslayed. S&D, we just picked up a new fourth B-man. He's been with us only like a week, so we're kind of still ironing out some like defaults and like all the strats on S&D. So that's probably our weaker game mode right now. But obviously, I mean, that looked like our best game of that series. So we're still looking strong in everything, to be honest.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, you are looking great. And, only one more question for me, and then I will let you go. And, it's funnily enough, when we're pulling people in to do interviews, we're usually looking and we're saying, okay, well, who's been the strongest player that we can come in and gas them up? But it was a really hard choice today between you guys. I mean, you all just seem really locked in, playing some great COD. And, do you think that's what makes you work as well as you do as a team, that, you can play so well just as a four in terms of how you need to set up as a unit, but then on an individual level, you guys can all pop off?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Like this team, like literally anybody can pop takeover. Like that's like I could have a bad map and my three other teammates could drop 40 and we'd win by like 200. So it's like I always feel confident in my teammates. Like I said, everyone has that takeover potential. This guy is insane. Like no one can kill this guy. But yeah, when we're all in our game, that's when no one's gonna beat us. So we just got to make sure we're all doing our thing because we will be unstoppable.
Yeah, absolutely. And just last quick final one from me. Out of Element Blue and Element Orange, who do you think you guys are going to see in the losers final?
I think we're probably going to end up seeing. I don't know which team Katsi and those guys run. Whichever team they're on, I think we're going to see them in losers finals for a rematch. We played them yesterday and lost a close series. I think we're going to see them again and get that revenge in losers finals, and then see Noisy and Bink's team in Grands.
Absolutely. Looking forward to watching it. And obviously, best of luck to you guys as a team, and good luck, and hope to see you guys in the grand final.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you having me. Thanks, guys.
Well,
and there you have it.
Absolutely love that. That was fantastic. I mean, the confidence is radiating from the guy, and paying massive respect to his opposition as well. And I really think he hit the nail on the head there, that he could turn around and have a bad game. The rest of his teammates could drop 40 kills, right? And that's the brilliant thing to get as a team, which is it's super hard to find, like a team that works so well as individuals, but then can all together come as a unit, recognize their roles and play right as a team. Because we do often see teams of individuals. I think Suitor Gaming perhaps guilty of it at times, where you do have one player really popping off but just cannot get it going as a unit and can't get that set up, and it can keep you in a game at times, but only for so long. It really is that kind of way that you play as a unit that tends to lock down games and see it through.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw that in full proof in that last map. I mean, they talk about being the best slaying team in the competition here. Well, who's to argue that from what we just saw? I mean, I don't even know what the final numbers were at the end, but they would have had easily 3 times the amount of kills that Suitor Gaming had. So if they're going into their next series against whichever team and they're taking that slaying power in, and obviously they're refining from what they said their S&D with B-Man, they're going to be a really big problem for whichever elemental team they do see in that losers final.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you today. There are some other fantastic games coming up as we really reach the final moments of what has been a terrific tournament so far. So make sure not to go anywhere, as we will be right back with some more games very shortly.
3 teams remain. In a matter of hours, one will be crowned your Premier Circuit Major 2 champs. Hi, everyone. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined for the rest of the road with Matt Man. And Matt, this is going to be a absolute barn burner between the 3 teams that we have in the gauntlet to go.
I mean, absolutely couldn't have said it any better myself. Championship Sunday here in San Antonio. Who doesn't get better than that? You get chills down your spine. We're looking right here. You're seeing how this bracket's kind of played out. I think we got, down to the 4 teams that honestly I was really looking to see. Sudor Gaming, obviously we had to bow out to them as Destro Gaming now awaits one of these 2 teams, Element Orange or Element Blue. And let's go ahead and take a look at them.
That bitch burned so bad.
Miracles answering back, and Knockout with another double kill for him. Mochilla is keying up. Mochilla after using an ASM1, which is interesting to see. Seconds and Mochilla. Doesn't matter if he's not using that.
Damn. Guess I'm back.
I mean, what do you say about that? That's just absolutely incredible. Production working overtime, getting you intros. I mean, it feels like the CDL out here. I mean, Quinn, what can you say about that? I mean, I'm in shock.
Man, top tier production. On top of that, I mean, Aiden, did you see the snakes on that, man? I don't even know if you can snake in MW3, but still, you gotta look at that, man, and you gotta look at these players as well. I mean, they're in the winners finals for a reason here, partner. You've got some absolute gunners on either side of the coin. I mean, you can't really even single out a single player. You just have to give everybody their flowers at this point.
I mean, absolutely. I think both of these Element teams have just sent a couple of absolute squadrons down to San Antonio to absolutely take over the land. Again, I just got to shout out production real quick because, I mean, that's better than some of the CDL intros that I've seen. And the players absolutely being down to clown. This is one of the best lands I've been a part of. But looking at this matchup right here, Element Blue taking on Element Orange, you're looking at it across the board. You mentioned it in the pre-show that Siski, that's kind of the guy that you've had your eye on here a little bit. I mean, tell me why, what you've seen from him this week.
I mean, his hard point, it says so in the stat sheet, but it absolutely pops in the gameplay as well. This man is unstoppable on the gunny. His S&D as well has just been such a big force for Element Blue throughout the entire weekend. He's a player to definitely look out for. On the other side of the coin, I'm really looking at Neum to get active early on. I mean, he's very similar across the board. It just pops. You gotta love to see it. Noisy as well, riding that 3.0 KD on S&D could really set the tone. Let's take a look at our maps, though. We're kicking things off in Vista with some close quarters hardpoint action. Before we go to a 6-star force and search and destroy, invasion will be our middle ground control. And if we need it, Rio hardpoint, invasion, search and destroy will be in the cards. And partner, based on these 2 teams, based on the performances we have seen throughout the entire weekend, I'm thinking this series could definitely go the distance.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I don't think you're wrong in that statement at all. And especially when you kind of take a look at how those 2 teams have played. It's exactly like you said. This is all of the feeling, all of the juju of a map 5, round 11, if I do say so myself. I'd love to see it. It is the winners finals, so not all to play for here. The loser will drop down into that losers finals, have a chance to get their revenge. But I gotta mention something as well. I think I casted 7 Vista hardpoints yesterday. I think for some reason, map 1 Vista hardpoint has just been a favorite of every single team, top to bottom of the bracket. I think it's just a map that all Call of Duty teams are seeming to really find in their wheelhouse here late in the season. And partner, like you said, close quarters, a lot of gunny, a lot of fight, and I'm ready to go.
Such a flowy map, and Noisy already kicking things off. A little hot, a 2-spree looking for more around the corner, sending a body flying in the process. Noisy is in, and he is ready to fly. So we kick things off on P1 with Element Orange, early control.
I know we said that there was going to be players flying. I didn't think we'd see bodies flying as well. Helicopter flying across the map, but a 4-piece in the feed. Element Orange, they're absolutely looking on top of this as well. I mean, they don't necessarily have the good side spawns for the P3 and P4, but you could just pick these players off as they come through or have all these power positions. Neum is going to go ahead, try to rack up a couple, but Element Blue looking to try to force their way in, but look at the score line, Quinn. It is an absolute massacre right now.
It's an absolute bloodbath thus far, but Element Blue, they're being wise about it. They're making that rotation already over towards P2, trying to set up and fortify over there. Element Orange is going to be a little bit late to the rotation, and that provides Siski a lot of opportunity to just line him up, bring him down one by one. Neum has somehow found his way into the back lines and not going to be able to get much more than one kill. It looks like Element Blue going to be in the driver's seat for P2.
Yeah, perfectly in the driver's seat. You got a lot of time to work with as well. You give up a big lead on P1, but a chance to make it up, and you still got to deal with these players funneling in through mid. Gunfights happening all around. Neum's even given us a little 360 view of the Vista hardpoint, but unfortunately, Element Blue, they will still be able to lock this P2 down fully in the driver's seat and really not letting go.
It feels like Element Orange hasn't had a real full attack into this hardpoint. They've just funneled player by player on in. Neum once again going on in and immediately being taken out. Noisy next man up to bat, and he'll gain at least a little bit of that scrap. But again, we turn our attention over towards P3, and we're starting to see a little bit of a rotational prowess out of Element Blue, as they already have 2 players set up over towards New, and will be surely in the process of taking that lead very soon.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really get the good side that they want for that P1 to get a little behind on the scorecards, but look, it's like you said, the rotations have been absolute perfection out of Element Blue. They're being able to win a lot of these individual gunfights off of them as well, and the cutoff kills from them are so good. The way they're able to funnel them through any alley they seemingly want, but you do have to watch out from the back pressure now from Element Orange.
Element Orange trying to break on in. First player up will be Bink, but he'll be cut down. Again, it's Siski, 8-8 currently, so not necessarily putting up the same numbers that we've seen thus far, but still providing some force to be reckoned with, as Element Blue still holding strong into this hard point. Once again, it's just Element Orange don't seem to have the opportunity. Making me eat my words, though, as that feed lights up all orange. They'll get that scrap to go, and it looks like they've made the rotation over towards P4 as well, getting set up real good.
Oh, and I love this spot from Neum. Oh, the stun check, though, gonna be able to at least get the information onto him, but he can still drop, do a lot of damage onto these players. You take out 2, only 1 more of Kotze goes down. Now you have the pressure and the hold you need for Element Orange. Start bringing this lead back. I mean, we're seeing it between 2 teams that we absolutely thought would give us a barn burner so far on Vista. Back and forth we go. Slow down for now as Element Blue sets up for the break. They do able to get a couple of kills in. Potentially now the contest, the 3 dead in the feed. Now the P4 in their control.
Yeah, those spawns for Element Orange were not very favorable. They spawned so far away from that hard point, and it just gave Element Blue enough opportunity to get those kills up on the board, to rack them up and get on in. Now we turn our attention, though, over towards P5, and it looks like Element Orange might have the spawns. Doesn't look like they're going to be going for it, though. Instead, they break on in towards P4. They're going to get those kills up on the board, and it looks pretty good, all things considered. We're tight in this series thus far.
And I kind of love the play for them. They send 2 around to the new hard point. You have 2 to hit old. You might as well get the scrap. You know you have the spawns locked in your favor. Those players spawn up. You're able to throw bodies here, but it's the kills from Element Blue starting to amount. But Noisy and Neum here back in the hard point. Kotze as well, though, as now Element Orange starts to funnel in, but it's trade battles back and forth we go. No one seemingly able to come out on top, but a huge 2-piece from Bink will be able to secure a very mixy hill, at least for the moment, for Element Orange.
Element Orange, first team to break into that 100-point barrier. Let's go with the listening. Hear these boys' comms.
3 low, all low, all low. One behind P1, P1.
P1's one. There's one more low, I think. It's T and P1. What the fuck?
Or T and Tom. Sometime.
Make sure you get P1 control.
I'm gonna cover. I'm on top. Stay alive.
I'm on time.
I'm with you too.
I'm P2 right now. I need him on time, Steve.
Bridge, one's rails aided. Just work your mid, guys. Just work your mid.
Yeah, we are. You1 done.
Nice, just gonna be on the
Hold 1, 2, P1.
Go left. Work your mid.
We gotta split. We gotta split. They're respawning on the bridge. I don't think they know that we get together to split.
Yeah, get a kill.
Crouches.
He's stumming snacks. He could be mid.
Where's on the bridge? Time one shot.
See the couches?
On the bridge. Bridge is one shot. Time one shot.
Oh, slaying down couches.
You should get mid control.
Things not necessarily going their way on the hill, but the comms, they still remain calm, cool, and collected for the Element Orange players as they try and find their way into P1.
Yeah, absolutely. It's calm, it's cool, but for at the moment, Element Blue starting to hit a little bit of a takeover on a hard point that they did not necessarily have the success of throughout the first rotation as well. You look at these Element Blue players fully in position for new. This is the absolute perfect part for them to be able to get a big lead here in this game, but still 14 seconds of scrap to go the way of Element Orange. It's just too close to call here inside the second set.
In terms of rotations, though, I mean, Element Blue is beating them out time and time again. Already have men over towards P2 with that scrap that Element Orange will be able to gain. It kind of feels like a non-factor in the grand scheme of things when Element Blue are one step ahead every step we take. This is really looking good in their favor, and Element Orange once again going to be tasked with getting the break on into P2.
Bink over the top side, maybe able to find a kill here. Big from Bink is Element Orange able to slide their way in. Bink and Mo able to find kills. Aiden still playing around this top red area, but he gets taken out by Neum. 3 wiping the feed, and all of a sudden, Element Orange right back in the driver's seat, right back in control. But Blue gonna be trying to find the kills. You gotta get back in the map if you're Gotzi. You gotta avoid the gunfights. And Element Orange just continues to rip you apart. Aiden's still here, still kicking, as he does get some reinforcements around through the bottom side, but Element Orange positionally too dug into this hard point. Has to move on now to P3, and we're just about tied up.
Oh, they're going to take the lead here, but it's only going to be by a sliver. Element Blue once again with those early rotations, but it feels like if Element Orange can take those breaks early in the set, early in the hard point, they could very well take it the distance here. A 1-point advantage quickly is evaporated for them, but now they're trying to make the break on in. First line of offense will be Neum, but Katz has a really good angle on him. Will eventually be taken down by Bink, a key player in this entire map thus far, really getting some key kills to swing things around as Velix, the last player in who can really make some control and siege hold of this hard point, will eventually be dropped, and it's Mixie on the point, but it looks like Element Orange might have the opportunity to take hold.
They have to get these players, though, involved in through the backside. And Neum, he's been playing this little spot here under the stairs, just waiting to pounce, waiting to strike. Gets a couple of gunshots in, but Noisy's going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade on the hill, but Bink able to find another one, but 2 players from Element Blue going to be able to slide right back in. The hard point scrap in the back pocket, and should push them very, very close to this 200-point mark, but they're going to elect to kind of send numbers towards New, as Element Orange does have numbers in the hard point.
This is a very interesting reversal of the script. Now Element Orange with the early rotation will be able to get some time up on the board. Sees what we can see out of Element Blue in terms of their ability to break on in. Neum is getting active as well on the submachine gun. So far pushed up. Does not want them even touching or breathing near that hard point. It's going to give them a lot of map control here over towards the left side. Now tasked with breaking on in through the front. Siski first man up, trying to find his way on into the point. Sending in the shots, but they're just not going to be able to connect. Element Orange are in the driver's seat, unless Aiden has something to say about it.
He gets 2, but gets shut down. I mean, just without the reinforcements there, not a lot he can do. Veli goes down around the backside of the point. Element Orange has been able to take the lead, but looking towards New. Element Blue starting to try to throw numbers, but it's just the positioning right now from Element Orange playing these cutoff kills. Valley 28 and 16 shuts down 2, and it might be the break for Element Blue.
And this hard point, it is so important that you have that control of P5 because you can so easily parlay it into P1. Absolutely. And it's going to go down to that P1. It's not going to have to be down to this P5. If you can have control and maintain, you're good. That being said, though, Mochilla is absolutely frying, completely turns the tides for P5. Now, Element Orange have the opportunity to soak up that time, soak up those points. They're not going to be able to win it off of this hill, but they will have the opportunity to hit that early rotation into P1 if they can hold.
And the problem, bro, is Element Blue has these close back spawns still. They're just able to continuously throw bodies at the hill. They're able to play the trade battle and push Element Orange back, able to get themselves a little bit of scrap time that should get them right about tied up, if not even back into the lead. Element Blue as well has numbers towards Noob, but Orange is throwing numbers right back all the way into Bridge. 2-for-2 trades happening everywhere, and I mean, Quinn, I don't know who wants this one more.
Looks like Element Orange are going to have that early rotation into the point, but they're going to have to deal with Cass in the back line. Aiden as well, providing the support, and this might not be over just yet. Element Orange, they are going to soak up that time. They do have to gain that lead, though. Element Blue breathing down their neck, providing that offensive assault into the point, trying to break on in, stuns out, guns out, trying to get those shots up on the board. Let's see it happen.
All three dead in the feed. Bink, the last man up, and the last man to fall. Element Blue now with the chance to be able to put this hard point away, take the 1-0 lead here in the series, but still, Element Orange willing. Can they break back in? There just might not be enough time now. Only under 10 seconds remaining. You gotta go. Mo slides into the hill. Renetti's not gonna get the job done. 1-for-1 trades. Who's gonna be able to pin it? Bink back in. 3 break in the hill.
There's not enough time for Element Orange to win it off here. They're going to have to hit that rotation, and Element Blue, with the foresight, not going to contest for P1, instead bringing it to P2. We did not anticipate this P2 coming online. Felix trying to provide the assault, but it's anybody's game at this stage right here, and that might have been a massive kill out of Noisy. Grants them that point control. Element Blue providing the assault, though, able to break on in. The time going in their favor. You have to hit the left foot, right foot express. Mo, you gotta go. He won't be able to. Element Blue with the first map on the board in this series, 2 away from entering the grand finals.
Oh, and it just looked like for a second Element Orange was going to be able to make the comeback happen, bring it back, find the final break on P1, put it together on P2, but a beautiful re-break back on in. It's like you said, the foresight to be able to rotate over to that absolute genius. You see Veli 34 and 23, Kotz 31 and 23. It's just absolute back and forth action. Nothing that you don't expect from these two teams, but a 250 to 240 scoreline for map 1, leading us into a 6-star S&D. Oh, I mean, just
does not get closer. 250 to 240, the margin for error there non-existent. And partner, I feel like that ultimately just came down to the fact that Element Orange, hey, if you're rotating a little bit earlier in that map, maybe you take that, because that was the common problem that we were seeing with their plays. Obviously, they had those breaks, but they just were not rotating quicker. It was Element Blue. It's a game of rotations. That's literally the name and game of Hardpoint, and it proves to be the deciding factor there for Element Blue. Still a lot of Call of Duty to go, though.
No, a lot of Call of Duty left to be played, and potentially a 5-map barn burner on the cards. But I mean, it's exactly as you said, the rotation game just killed them very early on in that map. Towards the later half, they were starting to hit their rotations better. They were starting to think about new a little bit more in advance, and it was bringing the game to this point of a standstill where we almost jockeying for position over at every single hard point. But now heading into this 6-star S&D, how do you feel that both of these teams break down? Because, I mean, so evenly matched in almost every facet of the game. You think it's just that one little point for Element Orange that might be able to get them over. But, I mean, translating that into an S&D, especially on a map like 6-star, it's not a lot of connections to be made.
Yeah, no, flying into 6-star, I mean, it's very tough to give the nod here, but once we have this map in the cards, I feel like we have an idea of where this series can potentially go, given the fact that that hard point was so unbelievably close. I mean, you could have cut it either which way. There's a lot of good to be taken away from both teams, despite Element Blue's win. If Element Orange could take this, I like them within the series, but obviously, if Element Blue can take this, I mean, they go up 2-0. It feels like this 6-star S&D could be the deciding factor within this entire series. Obviously, 3 more maps in the cards after it, but it feels like such a momentum shifter potentially here, where we just saw a unbelievably close hardpoint. This one right here is that decider to give you a nod into which team is going to be the team that takes the edge here.
No, absolutely. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head right there. It was a point I was wanting to bring up myself, is that, listen, if this goes down kind of like that hard point where 252 240, we get down to a 5-5, 5-4 scoreline. 1-2 kills go the other way, and Element Blue is able to come out on top of that. Any way you slice it, no matter how close the game was, it's a 2-0 lead, and that putting you onto an invasion control where you know it's all going to come down to how you play defense on that map, and you give away one offensive round, and all of a sudden, this is a 3-0 series, and no matter how close it is, they don't ask you how, they ask you how many.
Exactly. And I mean, you could even cut it down to that last hill where Element Orange did have some control at some point. So regardless, like, again, you usually get an idea of which team might have a decent lead over the other based on that first hard point. I feel like we walk out of that with like, hey, this could have gone either which way. The 6-star search and destroy once again is going to be that decider to get a little bit more information, because again, at this point, either team's game, and we didn't even need that first hard point to really decipher that. I mean, these players are unbelievable. There's a reason why they're in the winners finals, both representing the same org as well. Like, come on, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, there's got to be a little inter-org rivalry right there between both of these teams, right? Obviously, we've had some other organizations come in and have their main team and their academy team, but there's no academy team here. It's just Element Blue, Element Orange. These were the 8 best players we found. They like working together, and obviously coming into the bracket play are 1 and 2 seed respectively. It's not even like they dropped the map in pools. I think it came down to like hard point differential or something like that. I mean, I don't even know how we calculated who was 1 and 2 seed between both of these teams, but coming down to it, it's almost like you can have these teams just skip to that invasion search and destroy, and let's just see which one is going to win. But now heading into a 6-star, what you mentioned I think is the same thing that's got to be in the player's mind, right? Could have gone either way. If Element Orange gets one gunfight to go their way there towards the end, right there on that P2, they funnel into the hill, and they're the ones that get the 10-point win. Instead, you come into 6-star down 0-1, you kind of just got to put it behind you and now focus on the slowdown, take advantage of that here. But talk to me here about specifically 6-star, the map. Obviously, we know can be a little headbutty times towards that statue side, a little bit of a reminiscent of a Terminal S&D, but I think coming into this one, I'd like to be able to see both of these teams utilize that pool side, kind of incorporate both sides into their offensive game, and kind of keep the defense on their toes guessing.
100%, and that mid control as well is very key to gain. So far, Element Blue on the defensive side going to be taking it, but once you have that mid control, you can really funnel. I feel like it comes down to mid control and it comes down to going up a man. I feel like that's kind of a Booger McFarlane type take where it's like, hey, that's obvious, but you know, I've seen this map play out, especially within this circuit. And it has ultimately just come down to, hey, who has that mid-control, who has that man-up, and the man-up goes the way of Element Orange, but traded out immediately is Siski. We take the checkerboard in the feed down to a 2v2, bomb down as well. You blink, and it all happens at once.
2v2, Noisy already going to be pushing the issue here, pushing Siski deep back into this. They don't want to allow a defuse to come in at all, but you got to watch out for Veli. Maybe a little bit too much aggression, but oh, Mo with a perfect position, but Trigger Discipline maybe get the better of him. Element Orange, it's a beautiful round. I love the play of going B, but Element Blue a little bit better on the retake, a little bit better about playing together. I don't mind getting aggressive there, but you got to play as a team, and just singling yourself out, you get pinched, you lose the round. Element Blue able to go up 1-0 in a big kind of momentum swing coming right into this round after a tough hardpoint loss.
Absolutely, and I feel like a little bit of that aggression out of Element Orange, not only was it one-sided, but it was almost unwarranted. Yeah. You had Mo hanging back, and you single yourself out in a 1v2. Velix able to get that cutoff play, and now a lot of potential here with the ball in their court on this attacker side. Nades out, stuns out, guns out as they make their attention over towards that A side. Velix might be able to get active down here. It's a ratty angle to play down in that little conductor area.
Bomb side fully taken over. Aiden as well. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be able to read this. I mean, you got to think one's coming behind on the flank, but this is a barrage of players hitting up through the backside. Neum, they're going to get him for free. Noisy takes out Aiden. Cots, his positioning might be huge here if he just takes behind the door. Oh, don't move. Oh, no, he chows out. He's able to get the first one. Where's the trade going to come? No, it's not. No trades to be found. Cots gets 2. Mo left alone, and Element Blue. It's just so perfect from them, but Element Orange, you have to be able to play that together. The positioning from these Element Blue players and the patience. Oh.
Wow. I feel like part of this is kind of carrying over from that hard point we briefly mentioned. It felt like at points Element Orange was just funneling one player in at a time, and obviously they have the gunny to potentially make those 1v1s, but when 1v1s turn into 1v2s, you have to kind of question that mentality ever so slightly, maybe reel it back a bit. It's not a question as to whether they can land their shots or anything like that, it's just overloading and making a really interesting error in the grand scheme of things. Now, have to find their way out of this 2-point hole here, and on the attacker side, have the potential to do exactly that over towards B side.
And swimming around, little Shark Week action here as Mo's gonna be trying to find an angle here onto one of these players. The bomb should be able to get planted here unless Element Blue decides to push the issue, but it looks like they're keen to hold these positions. Siski chows out Neum, good tags into him, not gonna amount to a kill though, so we're still playing 4v4 retake, 36 seconds left. You gotta find a defuse if you're Element Blue, but already the first kill gonna come through onto Noisy, absolutely ripped. Sure, they know where Mo is right here, but Neum as well is going to be playing angles. But look at these Element Blue players just willing to run up through the bomb site, finding kills at absolute will. 4v4 retake, the cleanest you'll see this weekend. 3-0 up for Element Blue, and this is just a stomping.
And that's the differential right there. I mean, between those two rounds, what we saw out of Element Orange when they tried to retake, one player in, dies. One player in, dies. The side of Element Blue, it was calm, cool, calculated. You hit your shots as well. Again, very evenly matched in terms of the gunning, but the separator seems to be just that over-aggression that we're seeing out of Element Orange, and untimed aggression as well. Element Blue, I mean, in the driver's seat, you love to see it.
I mean, playing so well after how close that first hard point was to just keep the foot on the gas pedal, but really just be so calculated in this S&D. It just seems like Element Orange at all spaces are kind of playing on their back foot, chasing the game at some points. And even looking at this play right here, they only take the space that's available to them, checking corners, making sure that every single angle is cleared out, and it's an immediate bomb plant. Well, maybe. Okay, we just wanted it a little bit further. He wanted a little bit further, but it might hurt him big if he just peeks over the half wall. Oh, the timing of Call of Duty, Quinn.
Such a good play out of Aiden as well, distracting them over towards A, got a little bit of a pull down mid and is able to give some clearance into B, but it's going to be a mixy mosh pit. Stuns out, guns out, smokes down as well. Looking to try and break their way on in. Neum, first line of offense into the point. Very staggered together, Element Orange, but it's seeming to work, at least for the time being. Neum and Bink, 2 kills on the board respectively, and now Cats and he'll drop as well. Aiden, last player standing. He has to make a heroic play. We'll be able to get one, but not much more to go. As Element Orange, that's what you need to see out of them. That was calm, cool, calculated, breaking on into the point, getting the kills that they need, not overchalling, not going in one at a time, picking up their first round on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, even with these chows, I mean, you can even see it. Aiden's taking a completely other gunfight as Noisy chows him right there. That's how you play off your teammates. You put yourself in a tradable position. Even if you go down, you know that your teammate's going to be right there to get your trade. And it's like you said, it's a perfect retake from Element Orange. It's exactly what they needed. Now still finding themselves down 3-1, but a little bit of gas in the tank, maybe fueled up there at a little quick stop, and now you find yourself back on the attacking side, and what do they elect to do here? Looking like it's going to be a B barrage, and something that I think we didn't expect with a lot of these teams, and at least a lot of times in most Call of Duty that you and I watch, Quinn, that A site, very favorable.
Yeah, no, they just want B. Nothing to do with A. I think we've seen A hit maybe once, but this is a very interesting play. Might be actually parlaying into A now that we speak of it. They're gaining that middle control, and so many utility points dedicated to gaining that. Backs Element Blue up. Very interesting positioning, though, out of Siski. He's going to hold over towards B. The reliant force there. So you can pincer or you can hold for what is the inevitable bomb plant. 4v4 now with the bomb down. Element Orange very spread out. Not a whole lot dedicated over towards this B point. It's going to allow Element Blue to break on in. First couple of kills go either which way. Exchanges are going. The defuse already coming through. And Aiden is going to hold it as well. There's no way they let Siski do it.
Oh my God.
Do not fake Element Blue. Blue! What the hell? That is the breakdown!
I mean, what are we doing? I mean, we have the bomb get planted. Everyone goes back over towards mid, and then you only have one player kind of playing deep back around that P2 side to kind of watch over. No one has eyes on the bomb, and Element Orange, they let a round slip away that, I mean, most of the time you should win that if you're holding your positions right. They just completely go towards the other side of the map, and now Element Blue looks like they want to just force the issue. We want to take this 5-1 lead. We're right up onto the A side. No one here from Element Orange, as it's been nothing but B hits, and all of a sudden, Element Blue finds themselves in a perfect situation to take map point here in the series.
Element Orange with the misread of the century, followed up by another one, and now they have to play this full retake. Mo's going to take the left side, trying to hit that pincer, but there's so many players looking in his direction. Will that provide potentially some clearance, though, for Element Orange? They're going to break through that first door, potentially get on into this site as Noisy taking point, trying to make his way on in. First chow goes, Valiant has the gunny to go, 3 players drop, and now it just comes down to Bink, has the first, but not able to get much more as Element Blue map point. And my goodness, this has been a doozy.
It's just mental mistakes right now out of the side of Element Orange, just fundamental S&D. I mean, when you plant the bomb and then you leave it, you just say, all right, I don't think we need to worry about this anymore. We've got it planted. That's the whole objective, right? And then we send a 4-hit towards B side. We don't even think about the site that 90% of the time people are hit. It's just, after such a good hardpoint performance, and I think you said it earlier, just a little bit of a breakdown right now out of the side of Element Orange.
Not only that, I mean, Element Orange, they have the gunny, but they're not getting the kills on the board. Mo's still sitting on 0. I'm not sure if the Codcaster is accurate there, and just continues to be the case as Element Blue one by one drop them. And a 6-1, a flawless round to end off the S&D. And we talked about the importance of that S&D, gaining a better scope of what this series is going to look like. And if it's any indication, Element Blue is in the driver's seat up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Element Orange right now, you have to take this break in between maps to just fully reset. You know exactly what you have to do. Everything is in front of you now. There's nothing you can do about the past 2 maps, but a 250 to 240 performance on that map 1, and you and I are thinking this could possibly go round 11 here, maybe a 6-4. One of these teams slightly edges it out, and Element Blue just shows absolute S&D prowess and maturity in the way that they played right there. So patient, so calm, so collected at every single facet. There was nothing that Element Orange threw at them that surprised them in the S&D, and just rounds that really slipped away from Element Orange in the end.
Feels like that Ninja Defuse as well was the ultimate toll taker. I mean, after that, it wasn't even close. There were rounds that were close, despite what that scoreline early on would indicate, but it's just ultimately that Ninja Defuse and the play out of Element Orange, the aggression out of them, just unwarranted time and time again. Heading into that invasion control, they're going to have to take an opportunity here and really reassess what the strategy will be moving forward. We're going to go ahead and send it to a very, very quick break before we go into that invasion control. But again, do not go anywhere. We still have a lot of Call of Duty action and a team to crown in a matter of hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Premier Circuit Major number 2, beautiful San Antonio, Texas. Element Orange taking on Element Blue and Colorblind. It's been close, but not necessarily in the last map.
Oh, yeah, no, that last map, 6-1 on 6-star in favor of Element Blue, now up 2-0 in the series. You look to Element Orange to get active on this attacker side. One of the big things that we've seen from them is just so much split play. They haven't been playing well together as a team, as a unit. Starting to change that ever so slightly, though, as that B-tick progress being made, and the start that you so desperately need. They've got a little bit of information overload as well over towards A.
Yeah, I was about to say, and now it's playing a little bit spread apart. I don't necessarily hate this. You have two players that hit towards that B site, and Bink just able to slide around, almost finds a tick on A, but he really just draws all of the attention over towards that side. Element Orange should be able to get this B zone in the back pocket. You might have a Gunchawavelli that you need to deal with, but that site's going to go ahead, come on through. And for Element Blue, there's not necessarily that many lives that have been given up necessarily, but Element Orange already with the B site, 2 minutes left. I mean, good position right now for them to be able to get both of these sites.
Ooh. Lots of time to work with as well. 2 minutes on the board, and they have made their way on into this A site. They've got to turn it online. They've got to wake up. Down 2-0 in the series. Back is against the wall. They've got to give it their all. First player up for defense is Noisy, trying to wait for his team to rotate on in. Not going to be able to make it in time. Will not walk away with that first tick towards A either. The cards get reset ever so slightly. Lots of time for Element Orange still to work with, though. They have 1:50 left on the clock to take this A point, take that first round on the board, and gain a little bit of momentum in a series that they've really lacked momentum.
And I was about to say, starting off with an offensive round on Invasion, round 1 could be absolutely detrimental to a team's confidence on the other side, but right now just not able to find these angles on in. We're dead even on lives right now, so the trade battles will ensue back and forth for now, but Element Blue is full in hold right now, and all of a sudden that 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, look at the timer now, already down to almost 1:15 on the clock.
The live starting to become a little bit of a factor here, as well as both teams exchanging blows one after another, as Velix is going to put Neum on skates with the Renetti. Love to see it out of him, but maybe a little bit far overextended out of Element Blue, as they're going to give a little bit of room for Element Orange to find their way again onto this A point. This A point has been time and time again touched. Can they get at least that first tick on the board? Getting a tick on A in the grand scheme of a map like this as well is absolutely huge. They will do exactly that, and in a commanding fashion as well, as two players now breaking on in. All the kills going the way of Element Orange. They have woken up, they have turned online, and they might be in the cards to take the attacker side round to open us up on Invasion. They will do exactly that. And Element Orange not going away without a fight.
And so well played. To perfection right there. They understand that they have a 14-10 life advantage. You only need this timer to stop. That's the only thing going against you. They lay in wait. They pick players off of crosses. Once they get 2-3 dead, that's when they funnel into the hill. Absolute perfection clinic on how to play offense here on Invasion. You get yourself not only a 1-0 lead, but now back onto the defensive side. They put this away, 2-0 lead, and all of a sudden, I don't want to speak too soon, but we've got a series on our hands.
We very much do. Down 2-0. Element Orange again not willing to go down that easily. Element Blue is going to have to take an attacker side round now as well to even things up, and that makes things very interesting. Again, that B point pretty easy to take, but when you start to turn your attention over towards A, that's when things get a little bit dicey. I do like this split play though out of Element Blue, funneling players in over towards A, funneling players in over towards B, and making progress on either side of the map. Now forces Element Orange to pick a side and go. They'll do exactly that. Aiden gets taken down over towards A, but that gives some clearance over towards B and a little bit of room for Element Blue to operate with over there. Get that time up on the board and get that extra time bonus as well. Give themselves a commanding lead.
Second tick trying to be worked on right now on that B side is Element Orange. Cruise Missile does look to be invested here. Not sure which side that's on. Gotta be Bink though, 12-3 right now. Obviously, Godcaster a little bit messed up sometimes, but hey, we do the best we can, and so does Mo as he's able to take out one there along with the teammates. But you gotta make sure that you maybe throw one more body towards this. That's gonna be the B site done. But another thing that's been kind of rearing its head is life advantage just dead even among these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, these teams very, very close in these respawn type game modes. We're seeing similar mirror here from what we saw in that hardpoint that went 250-240 down to the wire. Now Element Blue with the opportunity with 1:45 left on the clock to try and make their way over towards A. Look to Aiden to potentially get behind and provide a little bit of a pincer maneuver here. First kill on the board, looking for more. So he'll do exactly that, and looks like Element Blue positioned to make their way on into A now.
They find a 4 dead in the feed. It's still going to be close players, though, coming off the side of back gas, but there is multiple players in the hill right now that you need to get off, and now Aiden just tucking himself away right here. That's the second tick being worked on. It's going to be one last hit. Bink and Mo going to have to fly in from the backside. Second tick already through. Third about to be gone as well. Late hit in from Element Orange. They throw bodies at the hill, but Aiden, Felly able to find 2, 3 down in the feed, and Element Blue sneak another round away. Offensive on Invasion, and we are tied 1-1. What is happening between these two teams?
What can be said about this series? You start things off with a 10-point differential on Vista before the most puzzling search and destroy result we might have seen throughout the entire weekend, and now they're trading blows on the attacker side of Invasion. Are you f***ing kidding me? This is absolutely absurd. Nothing what we expected in this series. We expected a barn burner, but this is something else. Now Element Orange again on that attacker side with the opportunity to really keep themselves in gear. But if Element Blue can take a defensive side, it might be in their cards.
Everything going the way of Element Orange, and then all of a sudden the mind switch up now, and the mindset of, wow, now we're down. We need to find another offensive round back on the board, but this is a perfect take right now. They're able to get pressure onto the B site, but it's now towards the A site that they are wanting to work. Second tick being worked on right now. Bink just needs to play his life. Noisy's got a huge position towards the backside to be able to take off these players. Should be the A site done and dusted. No one close enough, but maybe the hero, Veli. Oh, we get shut down. The A site good. Bink 18-7 being the everything he can. Quinn, it's coming right down to the wire, but now the easier of the two sites, you've already got 2 ticks through.
Oh, and Mo going absolutely huge, clearing out 2 players from the point. Now just have to deal with Siski. Obviously, Element Blue still going to rotate in, still going to apply that pressure, but you have 2 minutes to get a single tick, and this feels like a absolute Herculean effort needed on this defensive side. Neum sliding in, takes one out. Aiden has to go absolutely huge as he waits for his reinforcements to rotate on in. First kill is on the board, but Mo is being a pain in your backside. Minute 46 left on the board as they start to get that progress to go, and we might see another attacker side round. What is this?
And they're on the board. They only need 1 little second left. It's in. It's there. 3 straight offensive rounds on Invasion. And Quinn, I know you censored it. Sorry for cussing, brothers, but are you fucking kidding me?
Jeez, I mean, what can you even say about this series? This is, we might be making Modern Warfare 3 history here. I've never seen this in pubs. I've never seen this in the CDL. I've never seen this in the CCL. What is happening? This is so abnormal between these two teams. Now Element Blue again on that attacker side. They are going to have to get this round on the board. Otherwise, Element Orange, they stay alive in this series.
Sorry for cussing, brothers. Family friendly out here. Element Orange. What can you say? I mean, Quinn, 3 straight offensive rounds, and already Element Blue now onto this offensive side with the B hit. You do get a couple of kills that come through for Orange, so you're going to be able to at least now hit these rotations on over, try to take some of these gunfights, but this B site is just being worked on quickly. Double pressure on it. Neum, he's just looking around. He can't see anything. He's saying, I know it's ticking, but I don't know where they're coming from. Trying to find the angles, and all of a sudden, 3 dead in the feed. Veli, the last one up. He finds 2. No, can't he find the 3rd? The 17-10, Renetti in hand. Oh, he's absolutely bamboozled him. Oh, nobody gets absolutely whizzed on. Bink finds another. What is happening right now?
Feels like every little thing that happens just should not be happening in this map whatsoever. Element Blue back on the time, back on the point, but they are going to have to start turning their attention over towards that A point. Element Orange very far pushed up. No players, no presence over towards A for Element Blue. And although it feels like those breaks into A have been seamless, believe me, folks, it is not easy by any stretch of the imagination to do that. Element Orange now with 1:45 left on the clock are tasked with keeping their hopes alive, holding strong over towards this A point, but players are starting to drop.
Siski, Kotz, both finding players. All of a sudden, you're 2 down here. If you're Element Orange, you will still have the close back spawns. Everybody kind of funneling towards this A side and seeming what is the first little bit of a slowdown we've had here in this map. Offensive filled. But Element Blue still looming, still trying to apply the pressure. Number 8 slipped around through the backs. That's Siski. If he's able to find a couple of kills back here, could absolutely shut this defensive side down. Kotzi's able to take out Bing, and now all of a sudden trades start coming through either which way. It's a 3-for-1 dead in the feed. Noisy, the last one on the point. He falls. Element Blue could possibly be into the hill, but Noisy, a nade from the heavens, able to come down and take out Kotz. So it's not the exact pressure that you want. Only a single man on the hill.
Trophy system goes down though, so those nades will not be a playing factor, hopefully for the side of Element Blue. The spread out approach is very, very smart here, but you're gonna have to deal with these players running the corner, dropping one after another. Element Blue, they're going to have to hit the regain. 55 seconds left to do so, and Element Orange already pushing into those spawns. They do not want them to gain a single inch of control. When it comes to this map, the Siski first kill on the board is going to potentially give a little bit of room for the Element Blue players to operate.
Oh, they find 2 kills, but still a little bit spread out on the map. If you're Element Blue, you've got to start to work in towards this side, but you just continue to find kills in the kill feed right now, lighting up Blue. 29 seconds left. You get a person that's already on the hill, at least stops the clock for now. Mo finding the fellas in the backside, but trying to find the shots. Siski may have the position that shuts everything down. He's at least able to take out 1 player. Now that single pressure on has already gained the second tick up. You only need 1 more tick in, and Element Blue trying to do the impossible. 7 playing 11, trying to work their way in. Now belly around. He finds it again. That's the tick in. We're headed to a round 5. 4 straight offensive rounds here on Invasion.
I am absolutely speechless. This is ridiculous, and it's emphasis. We've talked about the gunny prowess for either of these teams. You can pull any of these players and they can absolutely carry regardless the situation. Now, final round in the cards here, and here is the situation. You have Element Blue once again on that attacker side. We have not seen a single defensive round go the way of either of these teams, so Element Orange, they're going to have to break the glass here if they want to keep their hopes alive in the series.
Do you even want defense at this point? Like, I don't even know what to say. It's 4 straight offensive rounds. Element Orange now going to be playing on the defensive side. It's like you said, one last final stand. Break the glass, do everything you can. Press the big red button that says do not press and try to lock this in. This is for still that chance. Element Orange, they want to extend the series. And, you know, we talked about earlier as well, this could come down to, it doesn't matter how close the series has been. This is still a position for Element Blue to win this outright 3-0.
If they win this 3-0, I mean, what a way to do it through this last map, especially getting that progress over towards B, applying some pressure over towards A as well. Early life advantage going their way in terms of the grand scheme of this map thus far. They are positioned very, very well. Still applying the pressure, though, is Element Orange. Aiden trying to get active over towards A. Be a little bit of a pest for the side of Element Blue. Will do exactly that, but Neum goes absolutely massive before he is killed off by that pesky trophy system, which will give Element Blue the opportunity to get right back into this B point. Should be able to get that time, unless Noisy has something to say about it.
Oh, but Noisy's got 1, not the second, though. Bink, though, still playing around that top area, so you've got to make sure you deal with him. They just need pressure on this point right now. It's only about a half tick that needs to come through. Should come through. That's the extra minute on the clock. Element Blue, 2 life advantage as well. Quinn now down to 1 minute and 38 seconds in an invasion control that I don't think either of us saw going the way it's going.
And Aiden's already positioned over towards A. This positioning could be massive, but the kills still far so good for the side of Element Orange. But we say that Aiden is continuing to fortify, has the trophy system down, will be able to single-handedly collect that first tick. Element Orange, they do have the spawns to contest with this, but Element Blue breathing down their necks, getting the kills to go, getting the bodies on the point. Two ticks on the board, and that could very well just about do it. Neum has to go massive for his squad. He will not be able to. We have had a run on the attacker side rounds, and we have seen Element Blue advance into the grand finals on historic levels.
We'll just let the trash talk go here for a little bit. Quinn, if I don't say so myself, okay? That is the best invasion control you will ever see, you have ever seen, that will ever be played in Modern Warfare 3. What did we just witness?
A history. That is what we just witnessed there. A absolute barn burner. As we have said time and time again, we marketed it as such, and we have seen and been rewarded. Element Orange dropping down into that lower bracket, now tasked with taking on Destro to try and make their way back into this matchup, whereas Element Blue, the second seed in this bracket, have punched their tickets into the grand finals in dominant fashion. We're gonna have an interview coming up with one of those players, but Matt, that is one way to end that.
250 to 240. 6-1, which that S&D even feels like a fever dream at this point after that invasion control. We just saw two teams of the same org that came out, left it all on the line. And we said it right after that map one. This could come down to no matter how close this series ends up being in the end, when you drop that map to S&D after so close of a first hard point, it doesn't matter. An Element Blue able to 3-0, walk away, and now into the grand finals. And you talked about the matchup with Element Orange now and Destro Gaming. Destro has been hot through this losers bracket. They've been feeling good all day long. They're coming off of a 3-0 performance themselves, now taking on Element Orange. If you're Element Orange, how do you hit the regain here? Because this series is coming up 10-15 minutes. You're playing a team that is absolute locked in, ready to go, and is just foaming at the mouth for a chance to play again.
Yeah, no, especially with a series going like that, where it feels like every good thing that you do is just ultimately thwarted some way, somehow. Element Orange is going to have a mighty task ahead of them. Destro Gaming as well, coming off of a really good series, looking to take things to the next level. Let's go ahead and take a interview now with Cats from the side of Element Blue. And man, you guys were absolutely frying. I mean, talk to me a little bit here about what was going on in your guys' heads when you guys were exchanging blows on the attacker side of Invasion.
Yeah, that's definitely that's a first. I've never seen that shit happen. I mean, they were like just scamming their setups. Like they were all up, and then like Neum or somebody would just chow like they weren't supposed to and give us the blood. That's all it took. Then we just wrap A Street, and I mean we have all the cross. Like once we get on the point, it's kind of cooked. Honestly, it would have been a lot better if like both of the defenses when we won the break, like I would just run up A Street and then I got blooded both times, and that's how they got on A, and that's how they won their offense. So, you know, I'll tweak that a little bit. That's about it.
Yeah, no, you talked a little bit about the over-aggression potentially from the Element Orange players. How were you guys able to capitalize on that? And what were the comms kind of like when they would take an over chow or anything of that sort?
Yeah, I mean, we were just being patient. I don't know if you guys did any listening or anything, but I mean, we were literally just sitting, waiting for them to scam. Like, they're all really good players, so they might not show as much respect to us as we do to them. So, like, eventually they're just going to ego chow and then scam.
Yeah, and, you know, coming into this one as well, I mean, both the 1 and 2 series, was there really kind of a moment for you guys that felt like turned the series for you, or did you guys kind of really the whole way think that this one was in the back pocket?
Honestly, just winning map 1. Like, yesterday, we literally did not win a single map 1. I mean, we played the Elite Qualifier from here and everything, and, I mean, the first series of the Elite Qualifier, we almost got clubbed, and then we won 3 straight. And then the second series, we lost map 1, won 3 straight. And then our last series of the night, like we were down 2-0 and we reverse swept. So, winning map 1 is definitely like the main objective today, coming out hot.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys came absolutely out hot, man. I mean, that Vista hardpoint right down to the wire. But one more question before we let you get out of here. Take me back. You guys are kind of trading back and forth rounds. You get up in the S&D, and then all of a sudden, 4v4 retake. You guys decide to hop the bomb in the middle of the map. No one checks it whatsoever. I mean, did you guys just think you were going to get away with that? Was that just kind of like we'll just try it? Like, what's the kind of comms there?
There was no comms besides Siski saying, "Yo, I'm hopping." That's it. He just hopped. He just hopped. He didn't wait for nobody to look over him, nothing. He was just hopping that shit.
Man.
It turned out to be one of the greatest plays we've seen all weekend. But, Cots, we appreciate you coming out here. Absolute great plays. On to you guys, and good luck today in the grand finals.
Appreciate you, man. You guys have a good one.
Oh man, Matt, that was something else. What a series. And I mean, Element Blue, they earned that 10 times over, 3-0 to punch their ticket into the grand finals. Element Orange will be following them against Destro Gaming in that lower finals. And again, neither of these teams are out by any stretch of the imagination, but looking in that grand final bracket, you've got a tall task ahead of you if you want to hoist that trophy.
I was about to say, tall task indeed. I mean, this team looked nigh unbeatable at some times. I'm still kind of reeling over what we just saw in that invasion, but Element Blue makes it to the grand final, and now it kind of puts us to this marquee matchup, losers final. We were already down to 3 teams. This will take us down to 2. Before we get out of here and toss it to a quick break, you got any early predictions heading into this one?
Oh man, I mean, if you're talking about that lower finals, I know Destro Gaming, they are feeling really hot after their earlier matchup in the day that Zep and Bezo carried. I mean, I am very concerned, I would say, about Element Orange, especially coming off of a series like that where your mental has to be a little bit checked. We saw a little bit of exchanging jaws and words in the downstretch of that as well. So you got to expect these guys to be a little bit checked. I'm looking at Destro to potentially maybe make a little bit of an upset there, but in terms of that grand finals, man, it is hard to say.
Absolutely hard to say for the grand finals. I think we'll wait to get all the analytical points out till we got our players lobbied up and ready to go. But ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. Coming up just after the break, losers finals here at the Premier League Circuit Major number 2.
That bitch burned so bad.
go. Things are getting spicy as we have our loser finals. One of these teams is going to go home. One of these teams has a date with Element Blue in the grand finals for a chance at that trophy. Matt, talk to me a little bit about this one. This is something else.
Look, I mean, we just witnessed one of the wackiest, insane series you'll ever witness in Modern Warfare 3. Element Orange comes out on the bottom side, now running into Destro Gaming. We talked a little bit about it there in the pre-show. Element Orange, there's kind of two ways that I really feel like this goes for them, right? They bounce back, they play angry, they come at this Destro Gaming team. Obviously, we got a little bit of, intro in the cues that Destro Gaming may have claimed that they're the biggest slaying team here at the LAN. That's a big, I'd say, take on the rest of the competition. They've got a chance to prove it here, though. Against Element Orange, this is still a very, very good team. Your number one team heading into today, heading into yesterday. Now with a chance to get their revenge back in the grand finals. It doesn't get better than this, man. We're down to a championship Sunday. 3 teams left, and this is where the best Call of Duty is going to be played.
Yeah, man, lots of moxie in this lobby. Let's take a look at the teams, see who's playing.
Miracles after him back, and that was another double kill for him. Mochila is keying up. Mochila has used an ASM1, which is interesting to see. Seconds and Mochila. Doesn't matter if he's not using that.
Damn. Guess I'm back.
Hey, classy teams across the board. Shout out to our production staff for those fantastic intros, along with this fantastic graphic showcasing each of these squads across the board here. And talk to me a little bit about this map, because we were talking in the green room. It feels like this really runs through, hey, how is Element Orange feeling after that Element Blue beatdown? Are they checked? Or, hey, is this their John Wick arc?
Yeah, we'll have to see. But for Destro Gaming, I know one thing. These guys are eager, ready, chomping at the bit for this series. They've been looking to come out and prove that they are one of the best teams here at this LAN. You take a look at the map set here. Rio, 6-star invasion, 6-star invasion. Little 6-star invasion back and forth, but a Rio hardpoint to get us kicked off, and I could not be more excited.
I just am excited not to see Vista, man. It's been so long since we have not started off with a Vista. That being said, Rio does have some similarities. I feel like it does come down to a lot of the times that P5 to P1 parlay heading into that second set of rotations. You can really gain a lot of momentum there because it's just a hop and a skip away. And if you can get that time on P5, push it into P1, you set yourselves up really good. So we're flying on into that Rio hardpoint, as you said. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, don't get more excited than a Rio hardpoint map 1, especially when you've had 17 Vistas in a row. But look, a lot of similarities on the map, as you pointed out. I love the P1, P2 call there, as well as if you're able to get those late flip outs there in Rio, you give the good team, or rather the team, good spawns for P2, put you right in the position for P3, and all of a sudden you're out and running with a 100-point lead before we're even to P4. It's going to be very interesting to see which two of these teams is going to be able to take a good lead here early.
Kicking it off, P1 already online. Guns out, nades out, stuns out. Everybody looking to get active here with P1, and so far so good for Element Orange. They're going to grab a couple of those key early kills to try and gain that early scrap. Obviously not going to sell your soul for P1, but you're going to start to make the attention over towards P2. So far, Destro Gaming, though, with those spawns.
Big shots in through are good onto the first, and it's Element Orange with very good time right now as the contest starts to come through. But Neum able to find one, not the second one, traded out by Stu, but a nade from Noisy over the top will be able to find the kill, and that's the wipe one that you need in the feed. Element Orange now starting to run away, at least in the scoreline, off of this P1, but this is still very early.
Yeah, no, we saw this actually in that Vista hardpoint in our winners finals where Element Orange, they started off hot on that P1, but they weren't able to get that rotation onto P2, and those early rotations in the grand scheme of things were what they were missing, and it ultimately did come back to bite them. Starting to see a different narrative play out here, though, as they already have that parlay into P2. Noisy looking to get active over towards the lobby side of this, trying to gain a little bit more fortification for his squad.
Bink just gonna slide right around into the info doors, be able to get his teammates trades, and it's perfect hard point right now from the side of Element Orange with Dello in to say something himself, able to find one, immediately traded right back out, and Element Orange just refusing to relinquish this hard point. Stu may have an opportunity though, in from the backside with one, shots into Neum, not quite gonna be able to get the kill. You do have reinforcements now here from the backside, but it's exactly what I touched on just a second ago. You give a team good spawns for P2, you set yourselves up for P3 if you already have that lead. It's only 14 seconds of scrap time that go your way, and all of a sudden you can start building that lead back on P3.
Element Orange going to have that rotation once again. They have those spawns as well, and now we start to see Destro falling behind ever so slightly. They do gain all of that scrap, but Element Orange, it's that patented aggression that we have seen time and time again play out, where they are going to play for that time, but they're also going to push up really, really far and try and hit you into any spawn trap that they possibly can. Bink goes absolutely massive, fortifying for his squad single-handedly, is going to give them that P3 control. Great rotates, great holds, but Destro Gaming breathing down their neck still.
Yeah, they have pressure here, but still being dealt with. Dello over the top side, able to find one. Noisy immediate trade back onto him, and it's just the trade battles that are continuously going Element Orange's way that have put themselves in the lead. Now you can see everyone from Destro Gaming trying to hit through this ramp side. One straggler out towards Old, but this is another perfect rotation onto this hard point, something that we didn't see a lot from Element Orange in that first series.
Oh, but Destro, they're going to take Bink off of the hardpoint, ripping him off and trying to get that early time. They'll also take down Noisy, so that's going to give them a little bit of an opportunity to find their way back into this. Obviously not too far out of that driver rear view mirror, but down by 60, they are going to look to take this time, and now things start to slow down a little bit. Element Orange trying to gain their bearings, trying to get that push ready. They have Neum off to that left side. That could provide a little bit of a pincer if they can get the kills to justify as well. Sliding on in, gets that first kill to go. Bink another on the board, and now we have the retake in from Element Orange. Stu is going to have to go massive. He will. First kill on the board for him. They continue to go blue in the feed.
Oh, but now Noisy and Mo able to find one. The Renetti shots just seemingly shooting into Narnia, and all of a sudden Element Orange finds their way in, able to garner a little bit more of this time. We know how important of a money hill P5 can be, but at the moment it is Element Orange that will push themselves over that 100-point threshold. Couple of late kills for B-Man though. He finds two, finds all three on Old. It's only for 10 seconds, but I mean, hey, a little highlight clip for later, never hurts.
It never hurts, will eventually be taken down, so it hurts ever so slightly nonetheless. 3 seconds is not anything comparatively to what Destro Gaming can potentially scrap up here on P5. Let's go and listen in to hear these boys' comms.
One mid as well. Mid. One front as well.
Yeah, we're Bink top mid.
Challenge you step.
One time. One time.
Check weak. They're check weak all the time. Yeah, you go. On. Watch out. Nade. Let's show if you need them. Nice. Get up, guys. Stay down. Keep making away.
Look at left. Bink's hurt left.
Mid right now, Demo. Bink dead. I got mid. Number 5. Neum third. Left ready. Have all of it. Neum from somebody was.
Live on time.
They're gonna play that 20. Yeah, 100%. I'm needed here.
I'm
gonna put mid. Couple left. I'm on.
Yeah. Me time.
Watch out, bro. Deep left time.
I'll bridge steps.
I mean, Esky doesn't
Watch your bridge. Bink you in one bridge.
Alright, let's see. He's on the hedge, okay?
That's one out.
But it popped the 2 pieces right now, so I'm going alright. Good pinch here. Yeah.
Really good comms out the side of Destro Gaming, but they're not going to be enough to get back into the mix of this, as Element Orange have gotten that break into P5, have parlayed their way into P1, and we talked about this being that potential money hill stagger here. Destro Gaming have to find their way back into P1, otherwise things start to get a little bit dicey.
Things start to get a little bit more out of hand. Element Orange now still 34 seconds to work with. You have Neum around on the pinch. He's able to find one. You know that there's still going to be players lurking around this hard point. He's just contesting for now, trying to be a nuisance. Dello in, finding the kill. Mo, last one up here on the hard point, will get dealt with as well. Mello's able to find two, but Noisy still here looking like a little noise himself, able to find two. It's a 3 dead in the feed. And Element Orange just clean up all the scrap time. And look at the spawns. Look at Destro Gaming. Everyone out in Narnia. You have P2 control if you're Element Orange and a chance to slam the door here in map number 1.
Yeah, things starting to get dire here for Destro. They're going to need to get this break, and they're going to need to get it very quickly as any extra time. I mean, Element Orange, they already have over 100 points being hung on you. You have to get these kills. You have to get the break on in. Stu and Adam will get one apiece, but Bink still being a thorn in their backside eventually does get taken down, but the value still very much felt, at least in the time being. But Adam will find a couple more to go his way. Destro Gaming just barely able to swing it. 36 seconds left on the board for them, and Element Orange, they do have those spawns over towards P3, so that's something that Destro's as well gonna have to keep their mind on.
Yeah, and it's just a make or break moment. Destro Gaming keeps themselves in the game, but for how long? They're just constantly playing on the back foot of rotations, constantly forcing themselves to be able to find a break, and as well, Element Orange can afford to throw a couple of bodies up towards this new hill. You don't want to necessarily lose spawns out on New, but Stu still here fighting Neum. You got the spawns for New, and Element Orange just looking to make this a little bit mixier, but still a 60-point lead for them heading into this P3. Spawns, rotations, everything locked in for them, but oh my god, Stu. I wish my MCW shot like that.
Yeah, no, this man is straight up beaming, and he's got to. I mean, they need a player to really step up here. Everybody's doing their job, but you ideally want a player to really take control, take the moxie and mojo on the side of Element Orange. I mean, look no further than Bink. This man is absolutely frying, trying to break on into the next hill, though, and Stu will do exactly that with the help of Dello as Destro Gaming find their way on in. The breaks have been seamless, but again, you have to have a little bit more forethought. This is something that we saw out of Element Orange where the rotations late killed them. They have to get those rotations, otherwise they're going to repeat something, same thing, different font.
Neum jumping into the hill immediately, though, getting shut down by Dello. It's 17 seconds of scrap that should go their way, but with kills still appearing blue in the feed, should be able to work their way onto this P4 as well. But you have double pressure now hitting towards the side of ramp for Element Orange. They've got numbers now at New. They're able to secure this. You have one more player up towards boxes. He's dealt with as well. And now all of a sudden, Element Orange doing what they do best, just forcing you to stay on the behind side of rotations. Now the cruise missile getting invested.
Keeping them on their toes here. Stu, though, coming in from above, gets a lot of information. No kill to go his way, but still gets a lot of positioning info. Going to have the opportunity now to break on in through main. That's the first kill on the board. B-Man, another, but you still have to deal with Mo, who's on the backside here by this truck, and Bink has a potential cutoff play as well. Those spawns very favorable for that positioning. Bink is going to be rewarded, and then some, as Mo now starting to pick up the MCW and fry. This man is unstoppable, as is the rest of his squad, breaking into that 200-point barrier, and now things again start to get a little questionable for Destro. They're going to have to hit the left foot, right foot express over towards P5. They will get a little bit of scrap time, but this P5 to P1 rotation, it becomes incredibly key, as is the entirety of P5.
I was about to say, I mean, you gotta just hold P5 at the start. I mean, Element Orange only 40 seconds away from winning this one. A big break here if they find it, and they might be able to shut this game away, but still, Destro Gaming with numbers, the 3 dead in the feed. Neum still last man up here, jumping out, not able to find the kill, and it's a wave of kills that will certainly help Destro Gaming, but everyone spawning out towards that P3 side for Element Orange should be able to at least throw bodies down this street area. But for the moment, Destro Gaming is able to lock into this P5, start garnering some much needed time. If they're able to hold the rest of this, could put them up around the 200-point mark themselves, but still, you gotta deal with players all around you. Noisy still ringing out, now the dead in the feed, now Element Orange back onto the hill themselves.
Back onto the hill and can get a lot of serious time on this hill as well. Noisy, though, does get ripped off, so now congestion potentially in the air here. Dello with a very interesting spot as well will provide some support, give his team an opportunity to break right back into the hill. That pressure is being established, but Element Orange already heading in from that P1 can take control over there and can really parlay from P5 into P1. We'll get that extra little bit of scrap. We'll have that map control that they so desperately need. Destro is spawning very far from P1. They've got to get in in on this point here and now. Element Orange, they can win it here.
And Noisy perfectly reading the wrap onto Adam Savage, so that's going to at least shut that down for now. But you got a couple more players here to deal with. Noisy absolutely frying everything, and Path contested hill for now. B-Man and Dello on the hill, they slide around. Not sure if they know that one's bridge. Dello able to pick it up, able to hit the read, and Destro Gaming finds their way into this hill at the absolute last moments of this hard point. 2:29 the score for Element Orange. You only need about 20 more seconds to lock this in. Neum throwing his body into the hill, but still contested for now.
It's not over until it's over, but for Element Orange, it could very well just come off of the clean break that we are seeing here. Stu has to stand tall for his squad. B-Man will provide that support, doing exactly that. 3 kills on the board from B-Man. This man is frying with the Renetti, keeps the hopes of his squad alive, and take a look at that P2 rotation as well. Destro, they have the spawn set up. Again, it is not over until it is over. That retake out of Element Orange will grant them a little bit more time on the board, but they still have to make the hit into that next set of hard point, that next set of rotations. Destro cannot win it here and now. They're going to have to play for P3, whereas Element Orange, just one clean break is all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit more time off that P1. Could have given yourself a chance here on P2, but for Destro Gaming, you'll get it just about there. You'll have to play till about the 20-15 second mark to make sure that you can at least hold all of this old time. It's only 13 seconds needed, but 2:10 and climbing right now for the side of Destro Gaming. As gunfights start to come through for each of these teams. Stu just trying to lay down shots, but Noisy, oh, he's got the flank. Oh, he's got the positioning. He's just trying to sneak into the backside. He might have them all dead to right. 3 dead in the feed. Element Orange, perfect break on in. One more man up. He gets camera broken in Narnia, and all of a sudden, Element Orange only needing 7 more seconds to run away with this one. You're spawning out in Narnia. No one close to the hill, and 250 to 220. Element Orange will lock in map number 1.
There you have it. The John Wick arc has begun for Element Orange, but Destro, they were confident heading into this, and they put up a fight down the stretch there, proving to have that resilience so desperately needed in a series like this. Again, loser of this series is done, dusted, and gone, packing their bags with that top 3 placement. What a way to kick things off. These hard points have been close.
I mean, 250 to 240, 250 to 220. Every yard point we've witnessed today almost seemingly going the distance, and now our second dose of 6-star search and destroy coming up for our map number 2. Destro Gaming, they find themselves on the back foot right now, but a big positioning for them to be able to work their way back into this one. And I will say this as well for the side of Destro Gaming, it did see like a little bit of a slow start, but once they started to pick up a little bit in the kills department, they started bringing that hard point back. You put yourself in a position where you potentially could win the game, but just a little bit too much on the back foot. We'll have to see now if they can take advantage of that slowdown here in 6-star S&D.
Yeah, and again, we saw Element Orange on the 6-star S&D. It was very sus. I mean, 6-1 against Element Blue. Sure to expect them to fix up a couple of the things that happened on that map, because there were just certain plays, certain ill-advised strategies that we saw deployed that just did not make a whole lot of sense. However, though, if Destro can find their way back into this and kind of mirror what we saw out of Element Blue, that could be their potential to make this series close. A lot riding on this S&D, it feels like.
Yeah, and it's the exact same thing that we kind of said going into the last series when we're heading into S&D. Such a close first map hard point, but at the same time, if Element Orange is able to come in here, do what they can do on S&D and steal this map away, they find themselves up 2-0 in the series, potentially with a sweep on our hands. So for Destro Gaming, I think your back is fully up against the wall, and something that you love to mention earlier is this is a big map to kind of tell us how the rest of this series is going to play out.
Yeah, no, very much so, especially with what we saw out of Element Orange again. It just feels like that winner's final series is very hard to, it's a hard taste to get rid of, especially for Element Orange, which what we saw there, just not very pretty. But again, starting off hot on that Rio hardpoint, now 6-star S&D with the opportunity to really cement themselves within this series and prove, hey, you know, we understand where we went wrong. Here's how we are going to fix it. Starting off on the defensive side as well, a little bit less pressure being felt there, but Destro getting active over towards B.
Dello looking like he wants to work this bomb a little bit, at least up towards the B site, but Noisy, immediate kill onto B-Man. That aggression that kind of got the better of them in the first S&D, looking to make better on it. Noisy, Immediate slide in on the defense, just looking for these kills, chasing through the smoke. I mean, he is a ninja right now. Adam Savage going to be able to find the trade onto him. So now it's all left up to Mo, dealt with there, and Destro Gaming able to take a 1-0 lead here in this S&D map too. And I mean, again, Quinn, I mean, something I'm noticing, just a little bit too much aggression out of this Element Orange side on offense. Or on defense.
It's just... Again, as you said, it's that aggression where sometimes, and when it pays off, it very much pays off. I mean, these guys, they have nothing to prove. They are in the losers final, but they made it to the winners final. They have made it throughout this bracket and are going to place top 3 regardless. They have proven that they have the gunny. Now the question is, can they prove that they can reel it back a little bit and prove to have the strategy to back it as well? Destro Gaming off of some team deathmatch there. First point on the board now on the defensive side. And Element Orange, what do you have?
Slow plays, at least from the side of Destro Gaming. They're just wanting to make sure they lock down these angles. They've given up a site for free here. Adam Savage is going to get the information that there are people on this site. Bomb should get planted here for the side of Element Orange, and that's one of those takes where it's like the offense for Element Orange there, it pays off for them, right? That aggressiveness. They fully push up onto the A site. They do it as a team, but it's just those solo aggressive pushes that are really getting the better of them in certain situations.
Just got to mitigate those, and it feels like you have so much room to operate with, but Dello is going to make it feel just a little bit hard to breathe in this smoke. Bink now, next man up to bat, will find one, but the trades continue to go the way of Destro, and we've seen it once again. Mo, 1v2 turns to a 1v1, though, as he denies the bomb defusal. Not going to be able to do much more, though. Time will be in the favor of Destro. They will get the defuse to go. They have that second round on the board.
And they've been quick, right? This has been very fast-paced rounds. The bomb's getting planted very early on into the round, and as soon as the bomb gets planted, the retake not so far behind. It's a beautiful job from the side of Destro Gaming to just use your numbers. You know that these players are most likely going to be in isolated spots, holding their corners, trying to check for information. They work as a squadron throughout that backstairs side. They play the trades, and they're able to get onto the site, hit the defuse. It's great S&D out of the side of Destro Gaming right now, and it's something that I think you and I kind of talked about in the green room was S&D is a big question mark right now for Element Orange, and especially on this map.
Yeah, and it continues to be that question mark for them. They have to find their footing here at some point. Otherwise, this series could very much get out of hand. But as we say that, Bink and Noisy, the aggression finally being rewarded. Neum will find another. You blink, and B-Man, just the last player standing. Bomb is down over towards B, a treacherous path that he will have to take. It's Mo on the other side of the map as well. A little bit of a ring around the Rosie as they try and locate where B-Man's coming from. Might have heard some footsteps, though. The turnaround is there. This should very well go the way of Element Orange. First round on the board, unless B-Man has something to say. He doesn't have much more than one kill in the tank, though. 2-1, Destro Gaming still, but Element back in the mix.
Back in the mix, a much needed round, but still, as you said, it's Destro Gaming with the lead. They've been playing very, very well so far here in this S&D, but it's early, right? And there's still so many chances in these little minuscule adjustments that we really needed to see from Element Orange that you feel like if they could just, you know, patch the tires a little bit, right? They can get right back on rolling, and you find that round there, but they need to start to chain a couple of these rounds together, not get in that kind of back and forth where they're chasing the lead.
You never want to be chasing anything, especially in S&D. Element Orange now on the attacker side, and just again, that positioning, it does not get rewarded at all. B-Man cuts Neum down. Element Orange now at the player personnel disadvantage to operate with, still trying to make the assault into this B point, but it's going to be extra hard, especially with Dello sitting in that mid area. Has potential for a cutoff.
Adam Savage, big kills through the back, and now you leave Mo and Noisy all on their lonesome here. 2v4 situation. I mean, there are Destro players just aligned all throughout this mid area, around through the backside, just covering their bases here. The bomb will be able to get planted on the A site, but Mo, he's a little bit isolated out towards this mid area. I don't know if he's going to be expecting one right around the other side of the bar, but Noisy, beautiful timing, not the shots to follow. Trade's going to come through. Mo's going to be the last one alive here in a 1v2.
Has to play this very, very carefully. The bomb is down, so he has a little bit of room to operate with, though the pixels will be spotted through the angle. B-Man is able to beam him down. get that defuse as well, and Destro remains flawless on the defensive side.
And it's just one of those rounds where it's now we get into the position where Element Orange is behind and chasing the game, right? They win that round right there. Okay, we got things tied up 2-2. But now you're just in the same position that you were when it was 2-0. It's 3-1 and a potential now for Destro Gaming, if they can put things together on the offensive side to match that defensive prowess we've been seeing. They take a 4-1 lead and a chokehold here in this S&D. Going to be interesting to see what they kind of elect to do with the bomb now. B-site's been a little bit of a struggle for both of these teams. Not necessarily the B affair that we saw the last time we had a 6-star, but nonetheless, still for Destro Gaming, does look like they want to hit the 2-2 split, take some mid-control, and they're gonna find it all. They will find it all. Dello, oh my god, Dello, 3 in the feed, he's lighting it up. Give him one more. Destro Gaming, as soon as it starts, it is over. 4-1 up, chokehold on this S&D.
My goodness.
Hold on, this dude, he stole the ace. Stu stole the teammate's ace. Oh, bad guy.
Personally, if I'm Dello, I'm backing out after that.
Bad guy Stu. Bad guy Stu.
Yeah, no. Still, though, I mean, it feels like, hey, I mean, that hard point, it was very, very close. If you take this S&D, I really look at Destro a little bit differently in the grand scope of this series. Maybe you started off a little bit slow. Again, you're the team that came into this with a little bit of break time. Now really starting to kick it into high gear. Element Orange, it's been their thorn in the backside. These 6-star S&Ds, only 2 points across the last 2 times we've seen them on this map thus far. The bomb plants have been seamless. It's just a matter of holding, and they haven't been able to do that.
36 seconds. Shots from B-Man, and the good read from him too, but the pistol, ooh, it got a little windy out here, I won't lie. We're at the top of a building, you know, a little wind, but the kills start to come through all around. But Bink, right back with 2 more of his own, evens things up into a 2v2. It's still trade battles happening all around. A mixy kill feed. Bink finds them all. 1, 2, 3. You light it up for Bink, and he's got the second round, and a dire needed bounce back here for the side of Element Orange.
Yeah, and this is what I like about Element Orange, is they have Bink. This man is unstoppable, has had so many key moments for this squad throughout the duration of what we have seen thus far in winners finals, heading into these lower finals as well. 6-5 now on the map, putting on a clinic for his squad. And Element Orange, I mean, again, all of these guys can pick up and frag, but it really just comes down to those key moments, and you need a player like Bink who can step up. Now this map is starting to be looked at a little bit differently. Down but not out is Element Orange.
No, for sure not out, but the problem is it's that chasing of the lead, just being down multiple rounds at every single instance. One gunfight can mean that Destro Gaming is on map point. Bomb looking to make its way up towards that A site. Not a lot of, you know, real estate there on the B site, as is completely covered by Element Orange, but A, wide open right now, should be able to get this bomb plant in, but there's a barrage of players from Element Orange hitting through the back.
And do they anticipate this? You do have Adam, who's going to gain so much information. The trigger discipline is going to go for 1. Light up Neum as well, but not going to be able to get the kill to go. Instead, Neum is going to take another route in. Bomb is down. Now Destro tasked with the opportunity to defend. Player personnel advantage as well. Neum just trying to find his way through the door. Not going to be able to get past B-Man. Bink, last player standing. Another 1v2 that he has to clutch up for his squad. They put him in this position time and time again, but only 8 bullets. He's going to have to reload at some point. Destro Gaming playing this slow and steady. The methodical approach will pay off. The Renetti in hand will close. Destro Gaming, map point.
Yeah, and something you talked about too, you said, you know, I'm not sure if they're expecting them out back, and they just don't check that one corner. And even though he's only good for 1 in the backside for Destro, it's the information that he gains, right? He sees 3 players crossing through the backside. As soon as Destro knows that they get that other kill towards the close side of the site, they know exactly where the other 2 Element players are going to be coming from. It's the slow, methodical, tactical plays out of Destro Gaming that have just absolutely given them a massive lead here now in this map number 2.
Now map point here for Destro can tie up the series if things go well. Lots of room for error on the side of Element Orange, not so much. You have to play this picture perfect, and the pincer maneuver coming in from mid, coming in from this backside. Will it be red? If it isn't, this could be a catastrophic misread. Dello coming in. Still have to deal with the player by pool. Niam will provide some support as well. Player personnel advantage granted the way of Element, or they're going to have defuse as well. Savage coming in from behind. 2 kills on the board for him. Spots out Noisy. And now back and forth we go. Ring around the Rosie, whose pockets will be full of Posey as Adam Savage reduced to ashes by Noisy. And Element Orange not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. But again, have to play picture perfect from this point forward.
I mean, these rounds have been coming down to the wire, but a beautiful 1v1 from Noisy, able to get it done. And like you said, just extend the lifeline ever so slightly. Still a 5-3 lead, would still have to be 3 straight rounds in a row from the side of Element Orange, but definitely possible. 5-3 scoreline. Destro Gaming trying to tie this up at 1 apiece, but Colorblind, what do they have to do here on the offensive side?
They have to play it picture perfect here. They have a little bit of room to operate with. You can lose this round and still theoretically take it in the next one, but you still want to keep your foot on the ignition. You don't want to give any room for Element Orange to operate with, especially given the fact that they take that first map. You want to take this map in commanding fashion. The assault over towards A looks to be the strategy, but Element Orange thus far reading into it, sending in some utility down mid, trying to set them off.
First kill is going to come through for Noisy. Second for Neon. Bink ends up getting a team kill. Stu takes him out, and all of a sudden it's into a 2v2. Noisy able to lock down onto Stu, but Adam Savage still here, still kicking. Should be able to recover this bomb. 1v2 scenario for him. Element Orange is on the wrap right now, just trying to play together, trying not to get isolated. Bomb now wrapping as both of these teams, I mean, they're playing Ring Around a Rosie around the entire map right now.
Yeah, no, and it feels like Element Orange don't really know where he's going to go with this bomb plant. What I like out of this, though, is the fact that they are staying together, playing as a unit. We have seen them get staggered in the past, not letting that be the case this time. Bomb will go down over towards B, so now they have the opportunity to converge on in. Question is, though, this is a really ratty angle out of Adam, but spotted out. Unfortunate timing there. The COD gods not playing in his favor, and Element Orange now just down by 1, looking to bring it to a round 11 and obviously bring this map home.
Oh, down 5-2 in this S&D seems so long ago, now on the verge of being knotted at 5 apiece, but you still need 2 rounds in a row here from the side of Element Orange. And for Adam Savage there, I love the ratty spot, the timing, and like you said, the COD God's just not on his side. He's not able to clutch it up, win the map. And this is still a mixy position for Destro Gaming, right? Because not only do they run the risk right now of having a 5-2 comeback on themselves, they run the risk of going down 2-0 in this series.
That is not what you want to do at all, especially when you started off that S&D so hot. I mean, it's a game of momentum. It's a game of stamina, though, as well. If you prove to have some stamina issues, that could be really biting you in the backside down the stretch. Element Orange, the quick plant once again. We've seen this kind of fall apart in the past, but the difference here is the fact that they are playing so close together. They're setting up these angles and they're not getting aggressive, not over-challing. This is exactly what you want to see out of them as they have this site locked down.
I mean, they have it completely locked like Fort Knox. No one able to enter, no one able to leave. B-Man's just ready to get the chow, but the kills don't come through. All of a sudden, blue in the kill feed. Element Orange has to go up. That's only 3v2. You gotta find a defuse laying on the bomb. Noisy gets taken out. Bomb still getting defused. Big. Oh, he doesn't find the kill. It comes through, and Destro Gaming able to sneak the round away, take the map, and even things up 1 apiece here in the losers finals.
It's a matter of nanoseconds. It's a matter of centimeters. In terms of the shots, just barely not able to get it to go. It's Bink, the last player to fall, and there you have it, tied up 1 apiece in the losers finals. Both of these teams have the reasons to want that date with Element Blue up in the grand finals. Both teams looking for some revenge. They gotta go through each other first. Starting off hot.
No, absolutely. And this is exactly what we expected out of both of these teams. Element Orange, sneaky map 1 win, 250 to 220. But Destro Gaming, they lead that S&D for a majority of the map, able to clutch up and really stop the comeback from coming through there for the side of Element Orange. But now we head into another invasion control.
Oh, God.
I don't think we're going to be able to top the last invasion control that we witnessed. But if we do, I don't know if I'm going to be able to have a pulse after that one. Heading into it now being a swing map, and as well kind of determining who's going to have this lead heading into a 6-star hardpoint.
Yeah, and that 6-star hardpoint, it becomes very, very interesting. That respawn on Rio was very close, but obviously Destro taking the S&D on 6-star. Can they repeat it? It's going to come down to that invasion control first, though. We're going to go ahead and send it to a very quick break. Again, do not go anywhere. Still, lots of action to come your way.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Premier Circuit Major number 2. Element Orange, Destro Gaming, knotted at 1 apiece. Invasion Control, Quinn. I don't think we're going to top our ones last time, but we still got an interesting one.
Man, I'm always rooting for the best, but for my own mental sanity and probably the rest of the chat, I would hope the same. I hope we see some defensive-sided rounds, but nonetheless, Element Orange starting off on the attacker side with the opportunity to pick up right where they left off on this map in those winter finals. Destro Gaming, though, applying some pressure early into B, not going to want to let them get much going there. First tick of progress, nonetheless, being made.
Ooh, shots from Adam Savage, though, still here. B-Man, though, goes down to Noisy, and now you're just going to have kind of that back and forth of invasion that we talk about. But Mo still here, still doing damage. Element Orange still really kind of throwing bodies towards this B point. They want this, but those are nasty Renetti shots. You're only going to see here on land, ladies and gentlemen. Neum already on Nadello, and B-Man, though, still here. And Destro Gaming, they just refuse to let this site go away. Now the clock starts to become a factor when you're only under a minute left.
A minute left to operate with here. You still have those 2 ticks over towards B, so looks like the pressure is going to continue to be applied over there. But Destro, something that we're seeing out of them that's a little bit different from what we saw in the Element Blue matchup is the fact that they are not letting this B site go by any stretch of the imagination. They will have to take it from them. Element Orange will do exactly that. Do get 2 players taken down, but it's ultimately going to be Neum soaking up that remaining time on the board, unless B-Man has something to say about it. At least for a second he does. Not able to fully capitalize, though. This B site looking like it's going to be gone.
Oh, and it's just awkward gunfights here towards the broken area. Neum's going to elect to jump on out, but he gets dealt with. Possibly able to slide back into the point, but the B site is dealt with. Extra minute on the clock, about dead even on the lives. Element Orange, Destro Gaming still locked in a tight one, but Element Orange now has the tall task of getting themselves onto the A site for 3 ticks.
Now the question becomes, what is the setup for Destro? Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to sit back, relax, chill, pop a cold one, and try and make sure this A site does not go to the wayside? Noisy smoking around, because able to find B-Man in the back lines, lurking a little bit, pushes Destro Gaming back ever so slightly. They're still playing that aggressive approach, but now players starting to touch on into this A site, and we could be seeing a rewrite once again of what the anticipation is for a map like this. Neum soaking up that time, 53, and paused as the spawns have been reset. Destro Gaming, you've got to get on to this point.
Yeah, only 1 man on is Neum, looking like he's trying to do a jump spot in the middle of all of this chaos, but now back onto the irons, back onto the shots. Double whiz with the nade. That'll get him off the till for now, and Destro Gaming will have cleared house, but 9 to 10 life advantage with 45 seconds. This is a very interesting situation for both of these teams. 1 wipe of kills could potentially do it for you. Adam Savage going to be able to take out Mo along the other side of the map, so first little bit of pressure dealt with, but Neum and Bing going to combine for 3. A nade from the heavens able to hit there from Stu. Stu gets all 3, and it's just 3 for 3 trades. Stu says, I'll take all of them. Should have this round now locked for Destro Gaming, but still maybe a last-ditch effort from Element Orange.
Stu with the criminal shots. Oh my goodness. Bink drops from the long range, and now just 3 lives remaining for Element Orange to try and break in. Della will deal with another. Just Neum and Bink trying to make something out of nothing, with the time being that additional player for Destro Gaming. 4 ticks their way, but Destro Gaming starting off with a defensive side round, and my heart thanks them.
I mean, yeah, I don't think I could have taken another offensive round, and I thought we were about to see it. Would have been at 6 in a row for me and Quinn, but it's okay. Luckily, we don't have to deal with that. Stu, we thank you, good man. 12-4 start. Absolutely starting to turn up here for the side. And Destro Gaming now finding themselves up 1-0. You do give away 4 ticks, though, if you're Destro Gaming. So something you got to kind of keep an eye on here going into the later half of this offensive round.
Now Destro Gaming in the driver's seat here in terms of the map points. Now have the task to put up more ticks. Obviously a game of ticks. You do want to be that team go to a round 5, which it more often than not does. To have that tick advantage, we need to get 2 ticks on A. Applying some pressure over towards A is going to be Stu, and this man is an absolute machine. It looks like the information overload strategy will be playing off to perfection as Adam Savage dices up Noisy now into this A point, and this presents a very interesting situation for Element Orange. What site do they want to attack back into? You have that 2-2 split. Stu does eventually drop, as does Adam, but the time being made over towards B as 1 tick already secured on A. They secure B, and things look real good for Destro Gaming, but Bink not willing to go away without a fight.
I mean, I was about to say, Bink takes out both players on the A bomb site, and then he just whips across the map to take out somebody who's trying to rush over towards back blue area. I mean, that's ridiculous. And you know, you talked about it earlier. Well, if you're Element Orange, what's your favorite part about this team? They have a Bink, and he seemingly can do anything he wants at times with that MCW, firing in the kill feed once again. And now for the side of Destro Gaming, you do get that tick over towards the A site, so you should be able to cap B and at least tie ticks up, but 41 seconds remaining. This has to be clean.
You have to deal with Neum as well, and now converging onto this B site is the rest of the Element Orange players, and this presents a very tough spot for Destro to try and operate from, because they still need that B tick. Not only that, the time is into the red. You have to go. You have to make your hit here and now. You don't have a whole lot of clearances. The spawn traps have already started to begin out of Element Orange. You have Bink in the backlines as well, bobbing and weaving. Eventually Dello will deal with him, but is it enough? Is it going to be enough to give them some opportunity? These players are in such ratty spots. They've got to touch for time. They finally will. It's Stu who's able to get on with 6 seconds remaining. Those spawns for Element Orange look like they will grant that extra minute the way of Destro. Will be tied up in terms of the ticks. Now Destro tasked with the opportunity here. Can they parlay this the rest of the way, down by 4 lives?
I mean, even just getting the additional tick to take the lead would be huge. We know how Invasion 99% of the time typically plays, but with Element Orange now, 4 life advantage, there's under a minute left. There's not a lot of time for you to make this run. Mo's as well kind of, you know, nestled himself out towards back bridge area, so if you go down, you are going to be in the spawn trap. Noisy early shots in, but taking some himself. Back around is going to be dealt with. Bink, though, laying in wait. Good for 1 as Neum cleans house on the other, and already you see 26 seconds remaining here on the clock starting to become a factor.
God, can somebody please stop Bink? Can somebody do something about Bink? The answer all day has been a firm, decisive no. He has single-handedly been dealing with teams, and it's ridiculous to watch. 6 seconds left to make something happen. Nothing to be made out of this, as time will surely tick away. Destro Gaming will be able to tie up the ticks, but Element Orange tying up the rounds. Tied 1 apiece entering round 3.
Yeah, and I mean, 4 ticks apiece for both of these teams. Going to kind of come down to kills right now at the moment. But still, I mean, this comes down to, we normally see whoever the first team that could steal an offensive round away normally is going to end up, not 5 in a row, but for Destro Gaming, you find yourselves back on the defensive side, and you really got to look to have a shutdown kind of round. If you can stop even the B site from coming in, only allow a couple of ticks either side, you put yourself in a great position to be able to get that last round defense.
Now, Destro Gaming on the defensive side here, you want to mitigate any potential progress on that attacker side out of Element Orange, as again, this is chalked up to a tie, all things considered, especially in the ticks, especially in those points. Now Adam slow and steady spotting out the barrel, now with the Renetti in hand, trying to fire on into the point. Take some time off, but the first tick will be granted the way of Element Orange, at least for the time being, and Mo starting to pick it up in the feed.
Bink as well, continuing 19 and 9. He's one off the cruise missile as well, so potentially able to secure that for the side of Element Orange could be big towards the later half of this game. Bink did get taken down along the backside, but still only 1 tick in it B. 3 dead in the feed for Destro Gaming. A single pressure on this A site dealt with for the feed. Body shots from Stu. That's a few extra for you to take home in a body bag. Bink now trying to hit this B side along with the rest of Element Orange, but Adam Savage laying in wait for these kills. Can he be the man that shuts this down? Oh, sees one go by. Trigger display, maybe not the best and get them out of that position, but Dello and company still here for Destro Gaming to look to hit this.
Noisy, though, in the back lines is providing the pressure that so desperately is needed from Element Orange. Able to break on, and now with those spawns, Destro not going to be able to contest, at least for the time being. So that second tick surely will be granted the way of Element Orange. Now in the cards to take the third one as well. No pressure over towards A, but that's perfectly fine as things stand currently. Still, though, Destro not going to give it away without a fight. Getting right back into the mix of this as Mo drops as well, and now the reset button is hit. 24 seconds left for Element Orange to figure out where they want to take this and what they want to do. Ideally, you hit that B point because you still have that additional tick needed to gain that 60 seconds.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got players set up all through kind of the BS and D side. Noisy is able to slip on through the back line and able to get onto that site. They have to find a player that's able to take him off, or it'll be that additional minute for the side of Element Orange. Neum finds the kill on the B-man. No one near the point for dead in the feed, and that's going to be your extra minute, almost tied on life. So now a quick rotation now here towards the A site. Noisy's already got back blue control, can start to tag up a couple of these players. Oh no, not again. It can't happen. 2 more dead in the feed. And all of a sudden, you start to get a little nervous for Destro Gaming.
And Destro being put up in these spawn traps as well. If you get a couple of kills going your way, if you're Element Orange, this thing really starts to change. Bink and Neum doing exactly that, now funneling in onto the point. That progress is going to be made very quickly. These spawns so far away for Destro as they spawn out in Narnia. Second tick to go. Now trophy systems are down. Destro has to hit the left foot, right foot express into the point, make something happen out of nothing, but they won't be able to. And Element Orange on map point now off of that attacker side round.
I mean, it just continues to happen. This Element Orange team finding a way to win offensive rounds, and you can see the push had to be in, but just 3 stacked on the point will go their way. Now, all of a sudden, if you're Destro Gaming, what was going to look like a 2-1 lead for you heading into a round where you try to go round 5, you are now on the offensive side, needing a full 6 ticks captured to even take yourselves to a round 5. Element Orange looking to put the pressure on here.
It's a tall task here for Destro. We've seen Element Orange on these attacker side rounds time and time again. Destro, we haven't seen them able to do this, so unprecedented situation here for them.
Neum, top side. Not going to be able to find anything just yet. Adam Savage will take out Noisy, and you have players here if you're Destro Gaming. Double stack now, start onto the hill, and Neum has just been so patient in this spot, just kind of waiting for these players to look in other directions, but he might be able to just back on out of there. I mean, if he doesn't start to go, this is the B site gone, done, dusted, and that's 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. I mean, it's like Neum's controller disconnected.
You could convince me of that, quite frankly. I mean,
oh my God,
what is happening? Destro, in puzzling fashion, able to take that B point. The only question that I have is, hey, is Element just really, really confident about that A point? They've been proven that they can have it taken away from them, and Destro is starting to get the kills to justify over towards that side of the map now. You're going to have to go heroic if you're Element Orange, and just so many question marks about that decision.
It was such a weird placement. I mean, you just expect somebody to push onto the B side, throw a few shots, but it was quiet all over the map, not a sound. And all of a sudden now for Element Orange, you have a player kind of tucked away close to this site, but Destro Gaming, they have players all around. They have a life advantage, and they have all the time in the world just waiting for them to get a 2-3 dead in the feed. Just push up this map, playing patient, and I love the play style here from Destro Gaming.
It's looking real good, but Noisy is trying to fortify for his squad, providing that backside pincer. Adam waiting to go on in, but Bink is just too strong, too much of a force. Now things starting to swing back the way of Element Orange. Despite that puzzling start to the round, it looks like it's seemingly working out for them, as Destro cannot find a single opening. The setup for Element Orange is so good over towards that A side. Realistically speaking, they could be the team that takes it here and now on this map if things continue to funnel the way of the Orange in the feed.
I mean, the Element Orange, they played it so weird at the start, but now, I mean, it's like you said, I mean, they have to be absolutely 100% confident that this A site is a lockdown mode for them. Adam Savage will be able to take Noisy out, so you clear up a little bit of pressure towards that mid site to start pushing these players up. Destro Gaming needs to find the kills because the time starting to not go on their side. A 3-for-2 trade there in the kill feed. Neum, big kill for him. If he can clean up this last player, it'll be huge. He gets it with the Renetti, and Destro Gaming, sure P2 are lead. 17 seconds left. There's no way they let it slip away this time. Bink finds 2. Mo finds the 3rd. And that's 10 seconds left. B-Man, the only one left here towards the mid area, but no one close enough to the point. Element Orange should be able to walk away up 2-1 in the series.
They will do exactly that, unable to touch the point. Element Orange on those respawns are perfect. 3-1 now, 2-1 in the series. And what a map out of them. Their invasion is ridiculous in terms of control. And I mean, if they can stack up in that grand final against the Element Blue players, I have questions about what's being fed to that camp personally when it comes to this map.
Yeah, it's such a weird performance from them from 2-2 maps. They go from a map of not winning a defense, just winning all straight offenses, letting it slip away from them, and then they come into this one locked, loaded, ready to go, 3-1. It was a perfect showing from them. They realistically won 3 rounds in a row after dropping that first offensive round, and now you take yourself into a 6-star hardpoint where Element Orange, it's like you said, they are looking for that revenge. They want that rematch against Element Blue, and now could just be one map away from getting that chance.
I think the thing for Destro here is you really, again, have to look for those rotations. That's something that Element Orange was able to clean up. Their breaks have never been a question mark. It's just about starting off hot if you are Destro Gaming, and they've been a very hot and cold team throughout the duration of this series, especially though on 6-star, they heated things up for that S&D. Is this their map, or is the mode going to be the crux for them? All things considered, Rio was incredibly tight, so this could go to a Game 5, but Element Orange looking like they're in the driver's seat in terms of momentum, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dominant showing there on invasion control, and they have to snowball that, as you like to say, parlay that here into the 6-star hardpoint. I mean, all down now for me, though, to Destro Gaming. Your back's against the wall. This is your tournament hopes on the line. You got a chance to extend this series one more map. Can they put it together right here? We'll have to see.
P1 comes online. Destro Gaming starting off hot, getting that time early on the board. So what we saw Element Orange do on that Rio side, they were able to do exactly that. Destro trying to mirror it out, but Checkerboard in the feed cuts both of the squads off of that P1 hill time. Obviously as well, trying to get those spawns over towards P2. Do believe it looks like Destro has it, at least for the time being, with that rotation. Not necessarily going to want to sell your soul on P1, but it's a good opportunity for Element Orange to get some time on the board.
Destro Gaming as well, though, trying to work around for these new P2 spawns. And we talked about kind of the change up of this map recently here, Colorblind. Hills are changing everywhere. We're losing hard points even. How do you feel this plays for both of these teams right now?
It's a very interesting map. Again, it's those very quick rotations as well. I feel like P2 to P3 starts to become very important. If you get that early rotation over towards P2, you hold it, you're able to get that rotation over towards P3. That's kind of where you get your money in these hills. Again, with P4 as well, the rotation to P1 very quick. I feel like it's just about chaining these hills together and ultimately getting those early rotations. Both of these squads doing exactly that, fighting for that control over P2. And ultimately, Element Orange going to gain that time on the board, and now Destro tasked with the opportunity to break on in.
Already up 31-9 right now, and Dello trying to hit around through this back pool side, but he's going to get shut down immediately. Still have players in Stu and Adam Savage around through this back. The close spawns for them at the moment, but it's going to be another 3 white clean dead in the feed, and Element Orange is going to be looking to even push the objective a little bit further now, trying to work in towards that P3. You got 2 players working, all the old scrap time going your way. You'll have about a 50-point lead heading into this one. A couple of kills as well going your side in the kill feed. Element Orange, it's a great start for their song on 6-star.
Now tasked with the opportunity once again to make a break. Those breaks have been seamless. Destro with the rotation over towards P3. Have that setup, have that fortification. It's going to be Neum, the first player on in, slow and steady. Trying to break his way in. First kill spotted out. That's absolutely huge. Now Dello, though, is going to go even bigger. 2 kills on the board for him. Is going to continue to secure Destro with that point control, and they can very easily use this hill to go up. And P4 starts to become very interesting as well.
And especially with that new statue side P4, not the same rotation, not the hop and jump and a skip away. It's a little bit further across the map, but still, it's going to be all orange in the kill feed. It's a perfect break into Old Dare to gain you that 15 seconds of scrap, keep you in the lead. And look at these spawns here. You're going to be getting some pretty good crossfires here. If you are noisy, you should be able to at least get one. Modelo immediately on the trade. Bink's trophy system able to trade him back out, but Element Orange still with a chance. They have numbers around this hill, but Destro Gaming as well. They are on it. They are ready, but it's 3 dead in the feed. Maybe one more up, one more down. And let's go ahead. Let's hop into a listen in with Element Orange to see how they're playing this hard point.
Two more up.
Bottom. I'm back up.
One just stun blue.
Yeah, I spawned long.
I can up. Stay alive.
I'm on top.
There's stairs. I got stuck. There's 2. I got one more.
I have a close right. Close right still.
You stay down.
Top, please. I'm on top.
I hear you. Stay alive, guys.
Close.
On their stairs.
Okay.
I'm just holding.
Well,
He's
okay,
going
well.
up mid, guys. Going up mid. He's gonna be DJ.
That'd be nice.
That's him. They're gonna be you. They're gonna be running down you. Yeah. Let's just stack mid.
I'm ready. I'm water right now.
I have a trophy on us.
Guys, 3, 2.
I'm setting our close up.
Could be our side.
I'm centering you. Yo,
I have water.
Where you? I'm telling you.
Water.
Good time. What are you?
Good try.
Nah, I'm too experienced for that shit, bro. That shit doesn't work against me.
They might work me water. I have water.
I have a blue cross.
Alright, let me
What's right on me? I'm staying down.
Heard you. Listen, I don't have to.
Element Orange feeling good. You can't do it to them. Color, these guys are shooting, beaming, running all over the map, but it's still a mixy one here on 6-star.
Yeah, I mean, they've got nukes in their MCWs, in their Rival 9s. It has been an all-out assault. Noisy just continuing to add fuel to the flames that the Element Orange are operating with. That P1 time surely going their way. They are feeling confident in those comms. No stopping them, at least for the time being. Destro already paying attention over towards that P2, giving up on P1.
Yeah, and I mean, they have to as well, right? It has to be a big hill out of them now, finding themselves down 130 to 68. Almost 60, 70 points separate these two teams right now. But Destro Gaming locked in, should be able to get some at least initial time off this, but you have to watch through Neum hitting through Vince. He's going to be able to slide in and at least find one. He shuts the time down for the side of Destro Gaming. Meanwhile, the rest of Element Orange slide in, find the kills. And now with Element Orange starting to lead this game, a double cruise missile raining down Hellfire. All of a sudden, if you are Destro Gaming, you are looking on the back foot.
Yeah, Element Orange just feels like everything that they do is seemingly working. They are clicking on every cylinder imaginable. All of the kills going their way, getting all of their 1v1s, all their 1v2s even in some respects. And again, this is where this team gets very dangerous. You can put any of these teams on an island, any of these players on an island, and they are going to put up big results. Destro is just running, trying to make something out of nothing.
167 to 71, almost a 100-point stretch now between these two teams. Destro Gaming, they've been in positions up the hills, but it's been the breaks from Element Orange that have been really, really solid here in this series, and especially in this hard point. Now coming up, it's going to be 3 dead in the feed, though, for Destro Gaming. They'll be able to lock down this hill, at least for the moment. The initial time finally starting to go their way, but you have still got a lot of ground to make up if you are Destro.
Yeah, and it starts here, it starts now. You don't have a lot of room to operate with as well. Not only do you have so much ground to make up, but if you make any error, Element Orange breathing down the neck of that 200-point barrier. So far, so good with this P3 hold, though, out of Destro, but Noisy in your backlines is going to wreak some havoc. Eventually does get shut down by B-Man, but that gives a little bit of room for the team to start pushing up, and Dello has to put the team on his back. Call this man Greg Jennings as he does exactly that. Neum drops to the floor. Destro Gaming look like they have that full 60 off of P3, but still have to hit the left foot, right foot express over towards P4.
Yeah, I mean, you're just down so much right now. It has to be perfect hill after perfect hill. If Element Orange is even able to find 30 seconds off of points, it's going to be the comeback in the 250 mark for them. But Element Orange now finding a couple kills. Dello playing on his lonesome here, still just looking around for these gunfights. Dello not going to be able to find the kill, and it'll be Element Orange into the hill. Destro Gaming now surely behind, surely on the back foot. They have to make a stand. They have to make a break. B-Man from the backside, able to find one, able to find two. It's a 3 dead on the feed, and it's exactly the break Destro needs. They flood the hill, they get the kills, and all of a sudden, now back in the time, starting to garner.
Now, Element Orange, again, they have to do what they do best. They have to make a break on in. Don't want to let Destro get back into the mix of this, which they very surely could. If the kills continue to matriculate their way in the feed, if they do exactly that, this P4 to P1 rotation is something that you have to watch out for. It's a hop and a skip away. Super, super easy to parlay, get some time on the board. And just 60 points away from breaking back into the mix of this. Element Orange, though, they will tag on for that remaining scrap. We'll get that on the board ever so slightly, inching towards that 200-point barrier. But Destro Gaming, so strong over towards P1, largely with the help of Dello.
Yeah, Dello has been absolutely crucial. He doesn't have the KD to show it, but now only one off the cruise missile. They have to play off of his streak right now. If they could get the cruise missile, it would be of utter difficulty to be able to break into a hill if they've got it. Oh, Element Orange, they slide back in, and it's just, right now for Destro Gaming, you've just got to be a little bit quicker on this. You've got to be more focused towards this time. And still, you get into the hill, but now it's 3 kills going the other way, and it's just no one hitting the time right now.
Dello will jump on at least for the time being, but he's going to have to get his teammates on. You're very right. They're not focused on getting that time on the board. They're instead focused on fortifying, but you have to eventually fortify around the point. You can't be so far off of the point. Getting that time up on the board, eventually Noisy does come in, gets that 200-point barrier broken, but it's starting to feel like things slowing down ever so slightly for Element Orange. This next hard point becomes very important as Element Orange have that rotation over its Neum, but he doesn't have a lot of support to operate with. Not going to immediately start to collect the time, instead going to go and start to lurk, start to get those kills and start hunting.
Oh, Noisy around to the front side, but it's Adam Savage around to the vents who's able to at least find one. Nade into the vent, might do some damage here on the outside though, so he slides back in, able to find the kill. Adam Savage with a huge 2-piece. Now the rest of the reinforcements start to come through, and Destro Gaming, they found their way into the hill. They found a break once again, now with a position to be able to take the lead if they're able to hold this last 27.
Oh, but Element Orange just barely around the corner, trying to get the kills to go. Bink will stay alive, but Mochilla drops. Noisy will get another on the board, and now they are in on the time. Destro, though, they have those spawns over towards P3, and that was the turning point for them last time. Element Orange, they cannot win it off here. They'll be about 30 points off from taking this map. They're going to have to make the break in. Destro cannot win it off of P3 either, unlike Element Orange, so it's going to have to come through a break. This was the hill that really set the turn, turned the tides, and turned the tables for Destro. Can they make it happen again?
And I mean, the timing's actually going to work out for them. If there's not a contest that comes through in the next 45 seconds, Destro Gaming has just enough time to be able to win it. Now, though, Bink and company around to the backside. Mo's going to be able to find it. Adam Savage, though, able to trade back too, but Noisy and Bink still here to do damage. And Bink, who else? 30 bomb for him in the round. He's able to find the kills that open up the hill. And Element Orange now find themselves in a position to be able to walk away with this game. B-Man, good shots in from the top side. Nate from Neum's going to be able to take out Adam Savage. And just a contested hill for now. But Destro back in, back rocking, and should be able to lock this down. And remember, now not enough time for Element Orange to win this. It has to be done on a P4.
So unbelievably mixy, but Element Orange is not even fighting for P4. Instead, they're fighting for P3. Noisy will break in. He'll get that time on the board. We'll need just under 10 seconds on this next hill, but Destro, they have the rotation, and if they can hold, this could be the upset that we did not anticipate whatsoever. Element Orange, they have to make the break on in. First kill is up. Adam Savage will drop. This is such a hard hill to break on into, especially with that statue providing so much cover.
And the shots, though, good on to Stu, but B-Man able to light up the kill feed for 2. Now you only need 4 seconds left. B-Man, Dello, everyone finding kills. All of a sudden, Destro Gaming 1 second away. They make the comeback happen, and they absolutely let them know.
What a breakdown. Oh my goodness, and you can see it, you can feel it live in San Antonio, Texas. It does not get closer than that. Both of these teams fighting tooth and nail, neither of them wanting to go home, and both of them surely eyeing that grand finals placement, wanting to take down the Element Blue team. All for different reasons, checkerboarding it out in our series, and it does come down to that invasion, search, and destroy, folks. My goodness.
That is absolutely icy out of that. And you see Adam Savage just standing up, just asking, hey, that was a good comeback, right? That was a good comeback. Absolutely was a great comeback. I mean, they had to be down almost over 100 points at that moment. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, just able to bring it back, constantly being on top of rotations. And once the chain of hills starts to go together, I mean, Colorblind, they're absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, no, I mean, the way that they were able to find their way back into that, and it all started with that P3 that they got a full 60 off of. Element Orange got a little bit uncharacteristically, they got slow. It just wasn't something that we anticipated out of them, because they're usually so fast, they're usually so adamant about breaking into those points. We just didn't see that out of them on P3.
No, and it just comes down to that inevitable last few kills, and B-Man and Dello able to do the dirty work there and find those kills. That was one of the best played hardpoints I've ever seen, and what a day of Call of Duty we have had on our hands. I mean, 5 straight Invasion offensive rounds. We see over 100-point comebacks. We've seen 6-1s, round 11s. It's been everything we could have asked for, but ladies and gentlemen, we will toss it to a quick break. Let these players reset before this pivotal and inevitable Map 5 to decide who is going to join Element Blue in the Grand Finals.
It comes down to this: Invasion, Search, and Destroy. Losers finals tied up 2 apiece. One of these teams will advance into the Grand Finals, a date with Element Blue. One of these teams is going home with a top 3 placement. All things considered, a great placement in this tournament, but not necessarily what you want. You're eyeing that trophy. Kicking things off on the attacker side, it is Element Orange making the deploy over towards B, sending in some stuns, but you have some ratty plays, ratty positionings here out of Dello.
Just a slow round here on Invasion. And like you said, the rat spot from Dello, he might have been spotted by Noisy. I think he might have seen him. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting gunfight now that each of these gentlemen has to take. Noisy gets stunned, so not able to run through. Meanwhile, Adam Savage has found a kill over towards the other side of the map, so you're in a 3v4 situation here. If you're Element Orange, you have to elect to back out, but Adam or B-Man waiting in through the mid area, now all of a sudden cut you down, and Element Orange finds themselves 2v4 and not a lot of time.
28 seconds left to work with. Time ticking away. B-Man taking lives away as well. Eventually gets dropped by Mo. It's going to have to be a historic 1v3 here in this first round for him to really gain any amount of control for his squad. No information to go off of either. Sliding around in mid will eventually be taken down long range. Destro Gaming picking up right where they left off, regaining that momentum and continuing to be cutthroat in this first round on Invasion.
And I was going to say, I mean, you're coming off of over 100-point comeback there on 6-star. And think about it from the side of Element Orange's spot. I mean, they're up, they're feeling good, we're up 100 points, we're ready to go back to the Grand Finals, and then all of a sudden, just hill by hill, it starts to slip away from you. You're now into a round, or map 5, where Destro Gaming and S&D has looked absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was a 6-4, but it felt a lot less close from the side of Destro. There was a late comeback out of Element Orange on that 6-star S&D. Element Orange's S&D has been a little bit questionable throughout the day, so look for them to pick that right back up, and it's going to be very difficult to do that when Destro is applying so much pressure, getting the kill on the board as well. Early man advantage granted their way. B-Man picking up right where he left off. Definitely an MVP candidate for this team.
Absolutely. Nelmo, he watches B-Man around through that backside. We saw an interesting spot here yesterday. I wonder if B-Man decides to use it over there in that bathroom area, peeking through the window, seeing all the way. Yeah, this is the spot. This is if you could see him, dude. I mean, it's a crazy spot to watch people rip people off. But either scenario, 29 seconds left. B-Man in terrible hit markers for both sides there, but still it's the 2v4 now that lies in Destro Gaming's favor. You've got to start to push the action here, but then gonna get shut down, and that should be the round. Mo 1v4, and I mean Quinn, absolute perfect S&D being played out of the side of Destro.
Yeah, I mean Destro just, again, it feels like the pendulum is so far in their direction. In a spot like this, there's not a whole lot that you can do other than die to the nade, die to the car. Destro up 2-0, very, very similar to what we saw on that 6-star S&D. The Kobe there as well. It's beautiful. Tom Brady's in the lobby.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's throwing them from way downtown, a little Steph Curry action. I mean, right now, it is all Destro Gaming here through 2 rounds. Obviously, very early on in this S&D, still a lot of potential for Element Orange to make their way back into this game, but it's still that question mark that we've been seeing now through 2 series, and this S&D is a problem.
Very much has been their crux throughout the duration of this day, and it's really hard to compete with the best of the best when you have 2 S&Ds and a best of 5 and you really just cannot put up the numbers, cannot do what you need to do in a spot like this. Noisy definitely going to be running into a blender if he decides to press the issue. Wisely will back up his teammates over towards A, so he's being that lurk factor, trying to distract and dissuade Destro away where the play is actually going to go down.
Still a 4v4 here, 48 seconds left. Still a lot of time for either one of these teams to make a huge hero play. But for the side of Element Orange, you have got to start to think about getting this bomb planted on either one of these sites. Nades and Stun's going to be hitting on over towards this. B-Man's going to be able to find the first blood, immediately gets traded back out. So as soon as everything goes, it goes right back through a slowdown. And oh no! Oh, Jinx, Yomi Soda, Quinn, that's not what you want to see. Team Nade, now you've got to get the bomb planted. This is not the situation you want to be in.
And not only that, you have the pincer here that Destro has, and right around the corner, Adam not seeing him though on the floor. It's just a matter of who spots who out. First the Renetti battle goes, and Adam proves to be a savage when he has a Renetti in his hand. Defuse comes through, and Destro 3 points away from punching their tickets into that grand final.
And I mean, just to think about not even 10 minutes ago, I mean, I think we were kind of writing their obituary a little bit, right? I mean, they're down 170 to 70 in the hard point. They start bringing it back. Now they find themselves up 3-0 in a map 5. This Destro Gaming team, and just the ice out of them right now has been so clutch. And now you're seeing it. B-Man 4-2. Adam Savage, I believe 5-0 right now on a 5 streak, 1 off of a cruise missile. And so you're just looking at this, and this is a do or die round for Element Orange.
Yeah, going down 4-0, I mean, not many teams can claw their way out of that, and we've talked ad nauseum about Element Orange and just their seeming struggle on any S&D. It continues to be an issue on Invasion. We've seen it be an issue time and time again on 6-star. Just not able to find the footing under them, not able to find the kills either to go their way. If the Codcaster is right, I mean, that is a really tough scene right there. I don't believe it is right, but nonetheless, Destro applying the pressure over towards B once again. 3 players to Neum's 1. They gotta hit the left foot, right foot express. They've gotta make their way over and provide some sort of defense. Might be just in time to make it on in. Bink has to duck dive and dodge. He's not able to get the kill to go. That gives so much room for Destro to operate with 2 kills on the board as well.
he's just not able to find one, and now Bink alone in this backside. He does have a teammate trying to throw support, but just too many corners to check. Mo, the last one up, presumably the last one to fall. 30 seconds left, and Destro Gaming just hunting him. Now up 4-0 in a map 5, and Destro looking to punch their ticket to the grand finals.
I mean, it's been the story of the night here. Just some puzzling plays out of Element Orange. They have such prowess in certain areas, and then other areas it just feels so underprepared, unable to contest with the competition. I mean, both of these teams showing off, showing out all throughout this weekend. But Destro might be the team that does away with Element Orange, and what a way to do away with it again. That hardpoint ridiculous in the cards to potentially 6-0 on the S&D as well. It feels like Element Orange, just the wind in their sails has been completely taken away.
I mean, just absolutely deflated. And you talked about it, kind of how the breakdown that we saw on the hard point, and it just had continued and snowballed into this S&D, now in a 4-round hole, and just a difficult one to dig yourself out of. I mean, so much damage already has been done from Destro. Just a few kills to go their way. Noisy, though, with Element, should be able to get this bomb down here towards the A site. Kind of a guess from Destro over towards B. Be a lot of pressure open, couple of hit markers come through, but nobody gonna drop just yet.
Time ticking away now. Destro, first opportunity here to really demonstrate that, hey, even when we're a little bit out of it, we can push back in. 2 kills immediately flood through the feed in their favor. Neum and Mo have to back up. Mo is eventually found out. Just comes down to Neum. 1v4 turns to a 1v3, but the stick is through. Adam Savage does not care at all. Destro Gaming on match point, series point, 1 round away from punching their tickets into that grand finals. They can smell it. The date with Element Blue.
And I mean, some of these rounds just haven't even been close. I mean, 3-1, 4-1s at the end of it. I mean, almost every player from Destro Gaming being able to stand tall at the end of it. There's no way, if our prod just ran us through all of those KDs and they were right, I think they have a combined 3 deaths right now. Is that okay? 5-2. I'm looking down at the bottom here. 5-2, 4-1.
I think some of the numbers are misaligned ever so slightly.
It gotta be, right? I mean, Adam is
7-0.
Adam is 7-0 with the cruise missile, and he's looking to invest it right now.
Oh my goodness, Adam, you cannot keep getting away with this. Will not be able to get the kill to go, but it scares them off ever so slightly. Finds Noisy in a tough spot. B-Man will drop him. Now player personnel advantage being granted the way of Destro, as is that B site. Element Orange now tasked with the opportunity to defend, and the pincer here that is being set up. It is so hard to get past. Neum, the last player standing, the hopes of his team lie on him. Spots out one, gets the kill to go, but Stu will end it. You can see it. You can feel it live in San Antonio as Destro Gaming punch their tickets in to the grand finals.
I had to just give a minute for the shit talk to go through. We had to let him, but I mean, look, absolute crazy scenes from the side of Destro Gaming. 6 up, 6 down. 6-0 win there in the map 5, pushes them on to the grand finals, and this is how it played out. 250 to 220, 6-4. Then Element Orange bringing it back with a dominating 3-1 scoreline in that invasion control. 100-point comeback for Destro Gaming, and it brings them in. They ride the wave, they take the momentum for a 6-0 absolute domination. A slaughterhouse there on Invasion. I mean, it was absolutely perfection out of them. Every single player seemingly popping off. Adam Savage getting that cruise missile, going 7-0 through that last part. I mean, they were unbelievable, unstoppable there in that map 5.
Now they have an opportunity to get some revenge on Element Blue, the team that knocked them down into the lower bracket where they went on a tear to bring themselves here and now. The grand finals for Destro Gaming are in the cards. Element Blue taking on Destro, a matchup that is sure to bring all the fireworks as both of these teams have earned it both through different means. And this is going to be absolutely incredible. You're not going to want to miss a second of it, folks.
No, not at all. What a grand finals we have now on the cards. Element Blue, the big bad. Can they be knocked off Destro Gaming? They'd have to get it done in a back-to-back best of 5 coming from the losers bracket. But you take a look at what they've been able to do. They were able to take that map off Element Blue. They have got their rematch, as you mentioned. And now you kind of look at that run that they made, but it was just absolute dominating of LO6 White 3-0. They dominate Sudor 3-0. They have a tough match here in the losers finals where they have to claw their way back in, and they are able to send themselves to the grand finals. Absolutely incredible stuff, and just real ice out of those guys.
Yeah, no, it's something that you absolutely love to see. I mean, the runs like that in the lower bracket where you go 3-0, 3-0, and then the closest of close 3-2 in the series again, bringing it home on that hard point and then bringing us in the S&D. Do believe that we have an interview here ready to go. Let's go ahead and take this interview over. Hey, Dello, how's it going, man? How you guys feeling?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, did we lose him?
Della? I don't think so. I don't hear anything.
You don't hear anything?
No.
They're talking at all?
Hello?
I don't hear shit.
A little bit of production issues going down. We'll get them in here in just a second. But I mean, either way, it was absolutely disgusting.
I also don't hear them say anything though, so I'm confused.
From the sides.
Derlo.
I love how we're getting the. Oh, do we got you, brother?
There we go.
I don't think we got him.
No, I don't hear them at all.
All right. Hey, look.
We don't need an interview to know that these guys were absolutely frying. Unfortunate scenes, but again, that's just what happens at the end of the day. It's perfectly fine. Shout out to production. They have been absolutely killing it throughout the entire duration of this, and you're obviously going to have a couple of tech issues from time to time. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it happens here and there. And, you know, just going back to that series, though, I mean, you talk about the comeback they're able to put together, though. I mean, that 6-star looked down and out, man. We looked like to be writing their obituary. They're able to bring that all the way back and then just, I mean, dominating them 6-0 in the last map. I mean, it wasn't even close. A lot of those rounds ending with still 3-4 players up, and it was absolutely just one of the best S&Ds I've seen played in a long time. And I do think we got word. It does seem like we might have got the information. We got the interview with Dello, possibly, maybe. Oh, I hear him.
Perhaps,
I hear him back there. He's sneaking around. Dello, I mean, congratulations, obviously, man. What a performance from you guys. I mean, you heard it right there from us talking about it. I mean, 6-star, it looked almost down and out for you guys. Just talk about that a little bit before the last S&D. How are you guys able to just chain hill after hill after hill together to bring that one back?
So, you know, we got to start putting in the blender on that P2. B-Man constantly in our ear, Stu, everybody on the team just saying, you know, let's rotate, let's slow down, get our comms back going. And we started slowing down, we started getting our holds together. Adam obviously going huge on that last P3 to make sure we can come back in and get those kills, me and B-Man playing that. As a team, honestly, we just came back a lot. Like, we just started playing with so much composure, and that's what led us to taking that map, you know.
Yeah, and then to follow that in, you come in Invasion Map 5. I mean, walk me through it. That was one of the most flawless performances I've ever seen Map 5. It looked like every single one of you guys just couldn't be killed on the map.
Yeah, I mean, that Invasion, honestly, just amazing plays by my teammates, you know. Trusting everybody on the map. That one time, Noisy shooting at me DVD, I smoked myself. I trust Stu with my back the entire time. I just sprint. Just constantly playing with each other, playing for our info, and then working the map. And just getting picks as well. Like, we knew what was going on the map the entire time. Everybody's constantly talking, we're flowing, you know. And that's all that really COD is, right? Just talk to each other, flow. Gunny, everybody has Gunny. Teamwork is a different thing.
I mean, the Gunny is unquestionable. The teamwork definitely seen there. Talk to me a little bit about it, though. Obviously, you guys went down 2-1 in the series at one point. What was the mentality heading into that 6-star hardpoint? Because obviously, again, starting off with a little bit of a deficit there, clawing your way back. What was the mindset heading into that map?
So after losing that invasion control, you know, B-Man, like the vet of the squad, immediately after the map's done, tells us stop talking about it. There's no reason for us to still be talking about that map. We lock in, coming back. Like, just honestly, B-Man, great addition to the squad. He keeps us calm, composed. He's such a vet. Like, it's amazing.
Memory of a pigeon, the fight of a warrior. You guys absolutely killed it. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch you guys against Element Blue. Do you have any words potentially for Element Blue? Obviously locked into the lowers by them. You guys have a little bit of bad blood there potentially?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Catsy took us out of an Ohio Land a little bit while back too, so we're back for blood, man. No, we're taking this all the way. We didn't do that reverse, well, not a reverse sweep, but we didn't do that comeback on hardpoint for no reason. Bracket resetting this shit.
There's some bad blood there. There's some history there as well. And one of you guys are going to go home with that trophy. We will see what will happen. Thank you so much for joining us with this interview, man. Love talking to you.
Thank you so much for the interview, guys. Nice meeting you. See you. I'll see you, Matt.
See you, brother.
Guys, have a good day.
Hey, what a guy there in Dello. One of the homies always for sure. But look, what a losers finals we had. Something that we thought we deserved here heading into the top 3 teams. And now all over the weekend, starting on Friday, we have dwindled it down to just 2 more teams. You heard the bad blood. You heard the history and the rivalry that this one is going to present. Destro Gaming coming up against Element Blue just shortly after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. Grand finals of the Premier Circuit, Major number 2, coming right at you.
I'm sleeping, trying to take a nap. I'm going to talk about my mouth open. Let me throb on both of us. What it? Like, bro, what are you talking about?
I might be too strung out on compliments, overdosed on confidence. Started not to give a fuck and stop fearing the consequence. Drinking every night because we drink to my accomplishments. Faded way too long, I'm floating in and out of consciousness, and they saying I'm back. I'd agree with that. I just take my time with all this shit, I still believe in that. I had someone tell me I fell off, ooh, I needed that. And they wanna see me pick back up, well, where'd I leave it at? I know I exaggerated things, now I got it like that. Tuck my napkin in my shirt, cause I'm just mobbing like that. You know good and well that you don't want a problem like that. You gon' make someone around me catch a body like that. No, don't do it.
I'm sleeping, trying to take a nap. I'm going to talk about my mouth open. Let me throb on both of us. What it? Like, bro, what are you talking about? That's crazy. I'm on cam, Sunblog. We are currently, how far are we? 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. It's been 4.5 hours away for 4.5 hours.
We've been driving for 30 minutes, I swear to God. Hey, I gotta look at that GPS.
I've been up since 5 a.m. It's 3:40 p.m. So, yeah, it's a great day.
I've been up since 2.
Fuck the EUs.
Yeah, we're coming for the Europeans.
Coming for the Europeans.
Bleep that out, bleep that out.
Don't bleep that out.
Resistance. We're gonna play Rio, and High Rise against Revive Gaming, and we're gonna 2-0 them.
2-0.
And then we're gonna talk so much shit.
We're gonna play Noctem with Rio, High Rise again. Or Rio Invasion and 2-0U. And then Phase Black, listen, ASIM. When we get to you,
I can't He's getting dropped.
I might just have to make you not show up at the event. I don't know how.
Bro, I just know after we beat both the EU teams, we don't even play the same team anymore. We prepped all night last night, and now we're playing a different team.
Yeah, let's play at least 2 weeks.
Hey, man.
Welcome everyone, here we are live with the Call of Duty Challengers 2024 Toronto Ultra Open, live here from the Mattamy Athletic Centre.
Come on.
Let's go!
Shit on!
Yo, one arm. One bullet in the back hook. He's in the right hook. Oh, yeah! Fucking car crash! Let's go! Fucking car crash! If this was the best gun in the game, what the fuck is that? Hey! Let's go! Let's go, baby! That was miserable. Let's go, Neslo! Neslo, baby!
Yeah, we got shit on, man. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm just checking.
We played good. I thought we played good. Still fuck the Europeans. We're playing on 60 hertz. It's the only reason we lost. I blame it on that.
Yeah. Me and Saddam were on 60 hertz. Yeah. That's the main reason. We lost.
Making some bum ass excuses on why we are ass.
It's 48 though.
Straight.
Sunday's 48. We're not ass.
We're really not that ass. If we're making excuses, we're ass.
We definitely don't cheat.
Simple.
Nobody cheats at Airbnb.
Make excuses, we are
You
ass.
actually gotta put that in a video. I don't cheat. Mr. Waxby don't cheat.
We did not put in the work.
Yeah, hey.
I got red box.
You think I'm hacking? I dropped 32 on the number 5 EU team in the world. So, I'm not hacking. Waxby. Might be hacking.
I dropped 11 on Cross 16. Thank you very much, Mr. 3.
Hey, you know what? 3. It just, you know, it's a game of wins and losses.
Bro, I dropped a donut.
You might be hacking.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Toronto Open here at Major 3. We are live, of course, for day 2 with our 32 teams left in the tournament. It all started with 96, but sooner or later they will dwindle away as well.
My name is Dylan Mock. I go by my last name. Started competing in about AW, and then after that year, I stopped for about 2 years
because like the 18 rule thing, and then I just didn't really feel like playing anymore. Then I came back in World War II, and I've been playing ever since then. All right, then going into the Houston Spartan series, I was excited for because I just like playing Wiz. We always shit talk each other back and forth. And so that series, first map was 6-star, which we played all weekend. I don't even know if we ended up winning one, but we usually played them all pretty close. And then S&D, it was 6-star again. I'm pretty sure we like 6-2'd them, which was one of our better maps this weekend. Then last map we won, I think 6-4. But we played those exact same maps in a tournament the past weekend. I like went pretty much the exact same. So it was kind of funny and ended up like that.
Nice! Let's fucking go! That's a good Neslo, baby! Big ice my fucking city.
My name is DeAndre Bink Garcia. I've been competing since MW19, and my first event was at CDO Minnesota in MW19. Map 1, we got cooked, I think. I'm pretty sure we got cooked against War. We got cooked there, and then that was kind of it for them. They got cooked, I'm not gonna lie.
We'll put a boot in your ass. Nice! Let's fucking go! You guys are dog shit! Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and it's gonna be when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it oh my God! Henry, that's 2 years in a row, buddy. You can't fucking beat me. You fucking suck. We still running that fucking charity. We still running it. Suck. What's going on, everybody? It's time now for more challenges. It is the final match of the day here live from the Passion Pit in the Toronto Ultra Open, and we have got a banger for you. It is time for a return, another look at FaZe Clan back, but this time perhaps a more worthy opponent on the line. It's Spitting Demons, a roster that is, I think it's fair to say, mate, been quite controversial.
You know what? For all the wrong reasons, absolutely the case, with Rupert and Mock joining the likelihood of the longtime duo of both Noisy as well as Bink. They've been playing Upset Central throughout the entirety of the bracket so far on this day. That map 5 versus Houston Spartans was a sight to behold. Their comms are insane. Search and destroy ice is certainly there, and then they 3-1 team war. But look, we know what you're going to get out of FaZe Black, man. This team is godlike.
Another player hanging about, but does he recognize the push is coming? It doesn't matter whether or not he does. He's ready for the gunfight regardless. Up with that kill on towards Mock. Is getting them in, and how did he just die? High Rise is comedy. There's not really a lot of lives to work with in this scenario. Exceed towards B. What can he get done? Oh, goodness me! And that is 3 down now. They have 5 lives left, but that might be all they need. A stack might be in here for Spitting Demons to win this offensive effort. Can anybody from FaZe touch? No, they can't!
Kaden, you are 6! Kaden, look at me! Snap back! Come on, buddy! You are shit!
Talk about Burger King, dude. You never fucking touched me, you dog shit.
My name is Tyler Noisy Bailey. I don't want to look at the side so much, but I'm playing COD for, I don't even fucking know, it's been so long. Started playing COD pretty much in, my first game I actually played pubs in was COD 4, but then started to compete more often in Black Ops 4, the FaZe Black series. Vetoes were pretty standard. We knew that, you know, they didn't really want to play Vista versus us, or versus anybody for that matter. They don't really like that map at all. So first map was sub-base. That was kind of a square up, I'm pretty sure, because they like it, we like it. They play a lot different than most teams, though. It was they kill hard. They play their kills hard to make sure they're in a good spot before they even rush anything. Then map 2, it was high-rise search, and then ended up going 5-5, and we had defense, and I think they smoked out mid and went for like a B take, and I got one shot, another one chowed me, I got him weak as well, and then they got bombed down, and it was a really hard retake for the guys. There was a couple rounds in there we probably should have won. That was one of the 2 searches we lost this weekend, so got to take it with a grain of salt, grain of sand, whatever the saying is. So we loaded into a high rise. We 3-0'd him with a quickness. It was probably the best control we played all weekend, honestly. Then we loaded into map 4, and we started out good. I think we were up like 90 to 40 or something like that on the Rio hardpoint, and then a P4 rotation or a P3 to 4. We had the rotation set up, and that would have put us up, a good 100 points or so. But they took a good route around, flipped the spawns. They ended up breaking us, and then Dylan proceeded to go on like a 40 streak, and that was the series.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here from the Matami Athletics Center for the final day of action from the Toronto Ultra Open. All of the teams competing in this competition comes down to our final 6 in the fight for the lion's share of $100,000 and of course the title of Toronto Ultra Open champions. I'm Infinity, this is Proper, and we are ready to get it on because it's going to be an awesome day of action.
I'll admit it.
Still fuck the Europeans.
Watch your motherfucking tone, boy. Yeah, hurt, boy. Here going on, motherfucker that don't understand the concept of putting money first, boy. I'm about to hit you with the work, boy. I hate coming through stunting on niggas that I know. That's the worst, boy. I'll admit it. You haven't been to man for like a minute. I told you that I'm in it for the long haul. You can really get the business. I'll admit it. Roll the switches, hitting switches. Got me feeling like a ball hog. Pass it when I get it. I'll admit it. You too worried about the bitches. I got one girl, and she my girl, and nobody else can hit it. She'll admit it.
Now on the other side,
Nice! Let's fucking go! I hear the talk on road is I'm a shit, boy. Phone call back home. Shit is hot up in the 6, boy. Shit hot up in the 6 right now. Shit hot up in the 6.
I came back and whooped your fucking ass, Hixie. Who should fucking give it up now? Fucking dog shit. Came back and whooped your ass. Next fucking event.
Oh shit, you're fucking shit.
You're terrible. Hold the O, pussy.
My name is Rodrigo Rupert Armendariz, and oh shit, I already fucked up. I've been competing for like 3 years now. I've been playing Call of Duty for like 10 years, but only competing for like 3 years. Map 1 was 6-star hardpoint, and we lost, but we lost every map 1 the entire like event, so we're pretty confident on our second map. And then second map we won round 11. Honestly, after we won the second map, like I knew we were gonna win the series because we were also undefeated in Control, and then Control we won 3-2 against them, or like 3-1. It was pretty easy, honestly. And map 4 I went crazy on the hardpoint. It was sub-base hardpoint and they couldn't kill me, so we won. We won 3-1 the whole series.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Toronto Open here for day number 3. It is Championship Sunday. It is a great time and we are now down to our final 4 teams.
And now it's going to set us up into the lower semifinals with a banger match.
Yeah, that's right. Between Spitting Demons and Lore Gaming. Just trying to fly through, looking for trades, and well, it's not looking great so far here for Lore Gaming. Just about everyone's going to drop, and that is 4 down.
Alex is rocking this Rival 9. He's going to clear out DJ. Oh, he was going to clear out DJ, but sitting underneath, and Yuli's through mid.
Yuli looking for the big 1v1, not going to happen.
Players through the middle of the map. If you can't find this player, Cafe, there's no chance to A, but Monk's gonna win it. You're on A with a stack, and Rupert now finding the respawners.
Hard push as well as another look back towards B for our attackers. SC Gaming are holding on. Noisy's beating them up to the pistol. Nice. Let's fucking go. We'll see you later, Noisy. anybody. The hold might just be good enough here at P5. Rupert to the backside, looking for some kills around the hard point. The ARs are helping them out, getting them forward. Rupert comes up with 4 in a row, and it looks like the break might be good enough, but it's still Rupert alone on the hill.
We're fighting on thin ice right now.
If you're second, well, this could be it. 3 players gonna drop down. More gaming, looking for the victory.
The rest of the year, I'd really like to for this team to stick together and then just place really well in the elite. Hopefully, obviously, win the elite because that'll help us towards champs, and then obviously make champs and play really well at champs as a team.
I just want to be. We had one bad event, me and Tyler, because me and Tyler have gotten to 5 events now, I think, and we've gotten like an average placing of what do we get? We got 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and then we got 16 at Miami, and then we got 4th this event. So I was mainly worried about not being able to compete for actually winning the tournament. Now that now that we're back to actually competing to win, it feels nice. I know top 4 isn't the best, so I'm not happy about it, but at least I just want to be contending for the win every single event. That's my goal for the rest of the year.
The rest of the season, I mean, the goal is to win. The end goal is to get in the league. I would say the best way to get in the league is by winning, but people have been getting picked up without winning, so it's just kind of individually playing well and showing that you can handle yourself in the league. As a challenge player, I mean, your only goal really is to be in the league, so that's about it. All we have left is champs right now. Hopefully there's some kind of major 4 event that comes out of nowhere. But besides that, there's 1 elite left, so winning that and then going to champs and then winning that too, because last time Bink and I were in champs, we got 3rd. Lost to the teams again that were in grand finals, so hopefully this time around we can take home a ring or a medal, whatever the fuck they give out now. Yeah, that'd be nice.
The rest of the year, at least I want to make it to champs because I've never been on champs before. So that's my goal. At least make it there.
1, 2, 3, my baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna, but can't stand to see me walk out the door? Don't try to fight the feeling, cause the thought alone is killing me right now. Thank God for mom and dad for sticking together, cause we don't know how.
Both of you, after we beat both of you teams, we're gonna put the video, the Queen of England falling into the fucking river after we just slammed the fuck out of her.
Afraid to lose control, caught up in this world. I wasted time, I wasted breath. I think I thought myself to death. I was born without this fear. Now only this seems clear. I need to move, I need to fight. I need to lose myself tonight. Come with me now. Afraid to lose control, caught up in this world. I've wasted time, I've wasted breath. I think I thought myself to death. I was born without this fear. Now only this seems clear. I need to move, I need to fight. I need to lose myself tonight.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Oakley Hot Couch. Today, we are turning up the temperature here before your grand finals. On your right is going to be Element Orange, and on your left is going to be Destro Gaming. We are going to get this one turned up for you guys. Let's get it flowing, get the intensity high, and, see who you can get into the heads of the other one. So the first one we're going to go. Whoever wants to answer first. So we're going to start over here. What's your name and alias and where you're from?
Dello.
All right, and for the situation, 1v1 S&D. You can choose any of these guys to go against. Who's your pick?
Give me Siski, the biggest tweaker.
We got Siski. Okay. All right, you want to respond to that?
You're the biggest.
Yeah, he wants to take you in a 1v1. If he could choose anybody on this couch, he's choosing you.
So, it's pretty crazy, to be honest. Got it.
All right, name yourself and tell us where you're from.
Katsy, I'm from Cali.
Katsy, who are you taking in a 1v1 S&D on the other side of the couch?
My ones with B-Man.
With B-Man?
Oh! He don't want that, Bree. What you say?
You don't want that. All right. So, up next, if you want to pass the mic down, whoever wants to take a shot at the next one. On that couch, who got carried to be where they are right now?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm looking at Aiden YX. I'm looking at Aiden YX over there.
Yeah.
I that one there. How you feel?
I mean, I didn't play great in the series yesterday, but we got it done. We out game planned them. We threw one map, but it is what it is.
Aiden is the game plan? Okay. And same question for you, man. Who are you choosing on this couch? Who do you think got carried?
I don't know. I mean, what if they wanted to get carried too?
Okay.
I mean, made it further than you.
Outplaced you guys in Toronto.
You got my ass.
You play? I lost to use.
Oh, there you go. You're decent. Here's your play. Oh.
He's mic up to my mouth? Okay, my bad. No way, Shoxy's catching straight.
Shoxy's ass, eh?
Shoxy's across
I don't support
across
that.
the globe. He's catching straight.
Okay. All right.
He's tuned in right now.
So there's been a lot of talk, a lot of just loud moments in the venue. Some people known for getting loud. Is there anyone who you think been a little too loud? Need some humbling here?
No. Whoever the fuck was screaming earlier. Holy shit. You are screaming during scrims. Please stop that. Please. That's good passion.
There was a controversial take earlier that
sorry.
Katsy wouldn't be able to make it to the elite. How do you guys feel about that?
What is this?
No, in one of your earlier matches.
That guy lost the next round. He told me I wasn't winning the lane and then lost the next round.
We're talking about
6 of that 5, yo. We're talking about Bing.
Oh, Bing.
Yeah. We're talking about Bing. Bing, you hear that, bro? I ain't gonna lie. You're gonna have to.
So
that's a good question, though.
So anyone who hasn't, I know a lot of guys didn't really get to speak yet. Anyone got anything on their mind?
You got to talk to Adam, bro.
Yeah.
He ain't talking yet.
What Adam got for us?
Give me my ISO. Nothing. I got nothing. It's just no one has one yet. So you just gotta see what comes out.
Do you have any predictions? How are you feeling? 6-0. 6-0.
We give them the first series 3-0, and we come back and 6-0. They're already off for 3-0. So.
All right. Yeah.
I'm hearing you.
What do you guys? Any response to that?
We gonna see.
We're gonna see. Okay.
Yeah. Who did you guys lose to? I don't even know. Who did you lose to?
Exactly.
Yo, shotgun? We love the shots. Yeah, we reverse fucked them. Hey, wait. What was it? What did it yesterday?
Oh,
Yeah, that's allowed online.
playing against us.
I use it right now too. No. We're all pinging 10. If we had exit lag on, you'd be pinging lower.
I don't think I believe that he didn't have the exit lag on. Bro said, "Let me host," and immediately got us in the 9 ping. Damn. He said, "Let me host up," immediately in a 9 ping lobby. It was.
Yeah, there was like 8 of us on 9 ping.
20s, and then he just immediately got in the 9. I don't know, man. I was a little fishy. I ain't gonna lie. Exit lag How at the fuck you get Lansing is another crazy.
You had me too?
Oh yeah. You had a Lansing on Texas Fiber. You don't need no exit lag, bro. What you need exit lag for?
It's for online when I'm packet burst price. We didn't use it for any of the land events.
Aiden. Word on the street is you dropped the 0.7 at Toronto.
At Toronto? I mean, that's just cap.
That's cap.
That's just cap. I mean,
he was right.
Who cost it?
Nobody cost
Oh, wait,
it.
we got
We
reverse
all had our moments where we played bad. We all had our moments where we played good, bro.
We should have won that.
Unfortunately, guys. Better look next
Now,
week.
who costed you guys after Millie dropped 17? What happened? Why'd you guys break up? You heard me?
Why'd we break up?
Yeah, why'd you guys break up after Millie carried you guys? What happened?
You know, somebody game stuff. Really gunny.
Yeah,
Can't get too into that. You know.
Yep. Are the new fill-ins holding their own? Or they can't replace Millie the Great?
Wait, what?
Can they hold their own or they can't replace Millie the Great?
He's already,
There's no they.
he's already doing
They're a
what he
team.
He's already
To
doing
be
what he
honest,
needs
bro,
to.
I know I'm better than all 4 of these dudes, and I'm gonna look them in the eyes and say, I only really know Mark. The other 3, to be honest, are just randoms. To be honest,
For sure.
You
I
said,
like
his confidence. I like
you
his
said your MW2 come up. You can't hang.
I have 40 map 1. Next thing
I mean-
I get lost. You win 3.
Yeah, I mean, I've done more than him, but
It's what it
respect,
is. But
I like the confidence.
you gonna see.
Simple as that.
You just gonna have to kill the big dog.
I ain't gonna lie. None of y'all holding me on a fucking sub, though.
On a sub?
No matter. I'm better than all y'all. No. No, I'm better than all y'all. No, I'm better than all 4 of y'all. Mark, ask Mark. Mark knows I'm better than all 3 of y'all.
Hey, so
Go ahead and ask me.
wait, my question is though, like, what's the basis for that? Like, how do you know you're better than
I just know. I took 2 years off, and I'm in the same spot as y'all. All my dudes that I play with, like, bro, ask about me, bro. Ask Mark. Man. Go ahead, bro. Ask Mark. He knows I'm better than all.
I mean, I know you're solid. I'll say that. I know you're solid, but
Ask Mark. That's all I gotta say.
No, you're here. All right, guys. A lot of great chat here, you know.
I got one last question for Vale.
Yo.
Word on the street is you made Tom Grav retire. What's going on?
word
with
on
that?
the street says check the stats. I think I had a 1.2 every online session. Hold up. Tom's my guy. Respect to Tom, obviously. One thing I gotta say, I don't know if he's in the stream. Ryan Cod shit his pants in the EQ. Literally fucking costed me. But yeah. So yeah, you check the stats. I mean, every event I drop a 1.4 online. I'm like a 1.2. Mom can never say I cost it. But yeah, keep going.
I mean, all right. Why did Tom Grav retire?
Why did Tom retire? Honestly, a lot of like personal shit going on. Like he wasn't giving 100% in scrims every day. You know what I mean? Like, he decided to take a break, pursue Warzone like content. But I still think he's got it. Obviously,
I'm saying the guy over here.
he's just got to find the right team, bro. I mean, simple as that. Like we haven't had a good team since Rex and Fire. Once they left, we haven't had a good team.
What do you have to say about a B-man being in the same position as you after taking 2 years off?
I mean, I took a break this year too. So beginning of this year, I was a top 3 team. Like simple as that. I got the shitty end of challengers. That's how it goes. Roster changes, you know.
Yeah.
So, Vale, I gotta.
Us two, MW2 with Tizu and Noel. Hey,
Yeah, I got a question. What is
we didn't know
considered
shit
an
about
MW2
COD.
come up? Like, come up? What's the meaning of that? I don't
Cold
know.
War.
Cold War. So you're a Cold War come up? What is the meaning of that? I don't get it. Is that
MW2 is an easier game.
I mean, I never understood that's like
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So
I guess like the style of games. I guess people would say that like the different style of games. There's only people that are good at certain styles. People
Yes.
just wanna
Yes.
what was that?
People just want to cope.
I feel you.
Anyone you guys think is kind of like a one game wonder type of person? Like MW2 is just their game, or MW3 is just their game?
I mean, I don't really know these past three CODs or the past couple CODs, so I can't really give you an honest like description of them. I know he played with my boy Tay, so I know they're solid, bro. I know they're good players, but I only know really about Mark.
He's still better than him, though.
I mean, honestly, like, not in a disrespectful way, but like, I didn't know these guys till Miami local. Was that last year? When I played you guys at Miami, was this year or last year? Okay, so yeah, like, obviously not disrespectful, but like, I didn't know these guys till the Miami local, and they fried. I added them to the scrim chats. I was like, yo, these guys are nice with it.
Good guy, cool.
You know, Dello and fucking Adam. Adam's next up, bro. Like, respectfully, I know we're supposed to be dissing each other here, but hey, Adam's next up. I tweeted it. These guys deserve their respect. You'll notice the challengers. There's a lot of gatekeepers, fucking dick riders that are talking shit. Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss, but there's a lot of gatekeepers in this shit, bro. And so anytime I meet somebody that's good, I try to give them their flowers. You know, help people grow.
No,
There's too much people tearing each other down.
It's always awesome when you can respect your opponents just as much as you want to beat them. I mean, that's one thing that makes competition great. One thing that makes, you know, everything that we're doing here so great. And just on the behalf of the casters, I heard on Friday we were told to call you the most handsome man in gaming.
I'll take that. Hey, I'll take that.
However, the casters have something to say about that because I think they're very handsome.
Hey,
so,
first things first.
If you win this, I'll call you handsome.
Headset here, all right? With my hair wet before the headset, I'm pulling any bitch.
All right, so we're gonna start to wrap it up here.
Reset. I'm on your fucking ass. You can't. You're an AR. I'm looking at y'all too. You better be fucking turned.
I'm ready, bro.
All right. So, guys, this is going to be the end of the Oakley Hot Couch. Thank you guys for viewing at home. Thank you all for being here, making this possible. Without you, none of this happens. So, thank you, everybody watching. Up next, we have your grand finals. Everything is for that trophy. We have on the trophy cam watching over all the monitors. Now, guys, give yourselves or give each other your final fist bumps, final respects before we get into this competition. And let's get this one started.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an incredible weekend here in San Antonio at the Premier Circuit Major number 2. My name is the Matt Man alongside Mr. Colorblind, and we have dwindled it down. 2 teams remain out of this 28-team land. It's been incredible, and now one more time, we're going to head into this one. Quinn, why don't we just look at this bracket, because it's been an incredible road to get here, and I think people are chomping at the bit to get into this one. We are chomping at the bit to get into this one, but you look at it here, Element Blue, it's been an incredible run from them from the start.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, they have absolutely dismantled this bracket. Every step of the way, it feels like you really just can't get one up on them. And, you know, ultimately, at the end of the day, they punched their ticket in to that grand finals earlier in the day from the winners finals. And you take a look at Destro, a path that not necessarily was traveled by Element Blue. Obviously, the other side of the coin dropped down here by Element Blue early on. They absolutely tore the Legends of Six White to shreds. Then did way with Sudor Gaming 3-0. Then in our loser final that we saw a little bit earlier today, a couple hours ago, we saw them just barely able to get past Element Orange to punch their ticket into this grand final matchup. And Matt, these two teams, they are both looking nasty.
Yeah, Element Blue versus Destro Gaming. This is the stage that's been set. And let's go ahead and take a closer look at these two teams.
So bad.
and I mean, just one more time, got to shout out to production for that one. I mean, those are just absolutely incredible. And here we go. The map set for our first of a potential 2 best of 5s. Destro Gaming got to do the long road here if they want to be able to steal this grand final away. And we're going to be kicking it off on a Rio hardpoint, followed by a high-rise search and destroy, which I know you and I were very excited about coming in from the green room. Invasion control to follow, and if we get there, a Vista hardpoint and an invasion search and destroy. Quinn, tell me what you're kind of thinking looking at this map set.
Man, it all starts on that Rio hardpoint, literally, and kind of in terms of the mental for these two teams. I feel like Element Blue really want to get their mojo going, obviously. We haven't seen them since a little bit earlier in the day, so some of the people in this broadcast might have missed their absolute dismantling of their fellow Element partners, Element Orange, but it really started with that hardpoint in that matchup. I feel like if they get out to an early start here, that is what you want to see. It's all about those early rotations. It's all about instilling your will. I like the high-rise S&D as well, as you alluded to. That's going to be a lot of fun. I feel like ultimately it does just come down to, hey, which team is going to get off to that hotter start and who is going to take command early on to set that tone.
Yeah, and you know, we had that little kind of pre-show talk show where the teams got to talk the little smack to each other.
Just a
and,
little bit.
You know, this map just kind of seems like a headbutt, guns up, ready to go map, and let's see who's really got it in their back pocket. And map number 1 of a possible 2 best of 5s grand finals. Destro Gaming, Element Blue, we're starting it off already. Mixy trades going back and forth, but it's going to be the side of Destro Gaming that's going to pop a little early here. And Element Blue is starting to fire their way in.
Element Blue trying to get that time up on the board. We saw them do that in the start. It is as well about that rotation over towards P2. We get things going here early on. You have that map control that you so desperately want. You're able to parlay that down the stretch here. So far, so good, though, for Destro, as they're able to break on in, get some of that time on the board as well. Obviously not selling your soul for this P1, but P2 coming online. Looks like Destro also has the rotation over there as well.
Yeah, holding down these P2 spawns, it's just going to be a slight lead for Element Blue heading in. So you cut your losses, like you said. It's nothing to really hang your head over. This P2 is of utmost importance. You can get this wave of kills. If you can get this locked down, you can get a good little bit of lead. But it's got to be translated into P3, but a 4 dead in the feed. And now you can jump the hill. Now you can start to garner some of that time.
Destro Gaming as well, coming in from that lower bracket. Not only do they have a little bit of revenge that they are looking to seek, but they also might have that little brother syndrome where you gotta show up, you gotta stand tall. You're not necessarily the tallest compared to Element Blue, but you're going to stand up, put that gunny in display. They are kicking things off with some firepower. Dello is just absolutely frying, as is Stu, pushing them back, and Element Blue already on that rotation over towards P3.
Yeah, and you know, they talked about it. They said that they are the best slaying team here in the tournament, and they're trying to come out and prove it here in a map 1 of the grand finals. Already off to a hot start, but it is Element Blue with Siski that are here at this P3, starting to garner a couple of kills, but Adam Savage around could fit through this box area. You still got to wait on the reinforcements to come through as well. Element Blue is going to be locked down into this point. They're going to have to look to just hold on for a little bit as Destro Gaming starting to get these numbers around the hill, starting to fill in, starting to see where they want to hit the from.
This is really a good opportunity for Element Blue to finally find their footing. Feels like early in this map, it has been Destro with that early control and with that early P1, P2 parlay. Now with the rotation, Element Blue have the opportunity to fortify. They have the opportunity to get their gunnies out and show up, show out. Couple of kills going their way as well. B-Man trying to come in from the stair side of the map. Will get that kill to go, switches the point, and there you have it. Destro back on the time once again, preventing Element Blue from gaining any lead whatsoever.
You have Element Blue spawn right out back at this point, so they'll still have those close spawns there heading into P4. It's going to be on to Destro Gaming now to try to hit through this side, but gunfights happening all around. Couple of trades that go either which way. Both of these teams still jockeying for position of this lead. Element Blue slightly in the lead now here in this P4. Now have to play from this front. They're holding now. Stu around through the backside. Couple of kills go either which way, and that's absolutely frying. But Veli's still here looking to try to be a thorn in the side, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do anything until the reinforcements come through.
Dello just wheeling and dealing as Element Blue trying to find their way back on into the point. They'll do exactly that. Let's take a listen in with these boys, hear how those comms are going as they break into that lead.
Yeah, make sure we don't
We don't flip. I have one on flank, guys.
Boxes. One shot.
I'll get boxes. I'll get boxes.
No, I'll get boxes. Watch the rush, cross. Watch the rush, cross.
Dead, yes. I got
Boxes down.
Boxes dead.
Flip, Logan, flip. Look, you're right, Logan.
Boxes, B-man.
Yeah, look, you're right, Logan.
One shot, B-man.
Yeah.
B-man boxes.
Dude, weak right. Yep.
All right. We have a cruise.
One shot on it.
One was pitching.
Yeah,
one was pitching boxes.
B3 already. Yeah, B-man. I left him boxes.
Yeah, I hear you, Logan. I hear you. He was at Zig or what? Where was he, Logan?
Yes. No, he's boxes. He was in boxes.
All your boxes right now.
Zig.
I have your front. Stay down. Yeah, you want me, guys? You one shot and then back.
You in front. Yo, one's Zig. I got the guy Zig. One's you.
They're all front.
Up in front.
Who's front still?
No, go pinch. Go pinch.
Dilo front dead.
Seth, go pinch.
Front weak on the Humvee. Back left's too weak. They're both weak, guys.
I pinch
two front.
I got one. Bench dead. One more back lobby on me. TVs.
Take that
lobby one shot. Adam's dead. I got time. We're looking for Dilo. Look my top.
I'm hitting over.
Look my top. I'm right.
I have your top.
All right.
I'm looking to deep left, Logan. Look your left.
I hear you. I'll look right.
Ed, B-man dead.
Deep left.
He's two dead. That's two. I'm at
We're right.
Bridge, keep coming. He jumped out behind you, Logan.
Nothing pitching.
That's four. Good shit. That's four. Get ready to bump into mid, guys.
Great comms there out of Element Blue. It's the calm, cool, collected, and always making sure they are communicating well. Now we turn our attention over towards this P1, and they have control of P5. Should be able to parlay into P1, but Destro's starting to fill up the feed.
Destro filling it up for now, but still really on the back foot. 133 to 75. They can start to build this lead. They have the good side of the spawns for this map. With Element Blue with this lead, can't afford to just take the time here, set their pinch up, start to get some of these kills. Cruise missile invested as well, and right back into this P1 they go. Adam Savage still here, but all alone. Not going to be able to control anything more than that, but the only thing for Destro, they do still have these good side spawns. Should be able to potentially still rock in for P2.
Oh, but Element Blue, you gotta make sure that Destro is not gonna get those kills on the board. You gotta make sure that you find them out as well. It feels like they're kind of hiding in this backside of the building. Cats with two on the board, but taken down by Velik. Still, it's going to be enough for Element Blue to hold on. Now they turn their attention over towards P4. Adam Savage is awaiting, but no longer as he's taken down. We're starting to see the snowball begin out the side of Element Blue.
Yeah, Element Blue just starting to put it together right now, but Destro Gaming trying to find the break, and it's kind of one of those moments in the game that you can tell this is going to be make or break for them. If they don't break into this hard point, this lead is going to get out of hand. Stu, around from the info side, going to be able to find one, but it's nothing but trades in the kill feed right now, and still Element Blue locking down a majority of this hill time and a majority of these kills. Siski able to find one there. Adam Savage right back, though. The rival nines ringing on Rio, but still Element Blue continues to garner this lead, but the kills coming through for a second. Velik absolutely popping off. Cots with another, and right now Quinn, Element Blue starting to run away with this map number one.
I mean, Velik's 23 and 11, buying his team so much time, and it's looking like Destro, if they cannot get onto one of these hills, could be 100-point clubbed in the first map of the grand finals. The rotation over towards New as well is being accounted for by number 7. That's Siski setting up over there, and starts to become very interesting as you look at your map. A little bit of ring around the rosy here. So you have the players from Destro rotating in from behind, and Siski's gonna have to go huge. He's taken down by Adam Savage though. That's going to give Destro a little bit of room to operate with on this new hill. Get back into the mix of this. Down by 100 points, but it's not out just yet.
Not just yet. Down big, but certainly not out. Big three-piece in the feed there for the side of Destro Gaming, but Velik still kind of running around the backside here, able to find two. He's still alive. He's still full health. Adam Savage, they're doing the dance. They're tangoing. They're dancing. Oh, Adam Savage, he's going to come away with the kill. Element Blue, though, still dangerous, but with 3 dead in the feed, they'll have to think this through. Aiden goes down as well. Clean 4 wipe. Now on to the P4. Destro, really the first good hill for them in quite some time, Quinn. Now having to try to parlay this, kind of snowball it into this P4, but it is Element Blue that are here awaiting the push.
Element Blue awaiting the push, also got those spawns going their way, and a clean sweep in the feed is going to set things up real well. Trophy systems able to go down. Nades will be a non-factor here as Element Blue crossing into that 200-point barrier as well. They can win it off of this hill here and now Destro, they have to hit the panic button, and the separation here with Aiden so far pushed up is going to completely shut down Destro, and this is where they get really dangerous. They have so much room to operate with, and now they can can just seamlessly chow out every single fight that they possibly want to, extend so far off the point, getting those ratty spots to finish things out.
I mean, it had to be a 10-team kill streak for them right now. Just nothing but yellow in the feed. Finally, Destro Gaming starting to put a couple of kills together, but it's 2-for-2 trades everywhere you look. Veli still dangerous from this box area, and Element Blue just refusing to relinquish the hill right now. They just won't let it go. Only 7 seconds remaining till the win. Veli still firing from the top flat area. Team nade's not gonna help you. 250 to 121, and Element Blue absolutely cleaning house on Rio. The smack talk starting to ensue, the smiles from Element Blue, and right now it's a 1-0 map lead here in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they took all of this, all that smoke, they took it very personally. Valiux especially. I mean, can we talk about that? 29-14. Always expected out of him to pop off, and doing exactly that. On the side of Destro, just not seemingly able to get that similar footing. They fall ever so short, and it just kind of fell apart at the seams in the beginning. You know, Element Blue, they got one of those early rotations, and it just kind of, Destro was not able to find their way back into this.
Yeah, and you looked at that scoreboard there, and you could kind of see along almost everyone, the kills were almost even until you looked at Vel. 29 kills there in that game. He absolutely went nuclear. How many times did it feel like Destro Gaming was going to be able to find a break, and then all of a sudden, Veli from the cross angle, able to find a 2-piece, able to find a 3-piece, Element Blue, and just playing such good fundamental hardpoint, leading into a high-rise S&D. This was the big question mark, right? This was the question mark around this series. Both of these teams having a very high S&D prowess. We saw the success that they were able to have against a very good Element Orange team who had looked good up until today in the game mode. And now hitting into High Rise, things get ever so interesting here on this map.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned it. Destro, they had the uppance on Element Orange, even finishing off the series to get into the grand finals with a 6-0 on Invasion. So far today, though, I do believe this is our first high-rise S&D, or high-rise in general. I absolutely love this map personally. I'm hoping to see some 360 no-scopes off the back rail, but that being said, I'm probably going to be a little bit disappointed in that regard. Element Blue, though, off on the attacker side, kicking things off, and already some explosions. Those propane tanks, they are deadly.
I know. I mean, they said that they fixed them, but I've still died a couple of times, so I want to know who fixed them and what happened, because not so fast. Always an unpredictable map when we're up here on the high rise, but so far, Element Blue trying to push this up, but Destro Gaming seemingly aware of the play. A couple of trades go back and forth, but Adam Savage, he's a 9 smoke. Delo's able to get 2, and he just slips right through. Quindy's absolutely gone, a ghost in the wind, and Adam Savage, he could absolutely tear this play in half.
I don't know where he is. Aiden spots him out, and he's got the gunny to go. Comes down to just Valiux, and if you want a player in this spot, you want Valiux, but he's already lit up. They know exactly where he is, just trying to converge onto him. They'll do exactly that. Destro getting active, getting nasty early on high rise on that defensive side. Now the turns table ever so slightly as we switch sides.
Yeah, and that's a huge round for them, the real tone setter of how this S&D could play out. You know, you kind of get slammed in that first hard point, right? You have to put it behind you. Like Delo said kind of earlier when they talked about B-Man, being that guy in their ears saying, hey, put that map behind you. There's no reason to think about it anymore. It's over. It's high-rise S&D right now. And Destro Gaming and Delo in specifically, big 3-piece for him that could be huge for the confidence of Destro Gaming moving forward.
Now Element Blue on the defensive side. Destro with the opportunity to really jump out to a commanding lead. The early stretch of this high-rise S&D. Slow and steady, not going to want to make that first mistake, obviously. Bomb heading over towards B, though.
Sizz, early shots in. Not able to find anything just yet. B-Man might go for a little trip around the side of the building, and here's where, if he can able to just hop right up, he might be able to get a couple of kills. Siski is just right up on it. Look for the hop. Siski's gonna go down regardless, so now potentially able to run into the spawn. Aiden gets taken out, and this is absolutely perfect. B-Man will take this 9 times out of 10. Kot's able to find the trade, but still damage done. Destro Gaming up a man.
Such a mixy start to this, and now a potential pincer here for Element Blue on the map, but they have that man disadvantage as well. So it's going to give a little bit of room for Destro to potentially operate with, heading over towards that B-bomb site, have the opportunity to get that thing down. Cats reading it through and through, trying to get the shots in, will get it around the corner, it just barely gets out, allows Vale to get on into the point. Stu will take him down though, so a 1v1 ensues. Cats versus Stu. Bomb will now go down at A, the quick rotate is over. Cats will buy his time. He doesn't have a lot of information on where Stu's going to come in from. This is going to be such a good setup for Stu.
I mean, neither of them have a lot of information on each other, just playing the timing game. But Stu right now, with the advantageable position, if he could get kind of on the chase here, might be able to catch him out. And I love this play from Stu. Oh my God. The timing's just going to make me throw up. It's going to make me throw up. 21 seconds left in the round. Stu, big 1v1. They're just playing the absolute worst game of hide and seek I've ever seen. You're going to run out of time eventually to hop the bomb. This might be perfect for Stu here. Absolutely catches him. And finally... I mean, these guys just didn't want to see each other. If I've ever seen it, Quinn, what is happening? That's why we love a good high rise.
Yeah, well, we can definitely rule out the idea of any of these players having walls at that point. I mean, that is, that was something there, but that's exactly what you want to see for Destro now with that 2-0 lead. They have the opportunity now to really put their foot on the gas and kind of mirror what was done to them on that Rio hardpoint. Obviously, still very early goings here, but love everything that we're starting to see out of them, especially Stu really putting the team on his back, taking some command in terms of the gunny to kick things off.
Yeah, and already a couple streaks being worked on. Siski, though, up over the top. B-Man, another first blood here in this round. Adam Savage, perfect timing. Finds the second kill in the round. Kotz might be the next one up. Has to just hide in the elevator. Bomb is dropped on top of Probe as well. The double chow into L. And now 1v4 Element Blue. This is not looking good for you here in this map number 2.
Yeah, it just feels like everything's falling apart at the seams for them. They haven't been able to get anything going in any of these 3 rounds, and now position potentially giving away by Vale. He's just got to find a way to make something out of nothing with that bomb down as well. We'll spot out Abaddon, will be able to get the kill, but now has to duck, dive, and dodge. So they have a general idea of where he's going to be coming in from, and Stu with the setup is just going to hold the angle, get the kill to go. Destro 3-0 to kick things off, and the script has been turned on its head, at least for the early portion of High Rise.
Yeah, and this is why I said at the beginning of this game that this is the big question mark, right? Because Destro presents just a crazy S&D prowess, and you talked about leading into that control. If they could just put together a few more rounds and take the momentum, it's just one of those things where in S&D, Destro Gaming, if they could just squeak this to a map 5, could potentially hit the bracket reset, but still a long, long road to go as well, because Element Blue, they only need a couple more wins here, and they're already grand champions.
Here we go, round number 4, and for Element Blue, you've got to get on the board at this point. As things start to get very dire, propane tanks are going to fly. Vel will find that second kill on the board, make it a 2v4, and this is finally something that's going the way of Element Blue. Obviously, on the defensive side, a little bit more room to operate with. B-Man has to duck, dive, dodge his way out of the fray. Not going to be able to much further than that. Nello, last player standing, is spotted out. A flawless round for Element Blue. And now you have a little bit of room to breathe if you are them. Gotta get those attacker side rounds going, though, for sure.
Yeah, a little bit of a lifeline here for the side of Element Blue. I mean, you stop the bleeding, you bandage up for a second, but you are still down 3-1 here in this map number 2. You're going to have to start to put together multiple rounds, and like you said, on the other side of the ball, they have got to get something going with the offense here. It's been a lot of B hits. Maybe here, switch it up, hit the A site, get some top heli control, potentially get some of those power positions here that we know on High Rise. It does look like they are going to work that bomb once again up the B street, so Quinn, this might be another headbutt over here towards the other side of the map.
The headbutt would be first man up, Adam Savage. He's going to have to get those kills to go. Rounding the corner, spots out one. Cat's able to duck out of the fray. Now trophy system will go down, trying to solidify, get those nades unequivofied, and I'm not even sure if that's a word, but what is a word is seeing Vale's name in that kill feed. The death feed. Destro, 4-3.
Man, just being a nuisance right now. And Adam Savage as well, he's moved all the way back up to the heady on B Street, so just being such a nuisance, really making the chase happen. Finally strikes, able to find the perfect team trade onto Aiden, and now Siski all alone, 1v3, Bomb is down. You're gonna have to find a way, 34 seconds, make something happen, but he is just in a bad position, stuck between a rock and an MCW. Not a lot's gonna happen here. 24 seconds left, may just be able to play a couple of kills, but that Bomb surely trapped in this round, really looking like it's an impossible.
It's going to be a tough spot to operate from. 13 seconds left on the board. As you said, Bomb is down as well. No information where any of these players are going to be playing from. Dello will be spotted out, but it's soon to be his downfall. Destro now 4-1. This is where you want to be if you are them, swinging right back from that Rio hardpoint.
Yeah, you're going to have to find a way back into this now, down 4-1. Not how they imagined coming out into this map number 2, and this kind of changes the flow of things, right? Element Blue goes up 2-0 here in this series, obviously with Destro Gaming already having to win 2 best-of-5s. It kind of is a demoralizing victory, right? We talk about how a lot of that map 2 S&D and how it plays out can really potentially tell you how the rest of a series is going to go, and with Destro Gaming just absolutely playing to perfection right here, using the aggression when they need to. It's just perfect S&D, and it's something that we've seen out of them kind of time and time again. Remember, coming off of a 6-0 win in their last S&D.
Back-to-back trades makes it a 3v3 in the early goings of this round. For Element Blue, you've got to win these defensive side rounds. You've got to find a way to make those attacker side rounds go your way as well. We've come to a little bit of a crawl here. Neither team wanting to make a mistake, as the early goings did end up losing a man. Slow and steady, the side of Destro.
God's around the backside here. Bomb's still kind of tucked in a bad position, at least for Destro Gaming. They should be able to recover this, though. Maybe make their way up Blue, but I think Gotts has got the information onto this. They know exactly where he is, but Bomb kind of making an other ways play towards the B site. Kind of trying to throw Element Blue off the game. Bomb planted, now a little bit back in your favor, but still a couple of power positions. You have to get Gotts off of this top heli position. He should be able to get a couple of information here, but B-Man, neither of them see each other, but Gotts able to find the first opening here, give them the man advantage, but the time starting to become a factor. Adam Savage, whoa! Turn and burn, we'll be smelling ya. Destro Gaming now, 2v2, 20 seconds left.
Oh, Stu is going to drop, though, and this gives a little bit more room. Adam's going to have to go absolutely massive if he wants to keep this going. Just needs the bomb check, realistically speaking. And if he times this out perfectly, it looks like he might. He's got it to go. The bomb will not get defused, and Cats will be sent out. Oh, my goodness. Destro absolutely dismantling Element Blue. Meow!
Adam freaking Savage, man, jumping up the ladder. I thought the ladder stall was gonna mess him up. He gets the kill just in the nick of time. Able to steal that round away. Now up 5-1. And I mean, just absolute incredible ice out of Adam Savage to be able to clutch up another round. Destro Gaming seemingly can do no wrong here on High Rise.
My goodness. I mean, now if you're Element Blue, I mean, the hard point went really well. High Rise has been a completely different story, and this is the first time we've kind of seen them vulnerable throughout this bracket, throughout this series especially, and throughout the day in general. Back-to-back kills, though. Now on the attacker side as well, Element Blue, you're gonna have to take your first attacker side round, your second round in total. Destro getting a little bit active in the back lines. Dello setting up for a nice angle, but Adam is completely dismantling them one after another. It just comes down to Vale. 1v3 turns into a 1v2. Just barely able to avoid the nade, and my goodness.
Vale around through this bottom blue area. They don't have a lot of information on his position right now. He's kind of snuck through here, at least for the moment. I don't know if Delos saw him, but neither is going to matter. Top heli positioning, Destro Gaming, another near flawless S&D for them. 6-0 in their last series, heading into grand finals. 6-1 performance here, and absolute scenes, as now we are tied up 1-1 heading into another invasion control.
Oh my. I mean, that is a statement and a half from Destro. Every step of the way, it felt like a complete just swap of the script. I mean, Element Blue was non-existent on that map at all. Obviously, we haven't seen the high-rise S&D whatsoever, but this just exemplifies Destro's S&D prowess, and they have proven time and time again that they will take these. Now the question sort of becomes, hey, can they take one of these respawn game modes? Can they take an invasion control? I feel like the invasion control might be a little bit suspect. I'm still a little bit keen to lean towards Element Blue, just based off of those attacker side rounds that we saw earlier in the day, but at this point could chalk it up to anything.
Yeah, and it's crazy how we've seen two maps now, 250 to 121, and then 6-1, but both split across from either team, both having dominating wins in their own respective game modes with Hardpoint and S&D. And it's like you said, we head into another respawn, and it does seem like Element Blue, you'd have to give the nod of the hat, but at the end of the day, I mean, Destro Gaming could have just been a sense of, hey, they haven't played in a long time either. It's been a pretty well extended break between series here. The gunnies got to get warm. You got to start getting back into the series, and what a statement to do so. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to toss it to a quick break, and when we come back, invasion control. Will it be as crazy as the 5 offensive round win invasion we saw earlier? I'm not quite sure, but stick around to find out. Grand finals here at the Premier Circuit Major 2 in San Antonio, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Premier Circuit Major number 2. It is Grand Finals. It is Championship Sunday. And we have got a 1-1 tie heading into map number 3 of our first of a potential 2 best of 5s. Destro Gaming, they've got to take the long road if they want to be able to be your champions. Element Blue, your winners bracket runner, they are here, and all they need to do is put together 2 more map wins here, and they will be your champions. But, Quinn, it has been a spicy one. 2 dominating wins for either team. Now heading into an invasion control that I think before the series we were a little bit more set on, but now kind of a little up in the air.
I think it's indicative of the fact that, hey, I mean, both of these teams, they are here through different means, but here for a reason, and you can't overlook or overshine one of these teams. And now that invasion control, again, as you alluded to, it becomes very interesting. Obviously, Element Blue, they did take that respawn game mode and take it in convincing fashion. But coming off of that high-rise S&D, I feel like Element Blue might have underestimated what Destro could bring to the table, especially after such a dominant win on the Rio hardpoint. So now they might be a little bit on the rocks here, potentially. You got to question what the mental is looking like and how they redial that in. And it could just be, hey, high-rise S&D is not our map. You know, it could be our map mode combo, but ultimately the invasion control, it starts to become one of those question marks and one of those key maps between these 2 teams.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've had a couple of spicy invasion controls already just today, this Championship Sunday. And invasion control has been a weird mix that we have not seen anywhere else. You kind of mentioned it, not in the CDL, not in the CCL, not anywhere, only at a Cheeto LAN. Or would you have 5 offensive rounds on a row? And if these 2 teams repeat that, I don't know if me and Quinn will have a pulse, but still getting ready to get set into this one. But let's go ahead and talk about that next map. Guaranteed map 4 at least, Vista Hardpoint. We've got to see that map a few times, normally in that map number 1 spot, but map 4 here coming up. Both of these teams are going to be kind of locked in already. It's not one of those map ones where you have to wait for the gunnies to get warm. We're coming deep into the series in this one, and could be the turning point here, especially if Element Blue is able to take this invasion control.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it there. If they're able to take this invasion control, I feel like Vista plays somewhat similarly, at the very least, to that Rio hardpoint, where you have kind of those money hills that chain in together, and you have to really kind of give that credence to Element Blue there, as, you know, we just saw the Rio hardpoint. All things considered, though, it does, as you said, come down to this invasion control, because if Destro takes it, then hey, they've proven that their respawn might not be as suspect as we might think it is, have guaranteed potentially a map 5, assuming that you have Element Blue taking on that Vista hardpoint. And if that map 5 is a hit, I mean, S&D looks to be their game mode, so it's very much up in the air here.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the tightest series that we've seen all day. I mean, Destro Gaming, they are no, strangers to kind of bringing the comeback, but right now, tied up 1-1 in the series as these players are still getting lobbied up here. Invasion control, talk to me about it. We know how it works, right? Defense wins you championships on that map. Hitting the A site, heart of the 2 sites. What do you think Destro Gaming can do to really throw Element Blue off of this map? Because Element Blue, they have looked astounding on this map.
Man, I absolutely love the rush A strategy. I think that is the best strategy to deploy on the attacker side when it comes to this map, because, hey, if you get onto A and you get that time, you get a tick or 2, that's fantastic. If you don't, you get respawned over towards B and you have all these defensive players that are already committed over towards A, so you get some time on B. Either which way, I feel like A just makes sense to get the hit on over there. That being said, again, we've seen the attacker side rounds swing the way of Element Blue in the past, so that's really the crux. Can they do that again, or was that just lightning in a bottle? I mean, obviously, stringing together, what was it, 6 attacker side rounds, either which way, is lightning in a bottle, but that one attacker side round could be a deciding factor. So if Element Blue has it in the cards, I do think that this map would swing their way, all things considered, flying on in to invasion in a matter of moments, Matt. And this, again, is where our series kind of hits the fork. Will Destro prove that that lower bracket run is still alive into the Grand Champs? Or will Element Blue get back on the driver's seat and prove, hey, we took it through winners. We haven't lost once today. We're not going to do it here and now in the grandest of grand stages.
Oh, I'm just excited to get into this one. We had a few lobby resets, but the players are rearing to go. We're foaming at the mouth to get into it. I told you in the green room, normally wouldn't be that excited about an Invasion Control, but today is a different day. It's Championship Sunday, and let's get into it. Element Blue, Destro Gaming. Who's going to be able to take it? And it looks like no one, because we are going to be hitting a reset, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting enough. But, hey, yeah, everybody wins. Woo!
Yeah, I think they got to cut the trophy in half at that point. Just let one side take one half, one side take the other half. That's any indicator of how that turned out there. It's just a normal thing. I mean, you know, it's Call of Duty, and we've had how many games and the servers are still broken?
Approximately 572,847. I think that's probably what we're around there. I don't know where I'm taking those numbers from, but don't ask me, okay? The numbers don't lie, chat. Invasion Control, still kind of the next map up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's toss it to a quick break. Let's get these players lobbied up, get these PC issues situated for you, and when we come back, we'll be hopping right into some Invasion Control between Destro Gaming, Element Blue, Grand Finals.
These COD lobbies are not going to stop the grand finals. Here we go, folks. Map number 3, tied up 1 apiece in the series. On the attacker side, Element Blue. We have seen their prowess on this attacking side. Can they pick it up right where they left off? Or will Destro be the crux here? Will they be able to shut them down? Let's get it going.
Destro Gaming already on this defensive side, trying to deal with the pressure. A couple of kills starting to come through now, though. Adam Savage, gonna go down. 3 dead in the feed, and now Stu, the only one up across the map right now. So the B site is absolutely vacant and open for a spot. But look at what Element Blue are doing just as they're on the B site. All of the flip of pressure over towards the A. They have bodies towards this site.
This is what we saw. This is where they get really dangerous. It's that information overload strategy where if you're Destro, you have to pick one of these sites and go, go, go. Looks like the A site will be the one. Cat's being flushed out by the nades. Has to duck, dive, dodge, get out of there with his life. Will not get that first tick of progress. And surprisingly, the B site not taken just quite yet either. Element Blue taking their sweet time. Ring around the rosy we go as Vale is going to find his way back onto the point. Has the trophy systems down, but not expecting the cutoff from Adam Savage himself.
B-Man, around through this backside. As you said, extra minute now on the clock. This is going to be a long 2 minutes to defend this A site. Aiden, big gunfight here with Stu, just gonna lay down, play his life, and that's the slow game you have to play as they work up the map. Siski able to slip in through the back lines. That's gonna be 2 dead. Siski, I don't even think he knows how he got that last kill, but it doesn't matter. Stu's able to take out Cat, but now Stu able to take out 2, and all of a sudden Destro Gaming, Stu, he's on a menace, he's on a tear. B-Man gonna be able to help out, and now all of a sudden it's just yellow pouring through the kill feed as Destro Gaming backs up and takes some map control.
Backing up, hitting the regain a little bit, trying to break on in, but Delos says no, cuts down Cats, and now push once again, ever so slightly delayed. Still a minute 16 left to operate with here, but slow and steady will eventually win the race. Stu turning online on this land, 7-2. This man is absolutely frying, not willing to give a single tiddlywink of progress over towards A. The kills are going to start to go the way of Element Blue, and hold on, wait a minute, this might be the opening that they need.
Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. As they start to make their way around, Adam Savage and B-Man now have to defend this. Siski was a lot of pressure up through the backside, but now B-Man and Adam Savage, the duo, guarding the back and able to lock it down. Vale still here, though. B-Man seemingly having a little bit of knowledge, but the wrong check. Adam Savage on the trade, and now all of a sudden for Element Blue, you reset, you go all the way back. You have a little bit of pressure now, though, with these 2 kills, but still close gas spawns, and El Destro Gaming should be able to at least shoot off this cross. B-Man has just been absolutely beaming all day long, man.
Such a great cutoff from B-Man, but he's eventually cut down himself. It's Dello who's gonna have to go big for his squad. Into this A point we go as time is stopped at 20 seconds. Trophy systems are down, so Adam, your nades are not going to work. The Renetti will, though, sends in the trophy system himself and regains that control. 14 seconds left to work with, 8 lives apiece. And Element Blue, you guys have got to go. You guys have got to get in. Not gonna be a whole lot of room to do so, but you're going to look for it still. Going on into the point, Adam Savage just proving to be too much as Destro will stop the attacker side round in its footsteps. 1 point on the board for them. And we're not going to have a run on those attacker side rounds.
No, at least not yet, but you do have to say, I mean, gave up the B site very early on. There was about 2 minutes on the clock, but ever since then, the A site was just on lockdown mode. You don't even give up a singular tick over towards that site, and now you have that 3 ticks you can play with here. If you're Destro Gaming now on your attacking side, you have a little bit to play with. They can throw a couple of shots towards A, try to get that A site out of the way, play for B, try to steal a round away, and it does look like the main majority of the team going to be hitting towards that B site, and kind of a 2-2 split up the mid alleys here for the side of Element Blue, trying to look to attack both sides, but Vale gets the trade there. But Quinn, already it does look like Destro Gaming looking to push the issue in terms of map control, and B-Man absolutely ripping heads and putting them to bed.
I mean, he needs to change his name to Beam Man. This man is absolutely beaming everybody that comes his way. This is just an all-out clinic. B is quickly being disintegrated. Not a whole lot that you can do if you are Element Blue trying to push the issue. Aiden from above will maybe have a little bit of a delay on this B cap, but it feels like it's an inevitable progress as well. You have Adam Savage already over towards A, right back home where we saw him earlier, is going to find that first tick with very little resistance whatsoever. Finally scooping the gang, rolling on into the point, but it's not going to be enough, and now the tick advantage surely granted the way of Destro, and that is massive.
I was about to say, I mean, a huge play out of Adam Savage. He gets the tick advantage, so now for Destro Gaming, you can play this as slow or really however you want. You know that you're up in the ticks. You can just try to do everything to capture this A site, and like we talked about earlier, stealing a round away here on Invasion, so important. If you're able to do so, almost surely will be granted the win, but life's almost dead even now. Still a long minute and 35 to go. But Destro Gaming is fully backed up here, but you got somebody playing around here inside this blue. Vale seemingly knowing it, but Aiden gonna be able to find kills on the other side of the map. Stu's kind of just being a thorn in the side back here, but without reinforcements. I mean, he's just kind of useless back here unless he can get some help.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to find that help, but he'll run around. He'll keep his life, at least for the time being. They can't seem to locate him at all. He's been granted that information, and it's a game of cat and mouse as Tom and Jerry in the lobby here. Element Blue have been able to at least bring it to a slight halt, getting the kills to justify as well. justify the positioning a little bit overextended, but it is fine because it seems to be working. Not applying direct pressure over towards A, but it does not matter when you are getting these kills to swing your way. Cats is an absolute madman, brings out the beatdown, got the Renetti in hand as well. Does not matter. Destro have to find an opening.
Have to find an opening, but it's like we talked about at the end of the day, the tick on A is the real kind of story here in this round. It gets Destro Gaming up 1 tick, puts them back on the defensive side where they looked very, very strong. Still got a few seconds here, 25 on the clock to potentially get a late break in. You find a couple of gunfights that might go your way, you could potentially do it, but still Blue in the kill feed right now from Vale, and Cat just not going to be able to find a way in. Dello able to clear out some real estate towards this mid area. Got B-Man onto Vale as well, 8 seconds left. Aiden on this point alone, so Adam Savage, we've seen what he can do on this point before. Dello's still here as well, but now Adam all alone, double push in. They can't take him out now. Finally over the top is Vale, and with 3 seconds left should be able to close this round out.
Now you have the tick advantage. If you are Destro, you are in the driver's seat despite Element Blue with the lead currently in terms of, not the lead. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm shocked. 1-1 though. In terms of the ticks, Destro Gaming with the lead.
Yeah, I mean,
I got it eventually.
Well, when you're talking about an invasion control, right? I mean, the tick advantage, typically from what we see 90% of the time for this map, I mean, today has been quite an anomaly with how many offensive rounds have been won. But when you have the tick advantage normally, you do have the lead technically on this map. You want that last round defense, and so far, Destro Gaming in the position to be able to do that. But this is a 4-man hit towards this site. This could be a big stack on. They've got players all around the A site. You've got to get on this. If you get a couple dead, this might be done and dusted. You've got to go. You've got to go now. Dello on the fail. Stu jumping in. You got to defend it like the Alamo. Back in and forth, and Adam Savage will do the work he needs. Cleans house, but that's 2 big ticks that come through on the A site.
Putting in the work, putting in the hours, taking what is theirs. They have the tick advantage. If they can get that B site done and dusted, that's going to be a tall task up ahead. They did not necessarily get the spawns that they might have wanted, which affords Destro time to rotate. Now makes Element Blue's job just a little bit tough. Breaking out of this spawn trap that they find themselves in is a tall task, especially with the way that Destro has converged on over. You have number 6, that's Adam Savage, in the most ratty spot that you are ever going to have to deal with. It's going to be a tall order, but they'll deal with him, and now that provides the opening that they need. They'll take it straight over towards A, sending 2 players over towards B as well as a distraction. They might be able to take it here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got players starting to hit both of these sites. The clock is going to be stopped regardless. You do have pressure over towards this side, but Stu, he's got the angles on him right here. That's Cat out of the way. They're on to the B site, and remember, 2 ticks could tie this thing up for Destro Gaming, or at least get them, 3 in the lead. Even things back up for you a little bit. 22 seconds left in the round. Kills are coming through, but now you don't get that tick on B. 17 seconds remaining. Aiden is still here, just looking to find kills to help his teammates onto this point, but now it's a funnel down the B street. If you're not able to get on this time, you're surely going to be behind in the ticks department. Adam's gonna pop a 2-piece. Valley's the last one. Dello absolutely rips him off the heady, and Destro Gaming only allow 2 ticks, and this has been a defensive clinic here on Invasion.
My goodness. I mean, what can you say when it's the team that was non-stop rattling off those attacker side rounds? Won an Invasion off of attacker side, and they have been silent, purely crickets. Destro Gaming is potentially the kryptonite for Element Blue within this bracket. Again, they got sent down into the lowers by them, not looking to lose it out again. Now for Element Blue, the task becomes getting that attacker side round and then potentially getting another attacker side round. They've done it before, but it feels like the wind is not in their sails right now.
No, and the nade as well. Start things off here, at least go somewhat your way for Element Blue, but this is do or die time. Destro Gaming is starting to build some momentum here in this series. Already 2 dead. Sizz still here with Aiden. They were able to clear that off, and look at Adam Savage once again. Dude, I mean, he's the lone warrior. Here he goes again on his own. I mean, he's here, bro.
This man is just absolutely providing problems. He is a non-stop problem starter. And he takes down Vale as well. He's going to get that 8-point basically all on his own. Element Blue has to make the approach on in. Otherwise, this is chalked. Has the support of B-Man as well. Rounding the corner, B-Man will pick up right where he left off. Trophy systems are going down. That 8-point looks like it is done and dusted. And with the history of that, Destro might have it here and now. Element Blue is going to have to chalk up the loss, and they are going to have to play on this B defense. They are going to have to execute it to perfection. Otherwise, Destro is one map away from the bracket reset.
And here we go. Now with the A site under control, it wouldn't be a championship Sunday with you and I, Quinn, if we didn't see at least one offensive round here on this map. Vale now pushing its way into the point. Cat's going to be able to find the kill onto Stu, so at least for the moment, you're going to be able to lock this down, but kills starting to come through for Destro Gaming. This could be the moment. You do have players still sliding around, but Adam Savage, they've seen Vale, they know his position, they clear him out. All of a sudden, you look at where people are spawning out at. This could be danger time here for Element Blue.
They've got to hit the left foot, right foot express. They've got to get on into this point. The capture is coming through, and Destro, they want to end it here and now, taking a page out of the book of Element Blue, but just in time, in the nick of time. Siski and Aiden saving the day, holding on to the hopes and dreams of the Element Blue fans here at home. They have still got a minute left on the clock. Destro has to make the approach back on in. Element Blue, though, so little room for error. Oh my goodness, avoiding a disaster, and if they find themselves back in this, that's insane.
And it's a couple kills to go either way. B-Man hits the 2-piece. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Now the B side should be open, but you have to look towards number 4 in the back. Vale able to find one, but no more than that. Everyone coming out of Narnia. They have to go. They have to go now. People hopping onto the point at all angles. Dello lights up the kill feed. 3 dead, and it's 3 rounds. Destro Gaming win the control and go up 2-1 here in the first best of 5.
Oh my goodness. This is insanity. What just happened there? I mean, again, it's Destro taking a page out of Element Blue's book and saying, hey, what you can do, we can do better. And they surely did it better. Wow. That's something.
Absolutely incredible from Destro Gaming. Look, the hard point didn't go their way, 250 to 121, but ever since then, 6-1, 3-1, they have been running through Element Blue on these alternative game modes outside of the hard point, and now heading back in to a Vista hard point. It just seems like this should still be in Element Blue's wheelhouse, but with this momentum that Destro Gaming is starting to pick up, you just never know. Could it have been that just in the map 1, the gunnies weren't as high? The long break, you needed to get a little bit back into the series, and all of a sudden it is Destro Gaming that has come out on top now 2 maps in a row. Quinn, are they going to be able to force the bracket reset right here, right now?
I mean, all they need is one map, and after that invasion control going their way in such commanding fashion, you have an invasion S&D as well. Obviously, the S&D being their prowess, and it looks really, really nice, but they're first going to have to go through the Vista hardpoint, and if they can reverse the script that we saw on Rio and get this Vista hardpoint secured, obviously they force the bracket reset, but heading into that bracket reset, this is an entirely different team on Destro that we are potentially dealing with. They said that they have the best gunny out in San Antonio, and they might be proving it here and now. Let's get it going.
Element Blue, Destro Gaming. Destro Gaming trying to put it together, just one more map, and it is theirs to take. One more series would be on the cards, but for Element Blue, you got to win 2 maps if you want to be grand champions right here, right now, but not starting off in your favor is Dello already finding the first blood. B-Man gonna slide around, find one more, and it's 3 dead in the feed, and the hard point for Destro Gaming in the back pocket.
It just feels like so much momentum going the way of Destro. Adam has turned into a different beast. This man went from a savage to I don't even know what. We might be having a different species on our hand here, and unfortunately that species is going to be cut a little bit early. Stu with the Rhinade, but still, it's not a big factor in the grand scheme of things. Element Blue will be able to break on in New hardpoint coming online in a matter of moments. Neither team really vying for it, but now you start to see those yellow arrows heading on down.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about these two hardpoint picks, Rio and Vista, being kind of square up maps. Both of these teams willing to just throw bodies, test the gunny, and see who wants it more on a close quarters map. And it's exactly what you're getting so far into this one. Element Blue and Destro Gaming damn near tied into this B2. Still contested time. Stu working around. Got for one. Is he good for two? Dello will help him do the job. And Destro Gaming should have control of the point, at least for the moment. But close spawns, Element Blue going to be pushing bodies right back into this hill as well. You got to think about the rotations now over towards P3. You already have Destro Gaming players starting to loom over towards that way as they continue to build this lead here on P2.
Destro, this is the start that you so desperately want if you are them. This is definitely a reversal from what we saw on that Rio hardpoint kicking things off. I do believe that they have more points on the board in the first two hardpoints than they might have had in the first set of rotations. Now Element Blue making the left foot, right foot express, trying to hit their way over towards P3, but it's just B-Man beaming him up one after another. The Renetti, the MCW, it doesn't matter. Feels like this man could bring his fist to a gunfight and he would take it. Now you have the control of that site granted as well. And this starts to look like a little bit of a snowball if Element Blue is not able to do something about this.
Yeah, they have got to start to find some kills in this kill feed. B-Man's going absolute John Wick right now. You do have Cat kind of looming around this point, but Destro Gaming will take all of this uncontested time they need. B-Man now has to find the player on the hill here, just looking around, still contested for now. No team able to really garner time. 2 kills there now, 2 traded back, but Stu still here looking to do damage. One more player up, and Cat is just going to like to hit onto the rotation. He might get taken out as well, and Destro Gaming locked down P3 to perfection, and now up over the 100-point mark they will go before we hit into this P4.
B-Man is going to press the issue over towards P4, finally taken down by Siski, who might have just bought his team a little bit of room to breathe. With the new hardpoint coming on in a matter of moments, they will have that control, that initial setup. Not going to be buying the time, at least for the time being. But my goodness, Destro is so hot right now. Dello getting active over towards the hard point, getting those nades flying. Tom Brady is in the lobby and he's dicing them up. Aiden will find 2, but it will not be enough as Stu will take the other. And now Vale got to go huge, and he does exactly that. Element Blue might have the opening that they so desperately needed.
Have to get back into this hard point. Still 30 seconds left to work with, but kills still yellow in this feed. Vale is here, but this is a contested point. Destro Gaming will take all of it they want. Adam Savage slides around. Dello finds another Sizz right back in, and this Till was just keeps throwing bodies back and forth we go. Aiden sliding back in, now trying to take out this time, but you gotta start to look towards P5. The gunfights that are starting to ensue all around P1 and the bridge. It's Destro Gaming trying to fight in for this new hill. They've done enough, but you look at number 4, Vale. He's gotten his way over to the backside and now complete control of this P5 here for Element Blue.
P5 now online, and again, this is one of those hills that you can change so quickly down the stretch of this map. Destro now tasked with a break. Let's go with a listen and hear these boys' comms.
Wait for Adam.
Oh, yeah, you got me. Alright, we're gonna take it, nice. He's gonna go.
I'm hitting on our side.
You got me, bro. You got me. We're good. Top left time, guys.
You want dead?
We need to make control and get it.
Yeah, I got it. Here. Going back to one.
On this side, Dylan.
Cat say nades. They got nade. I heard you. Cat say back to one, okay? And one at home.
Top left time, deal.
Cheese, guys. Pinch your cheese. No, back. Where's the no?
He's watching.
I'm in the on the bridge.
Alright, I'm gonna get out there.
No, Cat say.
Reset.
Yo, black box bid. Let's work this night.
Top rails.
I don't think that I'll see
good, guys. We're good. No. Aiden on new one shot.
I'm fine, I'm live.
Shot Dunning.
Couches, Cassie.
One shot.
Nice. I have all left.
Cheese.
I'm trying to get
I have all left.
I have all left. Rails, trust.
Do some shit
for a second.
Dello my cheese.
Rails.
I'm looking mid from cheese.
Four can me like heavy. I heard you.
Helping you.
I'll help him, Tom.
Cheese, one shot.
Two left. 3 left.
I need help, cheese.
Diver slide.
Siski mid.
Aiden hurt.
Aiden dying already flying at you. Siski. Nice. One more. My front one shot. Yeah, I know. He's right there to your left. Nice. Could be done.
Let's do this. You gotta be midi.
Could be reals.
Put you on pillars. They just won't stay.
Things were starting to get a little bit out of hand there for just a couple of seconds, but you hear those comms, calm down, calm down. They do exactly that, and they chain into P1, get so much time up on the board, and again, suffocating Element Blue. The time now turns over towards P2, where Element Blue are set up, but again, Destro has proven time and time again that they can get those breaks.
Yeah, you know, they're sounding a little bit frantic, but it's just that sense of urgency, right? They understand that they are in the position to reset this bracket, which is already such a hard thing to do, and they are in the lead by a good margin right here. Keep applying the pressure, keep throwing bodies. They are absolutely frying right now in this map. Stu popping the 2 once again, and now for Destro Gaming, you have a chance to push yourself quite close to that 200-point mark. Everyone from Element Blue kind of deciding to just cut their losses, hit this rotate, at least try to flip these spawns out, maybe for one more hit towards this P2, but Destro Gaming has had this on lockdown.
And the way Destro is taking up time on P2, now this creates an interesting situation where, as you turn your attention over towards P3, not only does Element Blue have to have the lockdown, but they cannot let the break go through. Dello is just once again frying. This man is unstoppable, it feels, and you take a look at the map, Destro is positioned over towards New. Element Blue with the task to break on in, but do they anticipate Stu in the back lines, lining them up, trying to bring them down? The shots go a little bit windy, so now Element Blue have the break into the point, but the stuns out are coming through. Destro looking to get right back onto the mix of this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just continuous apply pressure onto these hills. Dello riding in with the Rival 9 to slide around. They know that Vale is here, but it's kills that go every which way on the kill feed. Now the 1v1, Stu's going to be able to win it. And now up over the 200-point mark, Destro will go. They still have players in position. Body shots starting to be thrown, and Destro Gaming starting to run away with this hard point. Everyone from Element Blue spawning out towards that bridge side of the map as Destro Gaming now can lock in this last 13 seconds, start to hit this rotate already as they have onto P4, and can look to win it right here, right now.
Just gonna need right under 30 seconds here if you are Destro. They've already got the rotation. It just feels like they're teleporting over to New, and it's just the way that they are playing those 2-2 formations where they send 2 players over, get the scrap, get the rotation over with the next 2, and then they pincer on in. Element Blue just has no answer for it. Seemingly, time is of the essence here. If you're Element Blue, you have got to go. You cannot be lying prone. You cannot have any sense of calm with this. There has to be that level of urgency, and we are just not seeing it as they're just barely able to touch on into the point contested for the time being, and we come to a little bit of a crawl as both teams trying to not make that first mistake.
And here we go. Trying to find their way in. 8 seconds left. Dello and Adam. Dello as well. The 3-piece in the feed. No one near the hill. Bracket reset. Oh, hold on. Still contest, but now it's through. Destro Gaming reset the bracket. One more best of 5 to go. Now it's all even Stevens. This is a grand final.
And you can see the shit talking going down. This is the beauty of land. Shout out to our production staff live in San Antonio, getting us those angles. We have a bracket reset. Destro has done the impossible, and their Cinderella story, it is not over by any stretch of the imagination. 3-1. We go into another best of 5, and the night is still young, Matt.
250 to 121. It was a stomping there on map 1, and you could see down in map 4 the almost complete turnaround. 250 to 126, 3-1 in the evasion, 6-1 in the high rise, and Destro Gaming put 3 almost flawless maps back to back to back to now force the bracket reset. Like you said, the night is still young. We still have a lot of Call of Duty on the cards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to toss it to just a quick break. Let these players get a couple more maps set for you guys here. And when we come back, the real grand final starts. One more best of 5. 2 teams enter, 1 team leaves as the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Fire COD action coming at you right after this.
grand finals. They are not over. They have only just begun. Live from San Antonio, Texas, it's the Premier Circuit Major 2. Hi, everyone. My name is Quinn, better known as Colorblind, joined with the illustrious Mattman to my right. Yes, that is my right side. I can left and right. Okay, what we just saw was an upset of the century. Destro Gaming bringing it to Element Blue in our first set of best of fives, and now back in round number 2, Destro Gaming with the chance to pull off the upset.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting map set. We talked about it just a little bit ago in the green room. The choice to play High-Rise S&D once again against this Destro squad. Is it the smartest choice for Element Blue, especially with this momentum? Destro has now won 3 straight maps coming from that first best of 5. The 6-star hardpoint, we know how mixy it can be with the choices of the spawns, and now only 4 hills. It's a very mixy map, heading right back onto Invasion Control, which another map that you have to feel like Destro is really in key to win.
Yeah, no, this is so much of the same thing, just in a slightly different font. And I feel like so much of it favors Destro. I don't know how these maps got through. The High-Rise S&D, brother, that completely changed the course of the last set of maps. Like, you cannot... I don't know. I'm not going to question it, though, because maybe it's just, hey, you know what? We feel a little bit better this go around. We'll figure it out. 6-star hardpoint, though, to kick things off. And again, you talked about it. It's that 4 hardpoint map. And it's definitely an interesting one. They keep on changing the hills on this one.
Yeah, just, you know, only to challengers, though, right? We just want to make challengers players and amateur players' lives as hard as we can here in Call of Duty. And 6-star, this is it's a changed map, right? It's one of those where last year Modern Warfare 2 was kind of the first iteration of the multiple hardpoints, more than 5, but we haven't seen less than 5 before. Only 4 hardpoints here on 6-star, so it kind of changes the map around. It really makes this kind of rotation go around very, very quickly. Can kind of get a little carousel on you at times if you're getting behind on those rotations and you're not able to find the breaks, especially when you kind of think into this P1, where P1 is a very mixy hill once it's off the start, but once you come back to it off that quick rotation from Statue, you can almost kind of parlay and snowball those 2 hills together.
Yeah, no, you talk about the snowball there. I mean, that is the money hill combo right there. You want to hit that 4 hill, 1 hill combo as much as you possibly can. That being said, though, I mean, it's an interesting map to kick things off on. I'm personally a little bit awestruck still by the latter half of this series. I just feel like, based on what we saw, the mirror of our previous best of 5 just kind of puzzles me for Element Blue. We did see them start off hot on that first hardpoint. Maybe it's just a mental reset that they need to get back into the mix of this, and maybe it's also a level of confidence where it's like, hey, we understand Destro's strategy now in a high-rise S&D, in an Invasion Control, and now we have the opportunity, we have the ability to combat it. For Destro, it's just, hey, gotta run it back one more time. Let's get it going, boys.
Hey, it's like you said, the real grand finals starts right now here on this 6-star hardpoint, Destro Gaming and Element Blue. Destro Gaming have made the most incredible Cinderella run that I think we have seen at Agito Land in quite some time. They have been fighting through this since, I think, 4 rounds of losers and a couple of amazing 3-0s. They ran into a tough game in the losers finals, but they have fought through that. They have fought through the bracket reset. They are here and ready to go. Element Blue, Destro Gaming one more time, and this one's for the championship.
And they are playing like it is. I mean, they already have that moxie, that gung-ho nature to get on that P1, get the time as early as possible, and as well starting to extend up towards P2. You already have Adam Savage, who has just been the complete crux in Element Blue's backside. You have to find a way to deal with him if you are Element Blue. They just haven't been able to whatsoever. It's Destro Gaming getting out to that early lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're just keeping the foot on the gas pedal and the gas pedal to the floor. These guys have not stopped since that map number 2, High-Rise S&D. They already have spawns and set up for new. They've gotten a big chunk of this P1 time. A couple of kills go either which way, and now if you're Vale and Sizz, you should be able to kind of work this around the back, but B-Man, Stu rather still here, able to find the first onto Sizz. Oh, he might get the drop onto Vale as well, and he does! God. Stu Blue. Huge kills from the back. Aiden the last one up. Sizz is going to be able to hit some reinforcements, and all of a sudden Element Blue with a 3-piece of their own right back into the hill, and it's just back and forth so far. 2 points into 6-star.
This feels like the first time we've seen Element Blue have one of those effortless flips. We just haven't seen it since, well, map 1 of our first best of 5. They have that as their kind of trademark where, hey, maybe we won't rotate quick, but we will break very quick. They do exactly that, but breaking even quicker is Dello and Co. breaking on into the point, getting that last little bit of scrap. We turn our attention now over towards P3. Potential money hill as well, as we've seen Destro use this hill to turn the tides in many instances in the past. Now looking to do it once again.
Destro Gaming now starting to hit around the backside. Can Adam get the kill? Absolutely. The Rival 9 in his hands is an absolute god gun as Dello as well. Now finding kills. The collapse on the hill starting to ensue, but Vale able to deal with the first pressure there. Cat with the second, but B-Man flies his way into the hill, but no more than one as trades go either which way, and Element Blue deals with the first ahead of pressure. But now for Destro Gaming, can you hit this any more time before Element Blue switches this lead back into their favor?
The question becomes again, can Element Blue hold? They've been having some holding issues thus far, and they look to have continued. Stu, though, a very unfortunate nade sends Adam to the defeat screen. B-Man will be able to at least regain for the time being, but just as we say that, Aiden comes back in. It's a mixing mosh pit over by P3, but now we turn our attention over towards P4. Siski with the forethought to already rotate on over, but not enough in terms of player personnel to get that statue hardpoint in their favor. Instead, it will swing yellow in the feed. Destro have P4 locked down. Again, it's just about parlaying.
Yeah, I mean, it's been back and forth, multiple hills being held by each team, but Destro Gaming now in the position to where they can have a good chunk lead heading back into this very close P1. You talk about parlaying, it's not even a hop and a jump and a skip, it's just a step away from this P4 right into P1, but Aiden and Sizz gonna be able to find a couple of kills. Stu right back with one of his own, Adam as well to follow, but now Destro Gaming, you got 2 more players you need to deal with, but still for Element Blue, you do not have the reinforcements to just throw these bodies at this hill, so Vale and Cat have to wait, but Vale deciding to push the issue heads on up, but he will be dealt with by Adam Savage. The reinforcements do come through, but just dealt with so far, but Sizz right back in it with a big 2-piece, may find the 3rd! Oh, give him 3! Aiden finds the 4th, and it's a big break in, but with seconds left, they do have to think about this P1 rotation.
They'll do exactly that, the hop and a skip away, but Vale is going to be stunned out and gunned out by Dello. Stu needs to stop with these nades. This man needs to take the nades off of his class, but he's making up for it, and then some, lining him up with the headies, getting those shots. They are absolutely crispy as Destro is stacking up that time with the parlay into P1, and this is again that big money hill where with the setup that they currently have makes it so difficult for Element Blue to really make anything happen, and this lead could get insurmountable very quickly. Another full yellow in the feed. My goodness, we are watching a slaughter.
I mean, Destro Gaming starting to run away here early with this one. And I mean, it's just been absolute perfection for them. That statement that they were the best gunny at the tournament proving true, at least so far here, because Adam Savage has been an absolute menace in your back pocket. The thorn in the side. Element Blue do have spawns here for P2, but Destro Gaming sure to push the issue quite quickly over towards this P2 side.
P2 coming online, Element Blue with that rotation. Very smart to do so. Siski is also very smart to get back into the gameplay, but nonetheless, now have Destro beating down your door, trying to get on in, but Siski says no time and time again. Stu and B-Man are going to have to go huge for their squad. A 2v3 entering the hill, making it a 2v2. Vale will drop as well. Dello goes absolutely massive, at least for the time being, before he's taken out. And Destro once again have gotten the break on in, have gotten the retake to go their way. Element Blue just left wondering, what can we do? Siski, that's one way to do it.
Here we go. Sizz, like you said, able to find the 2-piece, but players from Element Blue starting to struggle a little bit here as this lead slipping away for them. They've just been behind on rotations, and even when they have them, Destro Gaming, just the playmaking and breaking ability to seemingly break on in whenever they need to. Now having a full hold here for this P3, looking to lock it in, potentially put themselves over that 200-point mark.
Here we go. Destro. This feels like such a big hill because this could theoretically break them into that 200-point barrier as well. Aiden trying to break on in through the main, not going to be able to, gets denied quite quickly. Della with the setup as well. Such a ratty player. I think we're throwing out the GAs ever so slightly here, but nonetheless, Destro are set up. They are rear and they are ready to go. And Element Blue just cannot seem to find their way into any of these hills whatsoever. Aiden first line of offense in, immediately taken out. Adam Savage taking out the Renetti, and that is the end of the story. Time and time again, someone needs to stop him. 22-10. Are you kidding me?
Oh, you're gonna make me do it again. Don't do it. Destro Gaming absolutely on a tear right now. You said Adam Savage earlier. You still got B-Man as well. 17-8. Still lights them all. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, he's knocking on the door and he is ready. Destro Gaming are running away with this on 6-star. There is nothing they can seemingly do wrong. It looks like they are just playing on a different server right now. Element Blue, what can you do? You are getting dismantled.
It feels like you've unleashed a bunch of wrestlers into a kindergarten classroom. This is just unbelievable what we have seen here. Element Blue spawning back out, and this is just insurmountable. There's nothing that you can do. 7 seconds left on the clock. One last break, trying to make their way on in. Vale will find one, Aiden another, but B-Man is still alive here, and he's putting in the work, putting in the hours, and Destro will take what is theirs. And you're seeing it, you're hearing it. It's the beauty of land right there.
Oh my God, absolute scenes, absolute pandemonium here in San Antonio. You saw him holding up the 4s. That is 4 straight map wins for this Destro Gaming squad. They dropped the first hardpoint of the night, which seems like an eternity ago, but now it has been an S&D, a control, and now back-to-back hardpoints as they take a 1-0 lead here in this second best of 5. You take it into a high-rise S&D that it already seems like Destro Gaming has the nod. We talked about kind of this map set. You even go to a 6-star like that. This is the map that Destro Gaming was able to make a 174-70 comeback, a Gax against the wall to be able to force a map 5 in the losers finals. This map set just seemingly it favors Destro in every sense of the game. And now for Element Blue, you're looking at S&D, which has already been a question mark for you. I can't imagine what has to be going through their heads.
Yeah, no, you saw the look of defeat as they walked away from the stations as well. I mean, you've got to have an opportunity, find something where you can just take a breather and say, hey guys, this is a lot bigger than what we are making it out to be. Let's just cool it and reset, regain. I don't feel like high-rise search and destroy is the best place to do that, though, as you alluded to. I mean, might we remind the audience at home, 6-1 in our previous set in favor of Destro Gaming. And I mean, with the way that this is panning out, I'm going to cast or curse it. I think Destro Gaming has a clear advantage here and a clear red carpet victory potentially in the cards. You take that high-rise search and destroy, you take that invasion control, you are done and dusted if you are Element Blue. You have just got to make something happen here. You haven't won in the last 4 maps that we have played, and you've been basically absent in the grand scheme of them too.
No, and I mean, they haven't even been close. It was 6-1, it was 3-1, and it was 250 to 126. And then you talk about kind of the bracket reset, and sometimes when the bracket reset works out like that, you end up playing back-to-back hard points. You go Vista into 6-star. Destro Gaming was coming off fresh of a 250 to 126 win. Now right into 6-star, they just continue that. This is almost the perfect run of show to speak for Destro Gaming to be able to just start running away with the series. The momentum is so heavily in their favor. Element Blue have to make a stand right here, right now on this high-rise S&D. They lose this map, they lose this series. There's no way you are going to be able to stop this train that is just rolling down the tracks that is Destro Gaming.
again, as you said, it's just a train rolling down the tracks, and you've got to hope that you have your seatbelts. You've got to hope that your car can withstand that immovable force. And chances are it's just not going to be able to. Element Blue, it's just dead in the water as things stand currently. But we've seen this team swing back. We have seen this team have those massive gains. It's just a matter of dialing it back in. The issue with going through a winner's bracket and not having any adversity is the fact that you've had no adversity. Element Blue throughout this entire weekend has really just had their way with teams. So being in a situation like this where you are getting manhandled to this degree is kind of foreign to these guys at this point.
No, absolutely. They run through this winner's bracket. Even in the winner's finals, it was a 3-0 sweep of their brother in org there in Element Orange. Destro Gaming has put the nails to them. They have actually taken them the limit. We're going to toss it to a quick break while we get things set up. A little bit of trouble with the players lobbying up. So High-Rise S&D will be the venue for our next map. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in Premier Circuit Major number 2. This is the grand finals here from San Antonio, Texas. My name is the Matt Man. Alongside me, Mr. Colorblind, Element Blue, and Destro Gaming here in our second best of 5 at Destro with all the wind in their sails and all the momentum here at the moment.
It's again high-rise S&D. Last time we saw this go down, went down in a 6-1 fashion in favor of Destro. Now on the attacker side, Element Blue have the opportunity to set the tone, set the tempo so desperately needed after the last couple of maps that we've seen.
Destro Gaming. Slow here on the defense, just absolutely holding their angles. They refuse to move, just stoic right now. And Adam Savage may be laying in a perfect position. Cat gonna go ahead and slide around, but he's gonna be able to find the kill. Gonna have a couple of shots coming down that B Street side, but that's the first blood. But look at the time start to become a factor.
Time is going to be that additional player for one of these teams. Sizkey will give Element Blue that player personnel advantage. Bomb is still down, though, with 25 seconds left to work with here. Might want to get that pick back up. They'll do exactly that. Dello, last man standing for the side of Destro. 16 seconds left to operate with here. He might have some time to make something pretty happen. He's going to check that B bomb site, but the bomb's heading over towards A, and he's not going to be able to get a good vantage point as it goes down. 5 seconds left. They get it down in the nick of time. This is what you want to see for Element Blue. It's been tough goings up until this point. Destro now tasked getting this clutch. 30 seconds left to operate with here. Time ticking into red. Not only do you have to get these 3 kills, you have to get that bomb defused first. Kill will go, but the pincer setup is just too good. And Element Blue, it feels like we haven't said their names in quite a while. They start off with that attacker side round.
They get around on the board early, but there is still a lot of work to be done, as well as Destro Gaming already up 1-0 in this series, and that cushion of that bracket reset is there no longer. It is out the window off the edge of the high-rise building. And Destro Gaming now on that attacking side. But for Element Blue, it was something that we saw in that high-rise S&D last time out that was just something they couldn't get together, was those offensive rounds. And Quinn, you mentioned it there. It's a great start for them to be able to have success on the offense.
Here we go, bouncing on in, straight and aggressive they go, but Aiden has that cutoff angle. Adam trying to track him down from behind, not anticipating it. What a play, but they said they fixed the propane tanks. They said lied. They fixed that. They lied to us. They very much lied to us. And Destro is feeling the heat of that lie. Bomb is down 2v3. Sizkey will make it even more, adding insult to injury as Element Blue starting to see some life.
Yeah, starting to see a lot of life. 2-0 up in an S&D. It feels like something we haven't said even about Destro Gaming, though, in a long time. When's the last time we've seen them struggle out in an S&D? I mean, it's absolutely incredible what they're being able to do right now in Element Blue. The little break, the little leave of the venue seemingly has re-energized them here in map number 2. If they can go out and put this round up on the back pocket, take a 3-0 lead early, you can start to kind of swing that pendulum that you love to talk about back into your favor if you're on the side of Element Blue.
Here we go once again on that attacker side, and again, if they can take this round, so much momentum gained, and it feels like there's already a level of momentum that we just have not seen up until this point. Adam gonna have that high ground advantage here. Dello will be the first line of defense, make their way on into the site. Ever so slowly, shots being sent in. Sizkey giving away his information. Dello swings, but not swinging in time. And it's that COD timing that we talk about time and time again. 4v4.
4v4 situation. Sizz has to get out with his life. That time just ticking away as Cat peeks up onto the B-bomb site, trying to sneak his way around these players. They have infiltrated this side. There are so many players around this tight circle. No one knows how filled this is. Dello has just waited here the entire time. They have not snuck out his position. He could still be able to do some damage, but Sizz with the kill. This is such a close round with players all over the place. But Sizkey, the dolphin dive out to be able to find the second.
Something happened during that time, during that mental reset. They have hit the regain, and they are showing up, showing out. Stu just trying to shoot down. Aiden has to pull out the Renetti, but giving away his positioning, and Element Blue jumping out to a 3-point lead. Destro seemingly nowhere to be found on this map when they've been dominating up until this point.
I mean, it's just Element Blue's positioning and the way they're playing this S&D is completely different than we have seen all night. Kind of reminisce of that 6-star S&D that they played against Element Orange, which seems like an eternity ago at the start of this championship Sunday. When they now have a 3-0 lead, they have started to turn the tides, get the win back in their sails. Destro Gaming finding themselves on the back foot for the first time and really 4 straight maps against this Element Blue team.
Oh, and that might be the opening that they need right there. Again, it's just those propane tanks, man. There's something in the propane on this map. Destro now man advantage early on, but Sizkey is going to take out Adam, and that is such a big kill on the board. B-Man in his own little Mission Impossible. Bana. Bana. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my God! The turn and burn from Sizkey is unexpected and beautiful. Element Blue, just everything that they're trying is working.
I mean, we thought that B-Man was going to be the shark in the water, but Cat absolutely, as you said, just turning the turntables, spinning around and absolutely lighting shots in. Della's just going to have to back on out of this position. Vale says, nah, you're not getting in my spawn today. Vale's actually going to go on the hunt here. Dello none the wiser. He has elected to at least back out of this, but 25 seconds with Vale on the hunt. This positioning, this timing could be awful. Able to find the kill. Bomb dropped in pipes. Now 1v3 for Stu on the verge of going down into a 4-0 deficit. And that is exactly what Element Blue is able to achieve. It is 4 straight rounds of utter dominance here on High Rise, a map pick that I know you and I, Quinn, were a little bit questionable about at the start, but Element Blue seemingly knowing something that we just weren't aware of.
Yeah, no, there's something going on here. There's something in the air, and something has absolutely changed for the side of Element Blue. This Destro just nowhere to be found on this map. It's so weird.
Something that just we're not accustomed to seeing. I mean, Destro Gaming, they've been so dominant, especially inside of the S&D game mode. The hardpoint's been a little bit back and forth until this series really alone. Now all of a sudden, 4-0 deficit. You have to find a way back into this S&D. You got the 1 map cushion, but you'd love to find a little bit of success. Stop that momentum from Element Blue heading into an invasion control. This series still just so up in the air, and already Element Blue with a 2-man advantage here in this round 5.
They 6-0 this. I mean, that is a complete turn of the tides, but hold on. Wait a minute. It's not over until it is over, but Dello is going to have to bring it back down to 1v2. Spotting, but not spotting. Cats up above, and question marks about that round. Element Blue 1 round away. There was a lot of shit being talked, and it's going to have to be very quiet on the side of Destro if they're not going to be able to swing this back. It's going to have to go to a round 11 now. They want to get back in this.
And you think of every map we've played, even through the bracket reset, getting to this point with Destro Gaming down 5-0 and Element Blue on the verge of knotting us up at 1 apiece. Quinn, for everything to come down to essentially 1 best of 3. It's just seemingly everything about this lane coming down to just solid 3 maps unless Destro Gaming is able to somehow pull this out of the fire. Down 5-0 would have to be the full sail.
Yeah, and it feels like the mental here, especially when you were riding such a high, getting caught down and just sent in such a low. How do you even get out of that? Vale is going to send in the cruise missile as well. Cats with the first kill on the board. He says, I'm not putting up 4 anymore. Adam Savage will drop, but we're still knotted up 3 apiece. It's Element Blue fortifying on defense, and Destro in a spot where they're trying to figure out where they want to take this. Aiden catches Dello on the ladder, but not able to center for the shots. And hold on, wait a minute. Destro obviously gonna have to claw their way out of this, but this might be the start.
Cat has such a dangerous position. I'm not sure that they know he's there. He's able to take out 1 Stu. Shots into, but not quite dealt with. But 28 seconds, you even the numbers back up into your advantage, and now things start to get a little bit different. Dello Both teams trying to go through this bottom side. Cat, a couple of tags, but now going to be able to get the reach out. Stu taken care of. 15 seconds left. Delo's got to get onto this bottom side. Able to take out Cat now into the 1v1. 10 seconds remaining on the round. The ring around the Rosie. The chase is on. Now the shots are in, but Delo absolutely whizzed on. And Destro Gaming, it's a little sign of life. A pulse has been found, but still 5 rounds in a row would be needed to bring this one back. But Delo, he's been doing everything he can. 8-5 and a super 1v2 clutch.
1v2 clutch, but still, as you said, match point would need it to bring to round 11. Can Destro use that as a way to gain some momentum, or will Element Blue keep their foot on their throat? That is the question as we head now into round number 7. Nades out, stuns out, guns out. Element Blue getting active over towards that B site. Trying to send players on in. Adam Savage will be the first line of defense over towards that side of the map. Will take down Aiden off screen, and it's going to give Destro a little bit of room to operate with. Once again, player personnel advantage continues to go their ways. They checkerboard in the feed. Cats and Sizkey, last player standing.
Interesting position now for Destro Gaming in the advantageable position of this round on the defensive side. You know that all you have to do is Sizz, though, gonna be able to find the chow onto Stu. Now you turn things into a 2v2. Bomb in hand as well there of Sizz. Adam Savage just lurking around this B site, just seeing if he can find a pick. Now trying to pop out, but still this bomb just making its way all around the sites. Interesting gunfight now here. Awkward. Sizkey closes the door, back on out. Oh my god! Absolute perfection. Element Blue able to take map 2 6-1 and now leads us in a 1-1 tie heading into the invasion. Best of 3 now, and Sizz using the door cheese to his advantage and absolutely pisses on him.
And those player cams, I mean, everybody seems to be very toned down now. Obviously, after that first map, a lot of words being exchanged, some players walking out of frame. Now we see those players there all even keeled, and shit is getting real as we head into Invasion, tied 1 apiece. Invasion Control up next. We saw how this went before with Destro absolutely dominating, but we've also seen Element Blue dominate on this map, and it feels like we are in a very similar situation now where you don't know what the heck is going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, it's both teams, and is this almost not a repeat of the series that we just watched before, but flipped? It's Destro Gaming, the ones who come out the fast start on the hard point, absolutely dominating Element Blue, and then a 6-1 high-rise S&D that goes the complete other way, and this time being in favor of Element Blue. This series is so up in the air, Quinn. I have no idea what to expect. We have Invasion Control for the last time here at this LAN, for the last time on Championship Sunday. We know that it has just been an absolute showing. What do you think happens here as we head to it one more time?
I feel like this becomes the map where the team that takes it takes the series in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we've seen both of these teams exchange blows on that respawn, on that hardpoint, on that search and destroy as well. But it feels like Invasion Control being that middle ground map has to be the map where you start to get an idea of, hey, who's in the driver's seat now? It's been exchanged a couple of times within this series, within these 2 series. So now as we head in, fly on into Invasion Control, the team that takes it here could very well position themselves down the stretch and be your champions when all is said and done.
Invasion Control. One more time, one last dance here on this map that has given us so many scenes here this weekend, and especially here on this Championship Sunday. The swing map mode here for both of these teams. Last best of 5 grand finals here in San Antonio. Adam Savage going to open us up off the start, but Trade's going either which way as Vel tries to get himself onto the point, but still not quite clean for Element Blue just yet, so they'll have to slow it down ever so slightly. But they do have a player over towards that A site, starting to work that double pressure on B. Quinn, this is the perfect start that Element Blue wanted.
Yeah, again, it's the information overload strategy that has worked time and time again, but Adam Savage says no, shuts it down at the seam, sends Siski out as well, says no, you are not going over towards A. First tick of progress over towards B, still gained. It feels like Element Blue is being pushed into these backline buildings and not really able to get in touch on the point.
Not just yet, Element Blue. Being stifled for now, but numbers towards this B Street side, but it's just Adam Savage and Destro Gaming that continue to just find these pick kills and Stu. Now for the 1-for-1 trade. Vale still here, still kicking around in this broken area. B-Man, though, you have to watch out for the CD push. Beautiful shots from Dello, able to take out Aiden, and all of a sudden you look up at the clock and it's only 30 seconds left. The information overload strat that worked so well in the beginning has all of a sudden started to fall apart. 24 seconds left on the clock, and Destro Gaming starting to push the issue. B-Man up for a 1-for-1 trade, but it's Cat that's firing with the 2-piece in the feed. It might have saved Element Blue, at least for the moment.
Stu's gonna get that high range engagement going here, but he's gonna get shut down by Siski, and it looks like Cats might have been the player to do it. Obviously the player that struggled on that hard point, going big for his squad on control to get them that extra minute of bonus time. Now you have to fully cap that A point, which is not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination, especially when Destro is pushing you this far back. I mean, it was just a matter of time until they could collapse on B, but they were being pushed into the backest points of this map. Now those respawns are in. They have a little bit more room to operate with heading over towards that A side.
Still, now under 50 seconds remaining. You do have the life advantage in your back pocket, but it's just trades that are going every which way. You don't necessarily have the time for consistently good pushes at this hill. 1, maybe 2. They do get a couple of kills to go their way, but Destro Gaming still here with numbers and able to throw the firefights right back in their face. 33 seconds left as kills continue to come through. Yellow in the kill feed. 17 playing 12. Destro now full in control of lives. One more push here potentially for Element Blue.
They've got to hit the push. They've got to get in now. Vale will find the first. Siski another. Now the reset has to come in from Destro. Unless it doesn't, B-Man and Stu go huge, but Siski is still alive. Can he be the difference maker for his squad? Does not look like it as time is dwindling away. Not going to be able to touch, just trying to walk away with any amount of kills that they can get. But Destro Gaming will walk away with the round. And now in the driver's seat, again, that B site, definitely the site that you expect a team to capture. No ticks on A from the side of Element Blue, and if Destro can make some noise on this attacker side, they could very well take the rest of this series.
Yeah, trophy system should be in play for them, so pushing up the A Street is potentially an option for them as well here. Destro Gaming, as we said, you only allow 3 ticks. The B site comes through, but they do not even sniff the A site for more than a couple of seconds. And now for Destro, like you said, you make some noise here on the attacking side, potentially put yourself in a position to take a good chokehold on this series. We are still in this grand finals reset 1-1 tie, but Stu in the company of Destro Gaming looking to push the issue and looking to take a lead.
Interesting thing about this positioning and ways things are going right now is Adam has the potential, if he wins this chow against Siski in the bottom of your map, to take it. And just as I say that, Siski just has the gunny to go. And now we turn our attention fully over towards that B side of the map. And so far, Destro not really able to get a whole lot going, not been able to get on the point. They do have the positioning advantage, the man advantage as well, but when you have Vale in your back lines putting in the work, there's not a whole lot that you can do to really do anything. Vale with 3 completely shuts down the B assault, going to clear out the zone as well. And Destro once again sent back to the defeat screen. They're going to have to figure out how they're going to regain with 37 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and I mean, Element Blue saying, all right, Destro, whatever you can do, we can do just a little bit better. We got the B site. You're not even going to touch it. Still kills, though, coming through from Destro. Immediately traded back out. Vale again with the 3-piece.
What is that movement?
Are you kidding me? 3-piece with a side of biscuits and a drink. Destro Gaming, you have been sent to the nether realm. You are spawning out Narnia. 10 seconds remaining for you to even get a tick. Nothing going for you on either one of these sites, and Element Blue has absolutely closed the door here on their first defensive round.
Element Blue just schmoovin' and groovin' on this map. have the tick advantage now definitely secured, and heading onto this attacker side with a commanding defense like that, I mean, they might have the opportunity to get even more aggressive here, and it feels like the lack of aggression is kind of what held them back on that attacker side round initially. Getting a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more moxie to back them could be what separates, and Destro, just completely different team based on what we've seen thus far. They need to hit the regain.
I mean, it was 4 map wins in a row, and then all of a
Oh
sudden,
my gosh.
Element Blue comes out of nowhere, but B-Man, Simtek's gonna be good for 2. Kobe Bryant from the other side of B Street, and they're still laying out these players. Destro Gaming is not gonna let this one go away easy, but a 3-for-2 trade as the kill feed lights up different colors all the way around, and Element Blue should be able to take their positioning over towards this A site.
They're going to do exactly that. Destro will spawn over towards this, so it's going to be contention. It's going to be some presence being felt. Adam Savage first kill on the board, but he's immediately taken out by Cats. Vale will find another checkerboard in the feed. We go, but Aiden getting that progress on the point. He's able to get that kill and get out of dodge. Now Stu, he's got to press the issue. He's got to make the push on in. Trophy system will go down to give him at least a little bit of room to operate with. Contention on the point, but the first 2 ticks will at least come through. Aiden will find the kill off onto Stu as well. Now B-Man, next man to bat up, and being sent to the Shadow Realm by Vale. 1 tick, 2 tick, 3 tick. A is gone. Now you turn your attention over towards B, and Element Blue have positioned themselves immaculately on this map.
I mean, they've got the 3-for-2 trade, but B-Man and Stu still fighting around through this backside. Stu able to take down 2 to the grave with him, but it's a minute 45 on the clock to get the easier of the 2 sites. Destro Gaming, it is do or die time here towards the B site. It's not clean right now. There's still bodies being thrown every which way. Dello with that Renetti is absolutely frying, and still Destro Gaming hold for now and look to push Element Blue deep back to their spawn.
Oh, but Element Blue, 2 kills on the board in the last couple of seconds might give them a little bit of room to operate with. Delo's being backed up into the hill, and he has to find a way to fight his way through this. Aiden will eventually cut him down, but that does buy a little bit of time for Destro to get some bodies in onto this point. Element Blue, they do have the spawns to reapproach on in. Aiden has the high ground. Anakin versus a bunch of Obi-Wans, but ultimately, it's going to be Anakin with the kills on the board. B-Man and Delo will find a couple, prevent the all-out assault from Element Blue, shuts them down, and now the regain has to come through with 50 seconds left.
And you get a 3 dead in the feed, and Destro Gaming can now push even further up this B Street, not to mention the 9-14 life advantage in the back pocket of Destro. You cannot afford to just continuously throw bodies at this hill. You will lose out on lives if you are Element Blue. It has to be a clean set of kills and a team push onto this site. B-Man continuing to fry through this mid area as they are just shutting down every single lane. It has not been a kill in quite some time. Finally, Sizz comes through with 1 for Element Blue, but you are all the way out on this side of A Street. There is 18 seconds left. You have to go. You have to go now. And players are all nestled around this B Street, just holding these power positions. 6 playing 12. 1 more push through the CD's area. They might be able to sneak through at least for the second onto the point. Sizz is able to pop a 2-piece. Hold on. Now things start to get interesting. Adam Savage, you have to go huge. You still have 2 playing from this B site. He could be able to do some damage, but double pressure onto the site.
Vel will have to go huge as well. Siski's still alive, but no longer. As Adam brings out the Renetti, B-Man will solidify, and Destro, map point for them. So we're knotted up, and 2-1, Element Blue. Now in an interesting spot where, hey, you expect the defensive round to go their way, but I do believe the ticks are all knotted up between these 2 squads, at least for the time being. This is anybody's game at this point.
I was about to say, I think with Element Blue able to secure 4 ticks in that round after that flawless defensive round where they allow 0 ticks, I mean, Element Blue should surely be on defense for the next 2 rounds. I mean, I think Destro Gaming would have to capture all 6 ticks, and at that point, it's just the round win and the closeout for the map. So if you're Destro, you just go for broke right here. Maybe cap the B site early, just get it under your presence, get that 2 minutes on the board, maybe try to forward over towards this A site, but for now, slow down on the map, slight beat pressure as Adam Savage just gonna lay in wait, able to find these kills as these players start to make their way through, but Vale able to trade 1 back, and for now, Destro Gaming, it's only the B site pressure, nothing going towards A, but you got 1 tick of presence over there in Stu.
Here we go. Stu is going to have to make them make a decision whether they want to contest over towards A. And under your mini-map, he's got that first kill to go. Now playing Ring Around the Rosie. Eventually, Aiden will reduce him to ashes, but that gives so much time for Destro to gain that control over towards B. Vale really the only player that can make anything happen over towards here. Luckily, does have Cats coming in, but B-Man is going to bat him out. B site is long gone. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left for Destro to take that A point, but neither of these teams have been able to take an attacker side round. It's going to be a tough hill to fall or find your way out of.
I mean, but look, it's Championship Sunday, and with the invasion controls we have casted today, wouldn't it just be perfect for Destro Gaming to sneak an offensive round away that would give them the lead here in this series? They've got a lot of time to do it. They only gave up 5 lives over towards that B site, and Adam Savage is sneaking through here. The Trigger Discipline's able to get him 1. The second shot, he expects it. He finds it. Stu finds a 3rd. All of a sudden, Destro Gaming the funnel into the hill. It's a 4 dead, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Siski, last man up to do something here. Aiden gets taken down as well. It's the 3-for-1 trade. You're onto the hill, but Vale, the hero, able to find 2. And now it's Adam Savage all on his lonesome. Ticks will not do it for you. You need the round here if you're Destro Gaming.
Oh, Adam's not able to get that second tick, and that is so massive as Element Blue will be able to reestablish their way onto this point. Now Destro tasked with getting back in. It looked like they had it, but Vale just time and time again proving to be that force that you just cannot get past the demon in the dreams of the Destro players. He just continues to stack them up, 24 and 11, but Adam Savage playing peekaboo will take down Cats. Once again, it's Vale now starting to make some progress, though, into the point of Stu has found himself in. The contestant comes through, up from above. Aiden taken down, but Vale is still there. He's an immovable force. Siski will knock him out, but it's okay because you still have players to recontest this point. A is not gone and forgotten, but Destro still breathing down their necks.
Yeah, and here's the problem that Element Blue is running into. They're just throwing so many bodies and they're playing this trade battle back and forth, but look at the life advantage. Destro Gaming is up 16-8 right now. Element Blue cannot afford to just keep playing these trades, keep dropping lives. Destro Gaming's only thought process right now, just stop the timer and let's play some of these kills, just dwindle this life advantage down. But with the 4 dead in the feed, Element Blue has started to turn this round on its head. Delo now goes down as well, and what was a 16-8, you look up 12-8 now.
Now the tides have definitely turned ever so slightly. 47 seconds left to work with here. Element Blue is being whittled down ever so slightly, but it feels like they are getting that advantage in terms of the kills. As Destro takes 1, they take 2. Now trying to find their way back into the point once again, trying to find their way out of this middle blender. Adam Savage, first kill on the board, might be able to do that, but time ticking into the red. They're going to have to touch on this point. They're going to have to secure some time. Aiden, 2 kills in the feed, might create even more room to operate with, but just as we say that, Element Blue, they only have 4 lives. They have to play this picture perfect from this point forward. The map is still not over. It's not done and dusted quite yet. For Destro, you have to touch, you have to get these kills to go your way. Not going to be able to, the spawn's not favorable. We go to round number 5 in map number 3, and this could not be closer than what it is.
And for that to be a 16-8 life advantage for Destro that ends in them only being up 5-4, Quinn. It was an absolute lockdown of the A site and just perfectly playing around each other to always, like you said, whenever Destro was able to find 1, it just seemingly seemed like Element was able to find 2. And in so many situations, it was these 2-0 trades where they're just coming through with these double chows and able to play off of each other. When you have 8 lives, it seems like you have so much more to play with than you really do. 2 kills go the opposite way and you're already down to 6. 1 more player and you basically have no more respawns remaining, but Element Blue plays it to perfection. The defense is solid. They're back on it once again and a chance to close this map out.
Destro's going to start off very hot on the attacker side, though, already making their way onto that B point. Of course, they have to take A as well. We've seen them make the progress, but we have not seen them get through and get that point up on the board quite yet, so they have to break that glass barrier. They're going to start, though, with that B capture. Here we go. Adam Savage as well, providing some of that middle support for his squad. B is done and dusted, unless any of these stragglers have anything to say about it, which they do not. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to decide the fate potentially of this series. Will Destro be able to go up by getting A on the board, or will Element Blue hold on the defensive side?
2 kills do go the way, once again, of Destro Gaming. 3 life advantage, but it's the 2 minutes on the clock. That's the story here as Dello continues to just run amok throughout the backside. Able to find 2 there. Cat's now giving his position away, but 3 dead in the feed. 1 more man up is Dello, and that will send everybody from Destro Gaming packing back out towards Palace side. And a full reset here with now just 1 minute 43 left.
They have to get through this spawn. They have to get out of this B side of the map. They have to make their way over towards A. We'll be able to deal with Aiden in their backside, but you still have Vale who's going to lurk in from behind and maybe not anticipating his presence over on that side of the map, as Ring Around the Rosy Stew will eventually get the kill to go. Now that provides a little bit of clearance for Destro to get on into this point. Trophy Systems will go down towards this A side lane. Trying to fortify here, but Siski will cut one down. These spawns not very favorable for a reapproach on in. It's going to force Destro to wait ever so slightly for Dello to get back into the mix of this. Could actually send in that cruise missile as well to provide a little bit more support for his squad. Back them up ever so slightly. Will do exactly that, but Vale is still in your backlines. This man is unstoppable, 32 and 15.
Oh, and B-Man, he's got to get out with his life, but Vale's right back on it for the Chow. Dello, couple of hit markers on in, but nothing going for him so far. Expecting the Chow Ring Around the Rosy with a couple of players here. He tries to slide on out. It's an absolute bloodbath here in the middle of CDs. Somehow Dello walks away with his life, and somehow Destro Gaming walk away with a 2 dead. Could be a 3 here if they're able to find the kill on the count. But B-Man, he gets shut down by the Renetti. Now only 28 seconds remaining. You have to find a way to get onto the hill. And Element Blue, 3 dead in the feed, and it might be the break they needed to just push Destro Gaming all the way back and take this map.
19 seconds left to work with here. The life disparity favoring Destro, but you can't play team deathmatch. You have got to hit the left foot, right foot express. You've got to make your way into this point. And with the control that Element Blue have gained on this map, all of these cutoffs, all of the control, they will go up in the series 2-1. Now on series point to be your grand finals champs for Major 2.
I mean, they have fought all the way back. I mean, this has not been an easy series. They go down 3-1 in the first of a bracket reset. Now down 1-0 in the series, and all of a sudden they put it together on iRise SMD. You get the 6-1 win and a tough invasion control. But this one, a little bit more to the kind of tune of the drum that we know from Invasion. All defensive rounds, and Element Blue is able to come out on top of that very, very close. But now we head on to a Rio hard point. Destro Gaming, your backs are against the wall. They need one more great performance out of them. We've seen them bring it back from 1-2 down before against Element Orange. Do they do the same thing here to Element Blue and steal this grand finals?
The thing that stands out about this Rio hardpoint to me is with Element Blue up, the one map that they took in that last series, the last best of 5. Guess what it was, Matt? It was that Rio hardpoint, 250 to 121. These guys got the respawn gunny. It's just a matter of having that momentum, a very momentum-based team, and a team that up until very recently had not faced a lot of adversity. They've clawed their way out of the adversity. They've swung the pendulum back their way. As we fly into Rio, I would definitely say that they have the advantage on this map, have proven in that case. So Destro, as you said, back is against the wall. They've got to give it their all.
Do or die time here. It's been an amazing weekend at San Antonio. 28 teams started this tournament. We have dwindled it down to 2, and now we have potentially dwindled it down to the last map here at the Premier Circuit Major number 2. But Destro Gaming, they have a chance. They bring this map, they take it in the back pocket. We go all the way to a bracket reset, map number 5 in the second series. Destro Gaming, Element Blue. Quinn, let's get it going.
Let's get it going. Let's not stall. Let's jump on into the action. As P1 is online. Destro very quick to get in and try and get some time up on the board. Checkerboard in the feed. Obviously not going to sell your soul for this, but that being said, Destro is going to look to get urgent, get anxious on into this point, as they are not wanting to go out of this in this map. They want to bring it to that S&D where they have shown a lot of potential. Element Blue not able to break on in, but a couple of key kills as they're trying to swing the spawns to be back in their favor. Might have just about done it as they get back into the point.
Yeah, big hit towards P1. Good little bit of scrap, but it is Destro Gaming that has pushed quite up far this ramp side. They do have numbers here at this new hard point, so potential to break on in, but a beautiful nade from Cat will be able to do damage, compete with the two-piece, but Adam Savage now starts to ring around the back. Can he be able to find a couple of kills? There's two in the feed for him. Maybe gives Destro the opening into this hill that they need, but still, Element Blue right on the foot, knocking on the door and trying to break back into this hill.
Oh, Stu is not going to get his camera broken here today. Destro has the hill control. They're able to fortify as well. Now Element Blue forced to try and scramble a little bit, try and find their way on in. Adam's positioning might be given away. The nades out are going to take him out. And there we have it. Destro trying to hold on so desperately, but not going to be able to with the Rye nades coming through. Element Blue, their break is inevitable. P3 coming online in a matter of moments, and Destro do have the spawns for that. So Element Blue definitely not out of the doghouse quite yet.
I mean, they kind of perfectly played that P2 from the front side of it rather than the close back spawns. They elect to just kind of keep pushing up through ramp, keep that control up. But Siski now with two in the feed does get taken down, and Adam Savage a perfect corner to get two, but not expecting the entirety of the Element Blue roster to be pushing through this blue side. Destro Gaming is the first ones into the hill. Uncontested time and initial will be theirs, but it's the re-hit from Element Blue that could cause damage right into the hill. Cat goes, able to take out two, and now Blue until they wrap through this hill. Destro Gaming now once again on the back foot.
Adam's just trying to keep this manageable. He'll do exactly that. 2 kills on the board for him as he buys his team time, now trying to come on in, and he'll get 1 kill. B-Man now next up to bat. Him and Stu will clear things out, preventing the lead from swapping. Destro Gaming still in that driver's side seat. Back and forth we go for the control. Element Blue will eventually walk away with it once again, but we turn our attention now over towards P4 with that scrap dwindling away, and guess who it is? Element Blue setting up with those trophy systems over towards New. They have that lead there in the driver's seat by a slim margin.
I mean, it is slim pickings right now, but Destro Gaming flying into the hill. 4 white dead in the feed. And even though Element Blue has the rotations onto the point, it's the break from Destro Gaming once again that proves true. Now starting to edge their lead ever so slightly forward. Aiden now from this top plat side just trying to shoot at a couple toes. Stu is here though, tossing a couple shots out, but Aiden, this is a big gunfight right here as players starting to funnel in through this Blox's side. 2-for-1 trade, gonna go the way of Destro, and now Element Blue forced to back on up just a little bit. The numbers dwindling here around the hard point.
There's very concerning things about this as Destro have the spawns for P5 as well. We've talked about how much of a parlay that is P5 into P1. If you can get that control, you are good. You are looking nice. Now, though, Element Blue will eventually find the break, will eventually find the scrap, but is it too little, too late? That is the question. You have Cats positioning on over towards P1, but not a whole lot in terms of player personnel to work with here. We'll take down B-Man, so hold on, wait a minute. That buys his team a little bit of time to get the rotation over towards New, and they'll do exactly that. Element Blue not gaining the time quite yet as they look to fortify on this point, but Adam Savage is in their backlines. They have no clue where he is. B-Man as well being a thorn in the backside. Destro is inevitable. They will find that break.
And Destro is just fine to play this white hill time. You don't let Element Blue get any further back into this game. You just keep tossing shots out, but Element Blue willing to just continuously throw bodies at this hill, take the gunfights, play the trade battles, and they have found their way into the hill. Not a lot of time to work with, but probably just enough time to get you back into the driver's seat, heading into P1 as well. So I know, Quinn, you love to talk about this quick hop jump right over onto P1. The rotation and the power lay could be so extra for you here.
And Element Blue look to be trying to come in through the main building, but definitely the scrap going the way of Destro. First team to touch will be Destro, but the contestation is on in, and they have a little bit of a man advantage here for Element Blue. But just as we say that, Dello will take down Cat. Siski just trying to fly on in, find an opening, but there's not a whole lot that you can really work with here. The contestation is in, and Adam Savage puts him on skates. This man is just unstoppable. 16-8, putting the team on his back, absolutely cooking and cooking something special. Destro still holding on strong.
Yeah, and if you look through it, Element Blue across the board just getting a few more kills from player to player, but it's Adam Savage that has been that standout guy for Destro Gaming that's given them a slight edge here in this hard point. Both of the teams starting to feel the pressure. They know what this map means. Element Blue trying to win the championship right here. Destro Gaming, they need to force one more inevitable map 5 for the S&D. Trades going back and forth every way you like, but 3 for 1. Element Blue cleans house and now should have P2 under wraps.
That's such a key rotation out of Element Blue. Those rotations have been very shaky, but now it's a question as to whether they can hold. And when Adam Savage is in your lobby, the answer is a fat no. Dello as well providing some support. The break is almost seamless out of them. Next up to break is Aiden trying to come in, get stuck in the door, but Element Blue will eventually be able to parlay his efforts into a break.
Ooh.
Just as we say that, Stu comes in and breaks it right back open. Back and forth we go. Neither of these teams want the hill, but at the same time, Destro will be able to find their way on in. They'll be able to fortify as well with these positionings. Lots of players in different angles that you just cannot read through. If you are Element Blue, look to hold on to this 20-point lead and make it grow.
I mean, you're still spawning out backside P2 as Destro Gaming has been able to hold this hill. They have 2 players over towards New. Now players for Element Blue starting to rotate in through the P1, but Quinn, this has just been back and forth. Destro Gaming and Element Blue both jockeying for position of this lead. Now though, Destro has to find a break once again as Element Blue has started to throw these numbers towards this hill.
Element Blue, they've had this rotation. They got the last rotation though, but we know what happened after that. Now it's seriously about getting a hold of the hill, and they'll try to do that. They do have those spawns as well to potentially continue to lock this thing down. They've just got to get the kills to justify. That has seemingly been the issue. But as the blue floods into the feed, you still have to deal with Stu. Rounding the corner is Aiden. He'll do exactly that. It's Element Blue now with the opportunity to gain some points.
And I mean, just having to get on the hill, it's been such a problem for both of these teams as they're just willing to take gunfights seemingly at will. Like you said, though, 20 seconds left on this point, and it is Element Blue that are going to have to forced with the challenge of the rebreak now here into P4. Siski from around the box's side, they're going to try to funnel that pressure in. Element Blue takes a slight lead now as we head into our second P4 here on Rio.
And Destro with the rotation early on is going to put Element Blue in a very tough spot as they're going to have to try and find the way to break on in. Playing from multiple different angles, but Dello playing from the low down is not going to be anticipated. Gets 2. Cats will eventually shut him down, but Destro will do the rest of the job for their fallen teammate, and they will take so much time up on this hill. Element Blue spawning out in Narnia. They have to make the trek on over. And as they're trying to do that, Adam Savage is pushed on up. He's getting the kills to justify and continue to gain that control even more so for Destro. They're pulling ahead ever so slightly.
I've got 30 seconds still left to work with here. Destro Gaming trying to run away with this lead. 20 seconds left still to work with on this P1. Let's go and take a listen in with the comms of Destro as they try to pull this back and force a map number 5.
I was already up mid. I'm back up. Needing you. Take our time.
Yeah. I'm back here. I'm back here. I'm back right.
First kill. Come back to you guys mid. On me, so on me. Nothing soda. Yeah, down. I'm together now. Trade. I know where he's holding you. I have all their back rates on. Sebs, one shot Siski. There's step. One step. Siski on hill. One shot. You want to catch it? You want to heal? Flip. Siski on hill. Dead. Nice job. Flip. I'm mid. Trophy. Average. Two of them. Pop up, doesn't. Nice, guys. She was percepts. I got that. All good. One time, let's go. Okay, last guy. I'm getting him in. Stop bridge, guys. Yeah. One shot, doesn't. Nice, shoot him. I got native. Wheels armor car. Keep holding, guys. Nothing.
And you can hear it there. Destro, trade, trade, trade. They are winning the trades. And that's the name of the game here, Quinn, as Destro Gaming has started to extend this lead. Now out to 25 and counting. Element Blue surely on the back foot now. This could all be over here on this P1. Destro Gaming wants to force this map 5.
And this extension of the lead is so good for Destro because they're parlaying from P5 into P1, but Element Blue are going to find the break in, going to find that early time, at least for the time being. Not a lot of room to operate, though, with as they only have 20 seconds needed for Destro to take this map. You have to play this perfect if you are Element Blue. Otherwise, we're going to Invasion for map number 5 in this best of 5. The grand finals are here, and they have lived up to the expectations that everybody had for them. Destro on the hill, looking to gain that little last bit of time. The spawns for Element Blue are going to make things very difficult for them to get back in the hill. It's a matter of just touching, but they're not going to be able to. And Destro bring us to a map number 5. Oh my!
We go all the way through the bracket reset. Destro fights their way into it 3-1 to end out that series. And now, in our second best of 5, we are knotted up at 2 apiece, heading in to an S&D that will decide the fate of who will be crowned our grand champion here at the Premier Circuit Major number 2. San Antonio, you are getting a show between Element Blue and Destro Gaming. You can already see it in the reset bracket. It was Destro Gaming that came out hot, 250 to 113. They dropped the S&D, they dropped the control, but they fight back in a fathomable fashion, 250 to 180 to now force us onto one map, Quinn. One map decides who's going to be our grand champion.
I mean, again, as you said, we have been through the ringer with these two teams. It was a very surprising first set of a best of 5 as Destro came in and they were packing, ready to go. Now Element Blue, they came back a little bit. Destro not willing to go down without a fight. We go to Invasion, Search and Destroy for our final map. This is the do or die scenario that we find ourselves in. Both of these teams have had their prowess in S&D. We look to Destro on that first high rise. We look now to Element Blue on the most recent high rise that we played, but Invasion, different map, same mode. Element Blue, Destro Gaming. After this map, one of these teams will be crowned your grand champs.
Oh, and these players are rearing, just foaming at the mouth to get back into it. We're taking you right to the fly through. No brakes, no stops, all gas here heading into Invasion. Quinn, 28 teams. Dwindled down to 2. 2 best of 5s been played here tonight, and it all comes down to this. 6 rounds. The first one, too, will be crowned your grand champion. Invasion S&D is our venue. You look to what both of these teams are going to want to do on the offensive side of the bomb. Quick and decisive. That's the name of the game on Invasion. You do not want to let the defense take that map control up through mid and B Street, force you into a corner. You want to make sure you're playing your first bloods quickly and cleanly. That's the name of the game here on Invasion.
It could go either which way. Both of these teams have made it very hard for us as casters to determine what the hell is even going on at this stage. I mean, it has been an all-out back and forth battle between these two teams. They have earned it. They have both gotten here through very different means, and it just comes down to this. As you said, it's all about starting off on that right foot. It's all about getting that momentum to shift your way. Both of these teams, such momentum-based teams. If we have learned anything from these best of 5s, we're just about ready to fly on into Invasion, get the action started, and finish this thing up. The Premier Circuit Major 2, live from San Antonio, Texas, has lived up to all the hype, but it's finally time to get that bow on top and finish the job, finish the narrative. Who will take it away?
Destro Gaming, tasked with the offensive side first and looking to work that bomb quickly up towards the A site. They show a little bit of pressure with Stu towards the B site. Draw some of these players on over. Vale He sees a couple, but not sure about the pressure heading towards this A site now. Bomb has made its way out. Nade maybe over the top to do some damage, but not gonna hit anything. And still, we are at a standstill at 4v4.
None of these teams wanting to make that first mistake, because again, it's been such a tale of momentum, such a pendulum for these two teams back and forth. The attacker side, Destro, trying to figure out where they want to take this bomb, and Vale might be looking to get active. Not a whole lot of information to go off of, but trying to make the hit over towards BCat's first line of defense. He'll be dropped. The cutoff is not there as Sizky is taken down as well. Destro full clearance into the site, but Vale will be the first line of defense coming back on in.
Oh, and he's trying to get an easy, quick kill, but Adam Savage throwing the hands, feeding him a two-piece, and that will drop him to the ground. Aiden, last man up, and Destro Gaming, they only need to defend this for 30 seconds. They go on the hunt, they find the kill, and they certainly take some momentum here into round one. You talk about quick and decisive on the offensive side, but they just play the waiting game, Quinn. They just sweat this Element Blue team out, make them overchild, make them make a decision, and then absolutely pounce onto the B site. Destro Gaming with a perfect showing there. 4 men still up at the end of it in a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, no, if I was Cats there, I hit the jump scare that he must have gotten from that player coming in through the window. It's ridiculous. Destro, that's the one thing that I love about them, is their executions, is the fact that they are so well collected together. They do that to absolute perfection. Now on the defensive side, have the opportunity to continue to set that tone. Element Blue trying to exchange the blows. See which team create that momentum shift.
Early shots into Stu. He's just trying to do a little couple jump peeks, peeking his head over the tractor. He sees a couple of players coming down this B Street side, but Dello, he's playing the important position right now, playing inside of that broken area. If he could be able to find a kill just laying towards that side, could be massive for when Element Blue tries to take the site. Smoke looking to be in play here from Vale. He elects not to use it, as it does look like Element Blue wants to rotate this, at least at the moment, over towards the A site.
D-Man would be the first line of defense to get that information. The information does come through, but can he keep his life? No, he can't. Vale shuts him down. Aiden another kill on the board. That's Adam Savage out of the equation as well, and it comes down to Stu and Dello. Both of them fraggers in their own right, and Dello proving to be exactly that. Cats will drop. Makes it a 2v3, but the bomb will go down over towards that A site, which Destro is nowhere near. Vale is going to send the shots in, take down Dello, and now Stu is tasked with a very tough situation. The pincer, it's in. It is inevitable. Element Blue able to get an attacker side round of their own on the board. We're knotted up 1 apiece and can just not expect anything else between these two teams.
No, I mean, this just has all the feelings of a round 11, doesn't it, Quinn? I mean, we've gotten all the way here through 2 best of 5s. I mean, why not? They've done everything under the sun. And in the 2 S&Ds that have been played between both these teams here in the grand finals, it hasn't necessarily been close. A 6-1 win for both of these teams. This invasion feels just a little bit different as we've traded offensive rounds back and forth to the start of this one. It looks like a heavy mid presence from the side of Element Blue here. Double trophies down as well towards the A site. This bomb will have a very tough time if it wants to make its way through mid.
Cats on the heady, trying to gain that kill off onto Stu, the cheeky kill. Stu has to duck, dive, and dodge. Get out of the fray. Keep his life alive. Going down a man in any situation is bad, but especially Game 5. Grand Finals. Trying to make the play over towards A, but you've got a lot of congestion down mid, and it's going to be very hard to get any clearance through that A-long.
We talked about the early mid presence out of Element Blue. This is the setup that they have elected to go with throughout this. Smoke is down, so utility could be in play here. Vale does get traded, but Sizz right back for the trade of his own. Gives the number advantage to the side of Element Blue as well as the bomb drop. Stu has to run into danger. Taken out by Aiden, and now left all on to B-Man. 1v3 situation. Bomb is trapped as well. Time not on his side. And he's just going to elect to kind of back up towards this B Street, just kind of look around for a couple of picks, but nothing going for him as they will converge on his position. And Element Blue will take their second round here on the board. Map 5 now in their control.
First defensive round as well. Looks like that will be the key here. This Element Blue swung the pendulum back their way. It's all those little efforts. It's all it takes. Here we go. Round number 4. Now the question becomes, hey, Destro, what have you guys got on that defensive side? Can you mirror out Element Blue? Or does Element Blue have that momentum swung their way back-to-back rounds? Looking to go back-to-back-to-back.
Take this bomb Oaken towards this A site. It's been favorable of Element Blue so far as B-Man looking over, trying to get some information, but the main pressure thrown towards this B site for the Destro Gaming squad. You do have Adam Savage playing around that bridge back tank area, trying to get a pick, but the A bomb site has now been infiltrated by the side of Element Blue.
Gotten in, but it's a matter of whether they have enough clearance. I don't think they know that they have that clearance. As well, Destro looking to converge a little bit. You have number 2, Adam Savage, right around the corner, as is Stu. Those are the 2 players that you do not want to deal with by any stretch of the imagination, but bomb will go down. It's that sound cue that's given out. It's going to get mixy. It's going to be a mosh pit on this A-bomb site, and it's a matter of time until a team spots someone out. Stu trying to play the door, not going to be able to as he gets one, but not much more. Veil 2 on the board. Get him that 3-piece McNuggie. And Element Blue, another round on the board. They're starting to get that momentum. They're starting to get that stride. Starting to run away.
Cat eventually stealing the last kill away, but any way you slice it, it's still the 3 rounds in a row right now from this Element Blue side. They have absolutely taken a chokehold on this map. The wind is in their sails, the momentum surely with them now. A chance to put Destro Gaming in the ground, put an almost insurmountable lead up on the board. Big swing round now on our hands and on for both of these teams.
I mean, what a way to have done it if they are able to capitalize and close this thing out. I mean, it's been an absolute emotional whirlwind for these guys. They've able to fight themselves back into the mix of this, and you don't see a lot of adversity for teams that run through those winner brackets. Element Blue has fought through adversity and then some, and looking to close here and now as the approach over towards that B-bomb site has begun from the side of Destro.
It's been the hard points for Destro that have been so successful for them in this series, but Element Blue looking to pull off the Neslo as well here in the bracket reset. This round, this push, everything could be on in the smoke, just a little bit off. Cat able to do some damage, but I'm not sure that he's seen Dello sliding through, able to find the first blood in. We'll open this site up, but there is still pressure from all around. Aiden sneaking around in the corner, able to drop the bomb. Dello recovered, now on for the chase. This is a huge kill from him. He's not expecting Aiden right on the other side of the door. It's an awkward gunfight. Aiden is able to win it. They drop every player, and it is 4 rounds in a row. Now from the side of Element Blue, they are 2 rounds away from being crowned your grand champions, and you can just feel it in the air.
You can feel it. It is palpable here. We're 4-1 on the 5th map of 2 best-of-5s in the grand finals. Chat, if you are not pumped right now for what we are witnessing, what are you doing? Element Blue, now on the attacker side, have the potential to take us to map point, series point, tournament point.
Stu able to find that first blood. Semblance of success, at least here for the moment for Destro Gaming, but they've had first bloods in rounds that just have not gone their way so far in this S&D. Destro Gaming, they're on the back foot in the score. They're on the front foot here, at least in the round. Can they put something together? It does look like the bomb wants to make its way over towards that A site. You have players for Destro Gaming laying in wait to pounce. You're going to be able to find the first one there, and that's now the 2-man advantage here in the round. Aiden pops up, but only into danger. Adam Savage able to take him out. Only 1-man player up left in Veil, and for the moment, Destro Gaming will keep this one at least in sight. 2-4 now, but Element Blue still looming here on that tournament point.
Again, not necessarily something that we don't expect. Destro has proven to have that resilience. They have fought through that lower bracket to get to this point. They have already reset this bracket. Down by 2 right now. Question then becomes, hey, Are you able to claw your way out of this? Is that the beginning of them getting their mix back into this? Or can Element Blue clamp down on the defensive side?
2-4. A scoreline that I don't think either of us expected here heading into this one. Element Blue has done everything right in their S&D so far, but little semblances of success for Destro Gaming. They look to push the issue now up towards the B site. A first blood, absolute importance now for the side of Destro. You've got players kind of tucked away in Vale. Look at his positioning right now under this tank. Could be a player that shuts an entire push down if they're not able to sniff out his position.
This is such a ratty play here out of Vale. I just love watching this man play and playing under. The question is, do they anticipate? Do they check? He doesn't necessarily have the angle that Dello is going to be coming in from. Does have the backup from Cats, though. It's just a matter of time. Neither of these teams, again, wanting to make any mistakes with the most costly of times. A site starting to open up ever so slightly as Sizkey does end up dropping down mid, and Destro might be reconsidering where exactly they want to take this, but the pincer potential here still exists. So you do have Aiden lurking the backlines.
Yeah, the bomb should be able to go down there, so now the pressure is surely on Element Blue's shoulders. Vale inside, able to find one, now into a 3v3. All three of these players are tucked away inside a cafe. This is such an awkward mosh pit of a gunfight. Now they ensue. Element Blue starts to try to apply the pressure, but Dello deals with the first one up onto the site there. Now into a 2v3. Dello's able to find a second. Now all onto Vale. He's down with as well. Dello with the 3-piece. Destro Gaming with 3 rounds, and oh, Quinn, they're starting to bring it back.
It's not over until it is over for either of these teams. Down 2-4. Bring it 3-4. Destro